Futures back in positive territory this morning, coming off yet another sharp sell-off on Monday ahead of, what is going to be now looks like a 75 basis point increase from the Fed coming up tomorrow. The Federal Reserve gets its two-day meeting underway today. Again, 2 p.m. tomorrow, we'll get that announcement and the statement to accompany the announcement itself. As I said, big negative day once again yesterday. 4 stocks right across the board. All 3 U.S. markets to the downside. We have the S&P back in bear market territory. We also have the NASDAQ down more than 35% now. We just got May PPI numbers coming out. Looks like 0.5 to the upside versus 0.6 expected, so another inflation reading there again for May. 8.6 year over year versus 8.8 expected. That's producer prices, the prices producers make to make goods for everyone. Monday, as I mentioned, the S&P back in bear market territory, actually closed in bear market territory after bouncing off of it the first time. Number of individual names we're looking at this morning, including Apple, trying to trade higher here on a JP Morgan note, positive note on Apple this morning. Oracle, a nice earnings beat. ORCL to the upside this morning. And we'll talk about Bitcoin and MSTR specifically. We broke 21,000 to the downside overnight. It's Tuesday, June 14th, 2022. Excuse me, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. Positive numbers right across the board here to start things off. Nice look for the NASDAQ right now leading the way, 0.7 to the upside. 0.45 for the S&P, the Dow positive as well. Top to bottom actually looking pretty good outside of obviously cryptocurrencies at the bottom there, not faring so well to start things off. We talked about this yesterday a little bit. I'm going to bring in this right away here and we'll have a look at now guys, 91.3% here for, this is June. Yesterday, this was exact opposite. So we saw 30.70 at one point for a half point versus 0.75. So this is now 91.3% that tomorrow we'll get a 75 basis point increase from the Fed. So, I mean, we mentioned it yesterday. Sean, you even talked about maybe even a surprise on Monday, plus what is to come tomorrow. But looks like they're just going to go 75 now.
Good morning, everyone. I'm actually kind of curious as to, like, over all the years, like, how many times, like, day before it's gotten to 90%. Do you ever, like, is it ever not that? It's a surprise. I'm kind of curious to see what that number would be. And there's analysts out there, well, Goldman Sachs, I should say. I shouldn't say, like, plural, but Goldman Sachs saying 75 this time, 75 next time, and then 50, 25, and then they get to, like, 3. The range gets to 3/4 to 3/2 by the end of the year. So it looks like there's some getting serious to a certain degree, I suppose, because technically that's not neutral if inflation is this high. But is there some getting serious there? That last number that just came out, the producer PPI, I mean, a slight bounce in the market just there. I mean, we got up to 0.8 on the NASDAQ there. And look, there's a lot that's going to be in play. It's going to be hard to ignore what's going on in crypto. Wow, that 21,000 number, we'll talk about MicroStrategy because, there's a lot that could have happened between when they said, okay, they'd get a margin call at 21,000, and then they could have posted more collateral in between then, so we'll see what happens. But all of those names under pressure once again today. And weirdly enough, gapping up on strength are all the Chinese names, which last week it felt like every day last week, they were all just gapping up more than the market, regardless of whether there was specific news. So we're seeing some more of that with Baba and Neo and Pinduo Duo and the like. So it should be an interesting one. Hopefully today is a good day because you got the Ice Cube on, Sean.
Yeah, every day is a good day, my friend. Welcome. Yeah, we got the Ice Cube on. Should be a good one here today. Yeah, if they're going to raise 75 basis points tomorrow, I was talking with Sharif about this. I think you might want to start to buy. I feel like there's going to be a flush coming tomorrow, and then we'll see. Because I mean, look, even today, right now that you get a 75-point hike tomorrow with 91%, look what the futures are doing. We're up 1%. Sure, we fell 5% yesterday, so this is not like all clear or anything like that. But I feel like there is going to be some dip buying opportunities, and they probably already happened and or happening as we speak now, let alone when the real volume comes in. You're still going to get algos and stuff that are going to come in and crush that number tomorrow when it comes out, which is why I think you can start to buy tomorrow around 210 or so. A couple minutes after they release it, I think you can buy. But again, this is the Qs, so it's been a monster move to the downside right here on the NASDAQ the last couple days. I mean, you don't get, this is 310 down to 278. So you're down 10% in the NASDAQ in one, 2, 3 days. 3 days down 10%. If that's not a buying opportunity today, then honestly, man, color me purple or pink or whatever they say. Because, is it pink? Yeah. So, I feel like you're down here. I mean, the support only goes back to October. This is October of 2020, so that's kind of where we're at right now. Obviously, we've taken away the whole year. We already know about that. We're in the bear territory. But 1, 2, 3, like 10% down in 3 days, I feel like that flush definitely gets bought back today. I wouldn't be surprised if we end the day somewhere around this 285 mark. Not all the way back to yesterday. That would be too huge of a move, I feel like, but at least a little bit back, setting us up for tomorrow. So I don't know. I put on the sticky note that I thought today was going to be like an inside day, and what I mean by that is just kind of like what's happening right here is, get these moves down, we'll test bottoms, then we'll head back to the upside, and then ultimately people wanting to wait to see what happens tomorrow. So it looks like if we get 0.5 tomorrow, see ya to the downside. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of pressure. Like Neil said, a day or two before the rate comes out, we've had, and Brendan led with this, right? We've had the flip-flop. So I don't know. I feel like the market is definitely respecting this 75. Looks like that's what they want to give us. So if they do that, I believe at least the Fed, the talk of them being behind the curve will still exist, but won't be as bad. And I feel like that helps this whole theory.
They go 75. That means that you strapped on the capris. They got ready to go.
Yeah.
They're all warmed up, and they're trying to get ahead of the curve there. And I'm going to say the word capri a few more times than I would normally today, because I've been told that it's the new thing for if you're a basketball player and warming up and training, then capris are the way to go. And I didn't know that until today. And I mean,
if we're going to start wearing basketball fashion, I mean, Kyle Kuzma literally wore a sweater that went down to his feet.
I see.
So I want to see this person of ours wearing some next basketball stuff here into the office, because
you're ringing the bell in those capris, bro.
We need a poll. We need a poll. I can't make a poll, but
he's ringing the bell in those capris. I don't care. That's happening. Everyone needs to see.
Can we get a full body shot though of ringing the bell?
Yeah, you can. I mean, can't you?
Can we? Can Lucas do that?
Lucas, you can do it, right?
The thumbs are up there. We should start a poll. And look, whether or not, I just don't know if it's like, I almost think that the poll should be, it's like Family Feud, like this is like a little bit of an inside thing here, right? So Stephanie currently wearing capris. Yeah, okay, so there you go. So it's already in the chat there.
I got nothing against.
So it's kind of like Family Feud here. It's like, we interviewed her. We asked 100 males, do you own a pair of capris? So I feel like that should be a poll in there.
I can see Steve Harvey already laughing at that.
I've already mentioned to Fahad. I mean, if anyone can guess, that's who's wearing them.
I think everybody kind of guessed.
I thought maybe he ran into my 10-year-old's closet and stole his jogging pants, but apparently he did not. And these are officially
actually, that's not
capris.
Barron would wear jogging pants bigger than that, but that's it.
Yeah, possibly.
No?
Fahad's a tall dude for sure.
Okay.
Fahad, how tall are you? 6'1". So, all right, Brendan. I know you're wearing capris and we can't see them.
Quickly, FedEx increased their dividend by 50%. So that's
amazing news.
That's why they're up. You're going to see the 8% upside. That's why just increased their dividend.
How is that up 8%?
I don't know.
What?
Seems like a lot.
Volume. Lack of liquidity. Let's blame it on that. Yeah, nice bounce here, guys, for the overall market. Still trying to get back to the upside. Here's why, if you missed it. Producer prices came out there at 8:30, 10.9 versus 10.8. Or the other way around, I apologize. 10.8 versus 10.9. So a little better than expected. This is the main number that counts, though. 0.5 versus 0.6 when you take out food. So a little bit better. On the PPI, remember, That's the amount producers pay to make goods that you and I alone pay for. Let's get into what else you need to know here heading towards the open. We'll talk about Bitcoin. Big move down overnight. Here's Coinbase, negative. They came out and announced 1,100 layoffs to come for Coinbase, 6% to the downside. But yeah, that 21 level gets taken out. It was actually about 6 p.m., I guess, yesterday.
Yeah, it was a very brief, like, tick below and then essentially right back. We're obviously still under pressure, right? Like Ethereum's still holding 12. No, just bounced to 12. I shouldn't say still holding 12.
It went to 1064, I think.
Yeah, it got under 11. It wasn't very long though. It was like a half an hour, I think, maybe tops. We were down there. But Coinbase, more layoffs. Certainly, people are going to start thinking about costs, especially when the analysts are saying it's going to be a struggle for them to get positive. They've been spending, they've been trying to expand, and now they're going to have to cut back. And yesterday, it definitely squoze, right? Like you got a V-shaped bottom, it had wiped out so much, and you got that V-shape. And had you been able to hold 50, you'd been pretty poised for, potential support had come in. Maybe you could try to fill in the gap because you put in a heavy volume bottom. A lot of times you put a volume bottom in like that and you get usually a day's worth of rally out of that. Right back below that 50. I think if you try this to the short side, 50, and 55. Those are probably the two levels I'd be looking at. I've heard some rumblings for a lot of people in the chat that were saying coins become really hard to borrow at your brokers. I can tell you for us that's not true, but it's a different story as day traders. So I know it's it does still have a pretty solid short interest, and that's in the back of your mind should always be something, as I'm going to quickly double check it real time just to see what we got here. Coinbase, yeah, it's about 16, 17%. Short. So for a larger name, that is a pretty healthy number. I think that's why you got that squeeze, and that's why you got to be really careful sort of laying into this one. Above that 50, there are possibly some long opportunities, but 50, 50, and 55, that's where I like the resistance on Coinbase. It does feel right now like we're trying to get a bit of a rally day, but there's a lot of stocks that if you look at the levels from the last couple of days, you can get a healthy bounce, and then you run right into the top of a gap, or you run into big-time resistance. So still have to watch out for those. Resistance matters more in a bear market.
Yeah, we wrote down here on our sticky note, Coinbase is going to be the number one name today. And whoops, that's not the right one. But yeah, yesterday we had this short yesterday, and honestly, it was the only negative stock that we had on board here yesterday from Coinbase, right? So that's going to be a little bit of a problem for us on that. And I just look at it yesterday, that top 54. Will we test that again? Like I feel like that short percentage could help us get to some of these highs there. And I just wonder, someone said in the chat there, Coinbase is low-key going to be like Celsius and Binance and all this. If they start having network issues and things like that, and where you're unable to withdraw, some of your coins or trade out of them or whatever, get into Tether or whatever you're going to do with your coins, then yeah, that is going to be a big problem. Coinbase already warned down when it was at $40 about possible liquidation and things like that happening to accounts. So I don't know. Will we test that 40? It went from 40 to 80. In 2 weeks, and we talked about that was ridiculous with the price of Bitcoin doing nothing. So trade what they tell you, man. Their story is not good. They're not projected to make money next quarter. They're now laying off, which layoffs are fine. They save a little bit of cash there. It's just been a nice bounce off that 48. I'm starting to short this thing around 52. I think Coinbase deserves some downside here, and let's just see if we can get it. So Coinbase to downside here between 52 and 53. If we do get that pop like I'm expecting, look at the market. I sat down here today and was like, okay, this should be an inside day. I still think it will be. I don't think we have any reasons to rally too much. Any rally probably gets faded into tomorrow, and then we've already talked about what we think is going to happen. So I want to, on any kind of rally up, I want to fade Apple. We'll talk about that when that gets there. And then also I want to be able to fade this around this 53, 54 area. And then honestly, if we take out this 54.50, yesterday's high was 54.25. I don't want to be too dug into it at that point in case that does happen. but I'm willing to hold it all the way up here. So I think this is at least give it at least $2. If you're going to start at 52 to get out at 54, I think that's reasonable with an expectation that you'll get at least 1-to-1 back to 50 here. But again, I'm going to keep my eye on Coinbase, on BTC, as we watch some of the equity involved with Coinbase here. And of course, what we mean by that is just all of the coins. HUD 8 yesterday, big move to the downside. You talked about Silvergate today with an issue with MSTR and that possible liquidation or margin call happening. HUD 8 yesterday, again, what a destroyed name, but if you look at how it traded yesterday, you still have that top. It's basically the same thing as Coinbase, and you're right back here to 174 today. So, you know, if you want to get aggressive, I would rather go long on this break of HUD 8, 174, using yesterday's bottoms of 160. If you're going to go long on something, I'd rather go HUD 8 on the mining side rather than the exchange side with Coinbase. So I want to short Coinbase into the mid-50s and go long HUD 8. I mean, almost right now. The problem is the volume's only 47,000. So I prefer HUD 8 long if you like a rebounding coin in the coins, and a Coinbase short if we get a rip.
A bit of an uptick here for the market, along with Bitcoin as well, trying to go higher, back above 22,000. Right now, a couple of retail names to talk about this morning. I want to mention Best Buy here, both not really doing any volume in the pre-market, but worth a note. Abercrombie & Fitch, ANF, comes out with a forecast upgrade or increase to their not only full year, but 22 or 23 and 24 forecast to the upside for ANF. And then there was also a positive note on Best Buy here. It is negative on the day, but you can see there was a spike back up to 69.5 on light volume here. So we haven't really touched on retail names until, I mean, you got to go back to the last earnings kind of cycle where we were talking about them, but they actually held up a little bit better than the overall market yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, everything's relative. We're sort of talking about what defined a good day yesterday for a stock. And realistically, if you weren't getting crushed, if you were holding VWAP in the afternoon, if you weren't making fresh lows when the market took out the bottom, those are the types of things that I think you could maybe lean into. It's interesting to see, like, Abercrombie's not doing a lot of volume. And quite frankly, there isn't a ton that's doing a lot of volume. But when I look at something like in a Target only stands out to me because I think we were talking about this in the afternoon show. It was like, okay, well, look at how clean that bottom is. It's only flat today, but it bounced off 144 pretty solidly 3 separate times. We're heading sort of above that today. And when you look at this, the last little channel that it's been in, okay, well, this 144 support, the last time I had a flush day, that was pretty solid. It's got a nice little gap to the upside, getting to maybe like a 150 if it were to try to fill in the gap. And that's the type of, long where if you can still get this off the open or around the open off of 144, as long as we're not breaking lows, I mean, you know where your support level is. It's already put it in before on the 15-minute, and you've got room to the upside. Now, granted, there's going to be a lot of things that set up that way, but just retail in general, which I'm not saying retail had a good day yesterday, but I think it was at least a little bit more stable, some of the larger names. And that Target 144 did stand out in the afternoon. I don't know that we're going to have the juice to get down there initially at the open, but that's a pretty solid price level to trade off of. And that's the kind of thing I'd be looking for. And someone in the chat was mentioning never fade into a gap above, or never fade in when there's a gap above. I would simply say to that, I don't think there's a situation you can't make any trade as a day trader, right? But when there's a gap above, I think you need to have an out before it gets to the gap. Meaning, if I thought Target was weak in this case and I wanted to short it, I'm not saying I would, then I'd be looking at that 47. And if we break out from there, get past the half, then I wouldn't let it fill the gap on me. I'd be thinking, okay, well, if I really believe in the short, then I'd have to get out of that trade, and I'd have to look back at that 150 level. But I understand where you're coming from. Like, yes, you have a bit of a gap fill, you've got support, you want to be careful shorting, but like anything else, if you have an out, just about any trade is, in theory, is both plausible and reasonable, I think, when you're a day trader.
All right, so we are, I'll talk about Best Buy here in a second, but we're long now Meta. We just got that long, 166. So let's watch out to see on a nice little move back down in for the NQs. And we'll talk about Meta in a minute, but I just want to bring out to everyone's attention here. Although I talked about this yesterday, the next thing to fall, if it hasn't already, as you can see here, would be the consumer. Target, Walmart, they've already gotten hit. You're seeing Best Buy now again. It's only, 15,000, 20,000 shares right now on Best Buy. But the thing about Best Buy is that a lot of people don't realize is that there's a 5% dividend here. So you get 5%. So if you like $68, take 5% off of that, you're going to get $350 or so in payments for the year. So at least there's something there for Best Buy. Not that I don't think it can fall a little bit more. I mean, if you don't like Best Buy, I mean, I can't imagine you'd like Amazon. Amazon's going to be near that 105 again today. With consumer spending, I feel like that, you're going to get warnings and things like that. I mean, as mortgage payments start to really hit, and I don't feel like the pain has really been felt yet. I was hearing that, mortgage payments going to be doubling up here very soon, depending on obviously the structure of your mortgage. That's tough, man. So are people going to be going out and buying that new TV? Best Buy making money on a lot of high-end purchases, right? The phones, the TVs, the Walkmans.
Did you say Walkmans?
Yeah, I said Walkmans. The DVD players, things like that people are buying. And I kind of say that tongue in cheek.
At least they're buying Capri.
Why do you need to go? Yeah, well, Capris are hot now. We've actually got that confirmed there. Some 8-year-old girl wrote in here that Capris are real hot. So Fahad's all over that fashion. No, all kidding aside, I mean, look what I'm wearing. So I shouldn't comment any about on fashion. But honestly, Best Buy, I feel like that just... I don't know. I just don't know where the revenues are going to come from. I like the 5%. It's just I think there's more of a flush here. If I could put my money into something, I talked about this yesterday. I like Target here, maybe the dollar stores that reported pretty good as well. Dollar Tree, Dollar General, Dollarama here on the retail side. And then honestly, go for a JWN, go for a Nordstrom, something a little bit higher end, because I feel like maybe that consumer is fine. That's where you go. So as more and more people I know here at Day Trade the World, people are going to be coming back to work in the fall a little more consistently. So that's maybe a Nordstrom's kind of thing. Play Macy's on getting clothing and things like that, back to school, back to work. So I like that side of retail. I don't really like the electronic side here with Best Buy. But Meta right now is 50 cents in the money. So that seems like that was a good pickup down here. We like Meta, and we'll talk about that when we get to it. But just to let everyone know, there it is. I was just sitting in front of 166 because that was a level that I liked. So now we're long Meta. We're long at 20s. It's printing 60s. We'll put an offer here in the 90s. If we get lucky enough to get taken out there, then we'll celebrate that. But right now, long Meta in what should be a pretty fun day.
All right, worth a note here, guys. Energy back to the upside right now. Here's what oil's doing. You can see 1.1% for crude, back above 119 and holding. This little Houston American, HUSA, up 13%. Big volume just coming in here at 7 through to 725. So oil starting to rally as well.
Oh, yeah. Look, just watch out for this HUSA. It's every single day it's had a pullback right back to the lows at some point after trying to break out. You go back to the 9th, got to 8, pulled right back into 7. The next day it got to 750, pulled to 6. I mean, you guys can see the chart. Every single time it's had any kind of a break. And even yesterday it did make a break and then gave all the way back 7 into 6. So I'd just be a little bit cautious about this. Like you don't usually see full rug pull to fresh low or to previous low back and forth that many times in a row. Usually at some point you get some stability. So once it gets above 7, you got to be thinking about where you're taking your profit on HUSA specifically. I'm looking at the $7.50 and the $8 levels for fades today. I have to go ahead and pay for shorts now that Brendan brought that to my attention. But this thing, if you get the long when it goes, great. But if you chase the long in this, like 4 days in a row, you've been burned if you chase along in this stock. Burned big time, and then it retraces back to that low. So be very careful with HUSA.
I mean, what goes up must come down at some point, right? And I was actually talking about this with Baxter on the way in, and that was just, first of all, my XOM charts. There it is. I was going to say nothing was loading there, but now it is. XOM had just a monster run, and do we still, I still like the oil names, but I don't know, what is the next sort of, I couldn't really think of it, what the next catalyst is to sort of get oil and these stocks back over that next little hump. I'm thinking 135 to 140 here on oil might be the top. You're backing up to 123 right now. I'm a little nervous, obviously, that the next shoot a drop in the Russia-Ukraine thing. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I'm long oil, but just for the sake, we'd like to see some sort of a resolution over there. And then so that to me would send oil south. And then if some of the rhetoric there doesn't come through, we've been talking about China and Taiwan, things like that. I feel like there's always a little bit of scare built into the price of oil. If that were to happen as well, obviously more uncertainty in the world would cause oil to spike a little bit. So that would also be a problem. And then more use for oil as China reopens. More factories coming through. That's plus you have summertime season here for travel. The airlines are full and going, basically, as far as I know. I mean, we got that report from UAL CEO saying that it was higher than the previous demand before COVID. Just looking over here at Microsoft as well, 243. Things like that. So is the oil demand going to get there to get us even to 130, 140? I almost feel like it's been such a huge move to the upside. Look at XOM, and that's why we talked about it. 106, right down yesterday to 94. And again, that's just in 3 days. Like in 3 days, XOM pulled back 10%. I mean, you want to talk about buying opportunities. If you still like the space, there you go. I'm still long XLE. I don't have any plans of getting out of these. I mean, as hopefully my tech can start to battle back, we will take a little bit of a hit, obviously, in XLE not getting out at the top, but that's not as dramatic of a move. That's about 5% down, right? 92 high, 80. Well, I guess it was 82 bottom, yeah. So you can still get about that 10% there, battling back a little bit now. So I think you could still pick some of this up. Someone asked me a question the other day, and it was a super chat. I think it was a decent $20, $50, something like that. And they said, when do you buy XLE again? I said at the 50 period. So if you bought some yesterday at 82 bucks, just ahead of that 50 period of 81.50, well, now you're in the money, I guess $2 or $3 on that play, and it's looking pretty good as oil holding above 120. So look, this is just going to be a crazy world the next couple months, I feel like, with crypto moving, energy moving. We never even talked that much about food prices, like wheat and corn.
Yeah.
That's a problem. Sugar, I'm a little worried about a lot of things here.
You only have so much money to spend, and that's the reality. Like everyone talks about the healthy consumer. But even if you've got that money to spend, you're going to shift the nature in which you spend it when oil prices get to where they are, because it's such a gigantic chunk. We never talk about rents because we don't go higher level as well. That's ridiculously sticky. Rents go up. They're not coming back down in any short form. That's why you see these pressures. That's why the Fed's going to get back out in front of it. And that's why you have to consider very carefully what consumer and sort of retail names you think are going to be winners, even without a recession. And look, those dollar names make a heck of a lot of sense to me. I felt like they got beaten up a little more than might have made sense given the narrative that went, and some of them had pretty good earnings as well. But a few names on the board for upgrades and downgrades that, I mean...
Ooh, ConocoPhillips, we were just talking about.
Two on the downside that I know you guys are going to be watching here today, and then at least two on the upgrade side that I'm interested in.
Yeah, we'll continue the positivity here for energy names. Oxy on here as well, guys, with Barclays, Nokia, NetApp. Worth mentioning, Apple's over here from Barclays, but JP Morgan, it's not an upgrade, but JP Morgan with a positive note specifically on Apple Plus and their fitness product today. So Apple's actually higher, you can see. American, interesting on the downside today from Barclays as well. And Adobe to the downside.
Blocking.
Oh.
Sean's like, I can't.
I was like, I can't see. All I can see
an
is
upgrade.
Yeah, but he's standing there. Okay.
Yeah,
we have cameras in the way here, but yeah.
It's
so
hard for you
again,
guys.
oil on both sides. No, oil's only on the upgrade side there. So there you go. So nice call up there for some of those.
I want to
names.
bring Oxy up for a quick second. Now, I know I said why Husa. I'm probably going to at some point look to fade that stock. The small cap ones are very different, but Oxy broke down huge off that 68 level. And again, we talk about the opportunity cost of getting distracted, and I never got that reversal when it finally broke the channel, when oil was going crazy to the upside, and then it couldn't break back out. It took out the bottom. Now it's trying to reestablish this previous low. You had a wick bottom 61.5 to 62. If you look at the range of support that it had in its previous cycle, it's trying to break this. And if Oxy can break back out, you get a decently strong day out of oil. Again, you have one of these you have a gap that you can fill here. Now, obviously, it's a small gap to 63, but I think there's probably room to 65 if there's strength. Oxy's a name that once it gets going, it can definitely be a bit of a runner. So I kind of like that look of a 62 a break into a 61.50 level. If we don't go right away at the open, 61 maybe consolidates and can hold here. As long as you don't break down below 61, I think that chance is going to be in play. And then the upside potential is there specifically for Occidental. But that's the only name I'll be watching for the trade on the big cap. Husa, totally different ballgame. I mean, 4 days in a row they pulled a rug if it moves a dollar. So if it moves a dollar, I'm going to look for a short, obviously.
Yeah, good talk there on Oxy. I know you've been trading that and looking at that. Okay, so just some talk here on the chat. What's up to Bear vs. Bulls and everybody who's here? Shout out to new member. What's up, Sean Waller? Oh, yeah, Sean Waller. We talked about you yesterday. I think you did a super chat or something, so thank you so much, Sean. Like I remember saying I liked your name. But right here, okay, I'll take the black plaid there. Thank you very much, TS. I want to talk about this here. More Glister fine. AMD, please, bag holder at 100? You ain't bag holding at 100, man. I just want to get that, let's just do a little face slapping here. If you're long AMD at 100, that's pretty good, considering where some of these names are, man. It's at $87. If you're bag holding AMD, you're in the wrong business right now because, well, not you're in the wrong business bag holding it, but $100 was 2 days ago, my friend. So if you got into something 2 days ago, or your average price is where something was 2 days ago, that is not bag holding. Okay, bag holding would be something like call up any other stock and look where that price is. Bag holding is called Rivian at $100. Bag holding is called Coinbase at $300. I was saying to Brendan, how in the world, and I have so many names that are like this here, that are down this far. I mean, we all do. But how the heck, did I get out of some Coinbase up here at 360? Like, it's absolute, and I wish I would have got out of them all. I think it was like 25% or something. Like, I scalp out of it like I trade. I wish I just would have got them all out there. And the same thing with DraftKings. Look, you guys know PaySafe. I mean, I'm not here. This is not victory lap by any stretch of the imagination. It's just how far some of these stocks are. I got almost out of all of DraftKings in the 60s. And you can see where this name is now trading at. And again, I could go over tons of names, man, where we've gotten absolutely killed on. This was just lucky to get out here. I saw this, and this is what you got to do. And I think we're trying to do the same thing, like flip the charts upside down right now. I think we're actually getting close to something like that, where we had so much love for all of these stocks that weren't producing anything, that had a whole bunch of hype, called growth stocks. A lot of these growth stocks up here were hyped up. DraftKings is just one of those names. If you flip this chart around, pretty soon you're going to start looking at some of these bottoms again. Like, now we're way lower, but 16, 11, things like that. We're going to say, oh, look at some of these levels. Maybe there were some buying opportunities there. I don't think we're there until tomorrow, but there's a lot of these names that I consider bag holding a lot more than in AMD. But if we're going to talk a little bit about AMD, this name's been pretty strong down. There's that wick again. Down here at this 180 at this 80 level. So I would look to see about AMD again on any flushes. I think you could pick this name up. For me though, and again, here's another wrong call of mine. Hey, what's up? Would be SMH. I've been saying to try to buy some of this as we've fallen down. I think SMH. Forget about metaverse or anything like that. If the metaverse, well, don't forget about it. If you think the metaverse is going to be something, then it has to be run by something, and that should be semis, right? I mean, you got to put chips into things to get this to work. I think the Internet of Things is well underplayed, to be honest with you. And look at the SMH. You're going all the way back to December of 2020 right now. You like the SMH, you could take the SOXL, you could take highly levered positions. I don't know if you want to do that, but again, this looks like a juicy level, man. Then you get your Intels, your Microns, your NVIDIAs, your AMD, all wrap it up into a nice little bowl for you called an ETF, SMH. I stamp a buy on the SMH.
Yeah, you just might have to wait for it, though.
Big upside move, guys. We'll bring Arun in here, get a look at the market. Big upside move in crude oil futures right now. Just went through 120 up to 120 and a half there on a big volume spike. So better part of 2% for crude. Let's get a look, as I mentioned, at the overall market. We'll bring in Arun, brought to you by the Small Exchange. Check them out, guys. Use a QR code on screen right now. There's less capital required. There's no PDT. They're making it so easy to get into futures trading. Check out the Small Exchange. Arun, how are you?
Good, good. You know, for a market that's been having a rough ride, I think today could be a decent stabilization effort. So hopefully that works out for us here. So, you know, the way the market's been moving, obviously sell side action, but now we finally are catching some bids. Maybe today's the day we get some solid effort on the buy side. But for now, the levels are going to still be to the sell side. Resistance to the upside. So that's all we've got. We've got one level. The market's going to put in one level since yesterday. So that's going to be that 37.35 low. So let's see if we can actually get some support around 50 and lower to work with that 35 as a potential support long. Upside resistance, we've got some space to the upside. And that's why I think if we can get a move going, although I said upside, we've got space to the upside, I still want to fade it. But it's a ways to the upside. So the level I'm looking at is 38.55. We're trading at 37.75. So it's a decent ways up, right? So if we can get above 38.10 into 15, which is still about 40 points to the upside, then I'd start looking for potential fades here because I do want to play this sideways action. We've got some sideways overnights, some overnight action. We're only up 0.88 on the NASDAQ here and 0.5% on the S&P. So we've got some stabilization after the 4% moves that we're seeing to the downside. This seems like somewhat of a good effort. So if we can get 40 points to the upside, I start looking for some fades here against that 38.55. Flip side of this trade is if we get below 37.50, 37.55, 37.50, and we find some buy side, any reason to go long. So any sort of setup that looks right with the decent amount of volume, then we can go for a long here with that 37.35 as your low. Keep in mind, though, that 37.35 is always going to be, because it's a single point, I'm always going to give it a ton of flexibility. So it's not going to be, if it gets underneath, it's done. That could easily move down to 37.30. It all depends on how much volume flows through that area there. So it's going to be 37.35 to 37.30-ish, depending on volume. So I'll just leave that out there for you guys. 38.55 is going to be your top end level. And above that, I've got 39.30. Same two levels that we've been working with for the last couple of days. Well, since with this move started here, at least 39.30, 38.55. And then let's see if we can get a move upside either 40 points or to the downside by about 25 to 30 points to work a long side move down near the bottom.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow. Obviously, big day coming, guys, tomorrow with the Fed. So make sure you are with us. 12% here for Oracle. That is the watch list, guys. Make sure you grab that every morning. Oracle, top of the list today, off of earnings report, beat top and bottom line. Decent forecast for them as well. Up 12% here in pre-market trading, guys, off the earnings.
Look, it's definitely a great number from them. You want to see growth, and you love it. You love it when you get it in this market, and they're getting heavily rewarded for it. Obviously, a couple of things. They're not going to be challenging the big names overall, but you start showing mid-teen, double-digit growth, beating expectations. We've talked about how valuations coming back in. Because raising rates are going up. But the other coin that I think people are more concerned with now is earnings misses. Getting slower growth, getting shocks to the downside when you report. So anybody that's going to buck that trend or alleviate those concerns, I think is going to get rewarded. Now, it's pretty clear when you look at the 15-minute, we've gapped right into the previous channel that got rejected pretty heavily. I mean, Oracle went 71 to 62 bottom in just 3 trading days, but that 71 bottom could get reestablished here today, and you can see it's a $2 range. I'm kind of hoping that's not what we have in store for Oracle today, because if that's all we get, then you can maybe scalp off 71 or 73. If we break down, I'd be looking at 69. If we get a day to the downside here, I feel like a name that had good earnings, hunting for dips is about the only place. Either you got really good support, you got breakouts on V-shaped bottoms for longs, or you've got something that has a positive catalyst, and maybe there'll be some buyers that come in at a previous support level. So 69 would apply for Oracle there. I don't like breakouts, so you can probably count me out of a 73 long. I think your first shot at the open would be if we can hold that 71 on Oracle. It's just an established level at this particular point, and you can't get stubborn about it. I mean, if it's going to chew and hold below, you revisit that trade, maybe come back in at that 69 area. But there's nothing bad that you can say about the quarter here. You just have to remember, overall, we have Fed tomorrow, and we have a market which basically has been whipsaw action for the last couple of days, especially at that open. And if you fight it too much, you get absolutely blown out in that first 20 to 30 minutes, right? So you establish your rule, establish your level. If it gets broken, then you go right back to the well at either a new price or a different idea. You cannot get stubborn in the first 15 minutes of the day, and I'm not going to with Oracle. Just because they had good earnings doesn't mean that I can go long 71 and just say, oh yeah, just shut her down and hold it all day. There's no such trade as that anymore, not in this market.
All right. Oh, I was going to say, where's the rundown? There it is. I want to see if we have Facebook to talk about. I'm going to do that right now. I haven't really looked too much at the Oracle earnings, but before we do anything right now, it's just past 9 o'clock. Let's do a little bit of a likes run here. 700 likes with 5,700 watching. If you could highlight this little like button, please, that'd be great. We do this for you guys every single day, highlighting stocks, expanding on the show, doing the best that we can. So if you can hit the like button, that's good. Like, share, subscribe, things like that. So I see some people saying like, hey, I'm long Meta. Yeah, why am I long Meta? So again, I put it on the sticky note here, and I'll just show this real quick here for you. I was sort of thinking here that this Coinbase up to 50. So we talked about this. Wait a second, was this yesterday's sticky note? Yeah, this is yesterday's sticky note. I don't know why it's not updating on my Twitter. I'll have to find out about that. But anyways, I feel like this flush, I hope the sticky note made it out there, guys. I don't know. Bears versus Bulls can confirm that, I guess. But there's a nice move down. I feel like this flush yesterday, and it's too bad because we were short. We actually shorted this little bump up right here, and it sucks that these trades aren't here today. Do I even have them set up? Yeah, they should be showing. Okay, but they're not. But anyways, this little bump up, we shorted that 167.50. You guys remember? And then we had this all the way to the downside. This to me almost felt like a flush there. The market definitely pulled back, but I'm thinking like this 164 bottom. I don't know if the 164 is going to hold, but I want to give it a little bit lower. We're well off anything. I can't show you our charts because we don't change over the ticker symbol. Hopefully we'll be able to do that soon. But here's eSignal, and you can see here, Meta, we took down that 170. It was my number one stock yesterday. We were short 170. So just because I'm long here doesn't mean like I'm trying to go long everything. Yesterday, my number one trade was a short Meta twice. Shorted it early at about 10 o'clock. It was the trade of the day. So when you have success on something one day, I feel like you should go back to it. I mean, very rarely, if Neil has a trade of the day on Tesla, then he won't trade Tesla the next day. Same thing with me on any stock. And so I think you got to go back to the well. Look, if it doesn't set up, fine. But I'm looking at it. I think it does. So, we'll play off that 170 short if we get back up to there. Maybe not even if the market's screaming. We may even like that for a long. But I just think like yesterday's bottom there, 164, we're well off. We're well below. This, to me, Meta, although obviously there's some political things. People don't like the social media aspect of a lot of things, and I understand that. It's ruining everything, yada, yada. But honestly, Meta makes money, man. And if they didn't focus on the metaverse, their numbers would be through the meta universe because these guys have tons of cash, tons of sales. I really like them, and I just feel like that was a nice little flush in there, and then I want to retest that bottom. So this is an early long. You guys already know I'm trying to get out at 167, so if we can make a buck or 50 cents on this trade, well, we could have already made 50, but we'll take it. I think we can get that off the open, but any kind of a flush down into 164, that's a level that I want to be concerned with down here on Meta. So we'll start the long here. This is like 10% of the position that I want. We'll put some more on into 164, and then if it takes down 163, Bob's your uncle, and I'm out of there for Meta. And if that happens, and I feel like this whole market will crash, and hopefully some of the other shorts that we'll have on, like in Apple, and we're going to get to this next, should save the day. But I like Meta long down here. For those of you wondering why I'm stuck, I'm not stuck, but why I'm in this position, which is now in the money, a whopping 6 cents.
Let's go on to, as you mentioned, Apple here. Here's a note from JP Morgan this morning talking about both their Apple streaming service, Apple TV, and also their fitness product, putting out some pretty hefty goals or potential targets, at least, for revenue over the next couple of years, specifically coming from this. So, it held relatively well yesterday. This thing isn't pointing straight to the downside yesterday. Yes, we gapped down, but held 130, 132, up 1% here for Apple so far.
Yeah, it held in so far that it didn't fall apart, but that's probably because of where it came from, right? Like you had 3 days to get from 150 back over to its May bottom at that 132.5, and we're back and forth off that level. This is exactly what, when people talk about like an inflection point or like a decision point, like this is where we're at in Apple, and unfortunately, those can be tricky to trade because you want to look at something like this and say to yourself, okay, well, you should be long in front of it. And you break that down, you want to be short. The general trend is in one direction. And it is hard, even with that, but what just happened?
Alert, something's going on with Coinbase right now.
Yeah, Coin is moving.
Coinbase, I don't know, Brendan, if there's something happening right here, but we're like bouncing around here nicely in the money on this Coinbase right now. Now we're not. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I just got like a crazy fill there or what. We'll try to get some out, but Coinbase right there, huge spike back to the upside on Coin. So just want to bring that to your attention there. We're now short, but sorry about that, Neil. I don't know.
No, I just canceled my offer, and look, man, it's not one of those like it's a crazy fill, and
right.
I don't like this. I don't like the price, but I don't know why we just had a $2.50 move in Coinbase that quickly.
I mean, I just got out of half, so we'll do like this.
I mean, I'm gonna back off right now because realistically, that's one of those moves. A lot of it has to do with liquidity, 20-30 cent spread at this point. So it looks like there is some crazy action. We saw it squeeze yesterday. I still think the short is to that 55 level, but as far as Apple goes, if it gets below that 132.5, you have a lot of room to the downside on the daily chart, and you got yesterday's bottom standing in your way. And everything below this 135 level just feels like it's going to be fadeable. Apple gets back above 135. I think that means the market's breaking out into tomorrow. Which is still asking a lot. Like, we're a long ways away from that. I just feel like you have to be playing off of that 32.5 level, don't support, or waiting around for 35. Don't diddle in the middle on Apple. No way, no how. I don't see any news on Coinbase.
Well,
there,
I think Brendan should because some
people
are saying it's Cathie Wood. I don't know if that's right. Bank of America report came out right there. But anyways, let's just review what I just did right there. So we'll go like running cash here because I mean we were just sitting. This for me was pretty much a full position. I didn't think Coinbase would come back up here. I put this order out when we were at $48. So we have now taken out 60% of this, all in the 20s, some a little lower than that, in the teens there. But we're out of this Coinbase right now. We still have 40%. It could be a loser. I mean, if we take out this 54, then we're gone. But we'll just wait. I'm not hearing anything in my ear for Brendan. But if he finds something, then we will go over there. I just want to talk because we were talking about Apple real quick. This is another name that's on the sticky note here. And like I said, I like the long, but I feel like this could be one of those days. Like Arun even mentioned, this could just be a pretty quiet day, and I agree with him. 135 to me is going to be that top on Apple. I don't really think like oh yes, let's go Coinbase. Short right now, 52.60, printing 51.90s right now. So that's going to be a good little short there. But let's see what happens at 135. We take it out, we'll be out of that one. The short is only starting at 134.50, so it's going to have to go up $1 from here. But I just think Apple doesn't take this 135. If it's a monster day and it does, fine. It won't be a big loser, but let's just try to see about this area in here. 134, 134.50, something like that. And then let's see if Apple does want to test the highs of 135. But I'll be short into that one as Coinbase is like, I don't know, man. The market's starting to go back to the upside. So let's go back over to Brett and see if he has anything.
Looks like Jim Cramer, guys, might be talking it up a little bit here, both on Twitter and possibly on CNBC. So heads up, could be a CNBC bump there for Coinbase. But there's no additional news other than that restructuring plan that was talked about earlier. Why don't we go on to Coinbase here? This was the note this morning: 1,100 jobs getting axed at Coinbase as they look to reduce costs here going forward. I mean, Bitcoin is also making another move back above 22,000 here, but looks like it could be. I'm keeping my eye up there just to see if it is, but I don't see anything right now, guys. But it looks like it could be a Jim Cramer bump here.
I mean, typically speaking, this is not to.
And I think I should get more short.
Look, whenever you get that, we call it the CNBC bump, whatever you want to call it. Oftentimes, if that's the reason, it's a fadeable trade. It still has the crazy spread. So I mean, look, 54 was that previous high. If the 50 break, I mean, that's come and gone. Like there was no chance to really do that off of the open, find that support there. You either had to just be sitting in it pre-market or have the breakout for 9 a.m., which I'm not willing to do on Coinbase. So that's come and gone. 50. If it comes back down there, maybe there's a buying opportunity. I just think you're playing it back to that 54.5, yesterday's top, and then 55 even. Just keep in mind, short interest is 17%. So when you get mentions like that, you can have people run to cover, which I feel that's probably what just happened on Coinbase.
I think for sure that's what happened. I kind of feel bad that I didn't sit around here and take more short there. Into 54.50. I mean, that was the plan there. So I didn't have an offer there. I was not expecting that. So we'll see if we can come back up to the upside there, and we'll just try it one more time. You're gonna see me get a short about in the 60s here for Coinbase, and then we'll just play it by ear. Like I said, this still could be a losing position. We have, that spike happened. That's why we got out of that 60% to allow us to possibly reload here. But there's still 20 minutes to go before this market even opens. We are very, very close here to getting out of some meta. I mean, that went to 96. I mean, I'm at 97, no cap, as Trader Pratt would say. So we got missed by, again, a penny in the pre-market. Meta, I'm not.
Is that something he says?
Yeah, he always says no cap. That's like supposed to be like no lie. I asked him about it. That's how, yeah. So right there, and then if someone's lying on the chat, he's like, that's cap. So these young guys, like, I don't know. But he's not even really that young. I mean, the dude was wearing jorts yesterday as well, by the way. He didn't want me to blow that up and everybody, but hey, stylish guy. Not capris, no. Right now Fahad's sending us pictures of like half-naked men in the chat wearing capris. So cool, that's cool. Hey, to each their own, man. I'm down with it. Right there. Anyways, Meta. Oh, what was he talking about? That. What else are we talking about here? Crypto. Okay, let's go back to Brendan there. We just did a little work on Apple. I like the short at 135. We'll hold out to that price, and hopefully we were able to get it on a little bit of a bump. Like we said, man, the market back and forth here, Brendan.
Yeah, let's go on to some of the Chinese strength that we're seeing this morning. I was just reading a couple more additional comments from Disney. Disney, bottom of the list there, on China strength as well. But Disney basically just saying that they're going to pass on the IPL broadcasting rights, and they're going to go on to other things, talking about that as well. But they also said today, guys, Disney, that is, said they're going to reopen the Shanghai Disney Resort, the hotel portion of it, but the actual park will remain closed as things start to get back to normal after this COVID closure in Shanghai once again. So not the park, but the actual hotel resort reopening for Disney.
Yeah, look, man, Disney yesterday, there was an obvious opportunity. I think, oh, come on, load up chart. Yeah, whatever. I'll go to the 15. Yeah, I mean, you can see the gap on the daily chart when it broke that 100 level. There was one shot sort of at the open off of 95. And look, there's nothing you can do when you gap through a monster level. Like, you can't go back in time and say you're going to get the $100 break. You had to be sitting in that over the weekend. So it bounced off 95. I still think this is one of those situations where if it tries to fill in the gap, I'd be going back and fading 100, not the pre-market highs. It's got a 95 support, but I'm much more interested in specifically some of the Chinese names that, as you, again, have gapped up on seemingly not a heck of a lot, right? Like, you're getting that situation once again. And Alibaba, which had one of the most remarkable rallies I saw last week, and we talked about the nature of the volume that came into this thing when it made the run to 125 and how crazy, 120, and how it came back. Well, it came all the way back and then some. It held 100 on a dime all afternoon. Like, look at this. It gapped, just a monster rally down. Held 100 on a dime on the way downside of resistance. Now you got maybe support going above it for a potential break. Diddle in the middle all you want, but I think, playing it off of this 100 level makes sense to me. I think if it can get above that 103.5, that's where we had it short yesterday. If you can get it above that price, there's always room to run on Bob. If you get an up day, you can, however you want to classify it, you can say it's a valuation, you can say it's the algos buying it, you can say it's a certain party interested in seeing the stock go higher that might be buying it up on those types of rally days. Either way, when the bid comes in, it's one of the best stocks to be trading as a day trader. So I'm not going to be ignoring Alibaba today up this 3.5%. If we're above a 100, then I definitely think we have a shot at taking the long. The 100 long, I'll probably just sit in front of the bid. Like the 25, 10, something around that range. But the breakout, 103.5, is definitely going to be in play for me. Coin just retook that 53 level. So, and again, we're talking about a trend with something getting a mention on a program and spiking for that reason. Usually it's pretty thinly based, and you'll get a little bit of a pullback that's worth trading. I'm not saying short every single time a stock gets mentioned on CNBC. I'm just simply telling you that from our experience, if that's the reason for a move up, it's really unlikely that you don't see some kind of an opportunity to fade it, right? Even if it's just for a quick scalp trade.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly, I mean, we can just continuously ring the register right here. Whoops. Oh, no, that's bowling. Okay, good. As we'll do something like this because there it is, man. I mean, we reloaded the short. That's why we got out. So right now, we're really doing good. Our magical half a daily goal has been hit on 2 pre-market positions, and it's unrealized because we don't have anything out here on Meta. Meta just went again to 97 where I was sitting, and we talked about sometimes orders running away from actual liquidity. So I've moved it down. So I won't say where it is, but we are not at 97 anymore. We are possibly still in the 90s, though. We'll see if we get a fill in the 90s here for Meta. Come on, baby. We almost got it. So we'll see here if it's going to come through there. Coinbase right now, 60 cents in the money. Meta, 60 cents in the money. So far, so good. Maybe the magic number is 6. 925. So let's see. Does that get me a spike? No. Looks like maybe a little bit of a move down. The reason why 925 somewhat important is because we do have, oh, by the way, Ford actually today. We didn't talk about this. Ford makes the sticky note today, and all of a sudden is number 1. This is the first time I've looked at this. No NASDAQ names. Amazon with a small sell there. Oh, what am I saying? No NASDAQ names. The big guys right here. There's Apple right there in the middle with a sell. So yeah, I'm surprised that didn't bring Meta down at all here. It didn't even really do too much to the NASDAQ, but you can see the number comes out, and there's the market on open and balanced affecting this down about 15 points there on the NASDAQ, trying to get it back to this 50 period, but these imbalances, they're out now, so everything's all good. Let's go over to Brendan with a small cap, and then we have 3 minutes, baby.
Cavill Brands, blast from the past, guys. If you go out on a daily chart, remember this thing went crazy at the beginning of the year, January, February. We got all the way up to 320, 350, kind of where we are this morning here. Distribution deal announced with Philip Morris for KAVL. For vape products, it looks like the blue line top there is $3, which is this kind of consolidation on the daily chart, and then above that, 350. Volume, it's worth noting, less than impressive right now in the pre-market. It's sitting at 250. So, yeah, we'll see. For KAVL, 250 support right now. Watch 3 to the top side, guys.
And another, just below that on the watch list, you'll see Mullen listed there. Mullen bounced off exactly $1. Got a nice 10% rally yesterday. Look, they are getting included in the Russell 2 and 3,000 indexes. That's the end of the month. What's happening in 2 days? Today's Tuesday. On Thursday, National Vision Holdings, that's getting added to the S&P 600 index. It's like Reggie's coming out, I's going in. That's why they've gapped up 12%. Not a ton of pre-market volume, but I've slept on these before and then hated myself after. So I look at support down around that 27 area on this on the 15-minute chart, and I want to buy that dip. You can see it's kind of poised for a 29 break. Breaks on names that don't do a ton of volume can get really hairy, so I'd rather try to buy the dip on this. If I miss out, maybe I can still catch it inside of a consolidation like this 28 to 29 area, but certainly worth being on the radar a little bit today. We talked about BABA. We talked about some of the big cap names. I don't know if we mentioned Amazon. Amazon didn't get to 100. It did bounce off 102. Yesterday's trade, 106.5. You can see pre-market highs, opening range highs. Today in the pre-market, that has been that top. Amazon needs to get through that if it's really going to get going. Otherwise, we're still, as long as we're below at 106.5, that's like a fadeable level. And then any downside action, until we break it, Amazon 100 is going to be a thing. And that's one of those bids that I'm just going to be in on to try to take long. Of course, you can reverse short for that break of that level, but that's the 2,000 level on the daily on Amazon. That's just gigantic. So there's no way we're going to be missing that if we get a bit of a sell-off day. But 106.5, that's your breakout price for Amazon if it can chew through.
You mentioned Reggie. So we'll ring it again. Yo, what up, Tony? Okay, so there it is. Tony hooking it up.
Oh, thanks, man.
There it is, man. He
Appreciate
got the
it,
apple
brother.
fritter there. Tony always turns up, man. Thank you that for Tony. Like yesterday, I was like, hey, man, I'm feeling a coffee. And he's like, I'm going to Tim Hortons. Brought it.
Now it's like, I can't
and there we
eat
go.
right now. It's all
Yeah, that's okay. Save it. There's Coinbase out a little bit there, so that's a nice trade. And then we did get out of Facebook at 58. Not out of it, just a piece out 59 or 58, whatever that was right there. So we did take a piece out as it came back in. And again, long at 20s, out at 58, so 35 cents, 38 cents there on the victory for Meta. That's nothing. It's just if this market does pull back like it's doing, we just don't, I mean, might as well get out of a third. Like I said, it's about 10% of what we wanted on this name. So now we're down to 6.5% or so. Not a big trade here. With only a minute to go, just looking at some of these names, Ford is on the list. I think Ford has gone way too far, too fast here. Well, now it's ripping up to the upside. I wanted to try to play off this bottom 1170, so we'll see if that comes through. And Ford on a flush. Let's get our bids. I mean, I'm already bidding there now, so we'll see if Ford can come back into this 1170 area or so. I like it. We'll see if it can come through.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go. One name we should have mentioned, well, I didn't mention NIO in that group. Of course, Chinese stocks that are gapping to the upside here. Check 1675, afternoon lower high. If Baba's going to go, NIO has a chance as well. 16 was held. It did manage to hold that level late in the afternoon, or sorry, at least reclaim that level. But 1675 on NIO, that's your top to watch. As Tony is on the bell, thank you once again for that apple fritter. I'm going to enjoy it, my friend.
Yes,
but
sir.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, come on, turnaround Tuesday.
We're open, so let's wait to see what Meta does. We are sitting on the bid, remember, of Meta down to 164 though, in case that does come in. We're long 166.20 right now on Meta, so that's a name to watch out for. Coinbase just doing a little bit of a dance. We're on that one, so we're gonna have to watch out for Coinbase here as it's all the way upside. Meta trying to find its way as well.
Yeah, Oxy immediately trying to take that 62 level, so we do get into this. And you put the higher time frame up. You know there's a bit of room to run here. I think we're going to have to hold support at around 61 on Occidental, dodge that move. I did want HUSA to the other direction, so I understand I did like... Come on, load up. I did want this one to the short side, but it hasn't made any kind of a pop for me to be able to fade. So I am looking for a fade on HUSA, despite liking the long in Occidental. Baba's coming to the downside. It could test 101 rather quickly. And Amazon, I don't know, you were talking Amazon. You were going to talk Apple there.
Yeah,
Amazon retesting these lows now. Looks like we're not going to get a shot at that 106.5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to start the Apple short right now. Here's Apple. Sorry, just in case here. We have this high of 133.80 or so. The market did dip down a little bit there, not causing too much concern for me, but I just don't want to miss it and not be on something. I mean, we are ringing a huge register right now on Coinbase as that's making a move to the downside now. 51.80. We're at 51.50 right now. It just touched 51.80. Let's just there it is. I didn't mean to get out at that price, but we'll just put a bid out there and take it right there. We actually crossed into that market, 51.86, and here it comes back into the downside right now. So we'll get out another piece and then see how far we can hold Coinbase to the downside. Maybe even a 51 or so print on that one. Apple's starting to come in a little bit on the short. We'll try to trade this against that 50 period right now. But the market's not in bad situation. It's trying to hold up, still up 0.75.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the market looking still inside of the range, right? And if it's an inside range, you don't want to adjust any of your entry points. Don't chase anything. Let the market come to you. Oracle's starting to come down to me here at that 71 price. You can see the gap up. I don't want to be too stubborn about it. If we do not hold these lows right below that 71 even, I do want to think about that 69 area. It just spiked off my bid. It was so close. I was sitting at that quarter mark. And sometimes just quick little adjustment to get a little bit more aggressive, but don't want to chase it. See if I can catch the bid there on Oracle. And I just want to see if we can bounce off this, maybe play inside the range, and then set up for a break. If the market doesn't want to cooperate, then we have to get the you-know-what out of Dodge on that Coinbase. I did get I, so we were able to get that I long. Now remember, this is just simply being added to the S&P 600 index, and it has support around $27. So that one's starting to come in. We'll see if we can actually hold the bid, but they're selling the news. I think there's still a little bit of room to rally there. Coinbase is really starting to flush.
Yeah.
So this is getting a little bit crazy. I
think that 50, good.
50 might be support for Coinbase, so you're going to see me getting out of this thing close to that 50 level for sure. If I think there's support down there, got to be able to cover this.
Yeah, and a nice little trade here on Apple as well. Hit the sirens for that one. This is now 50 cents in the money and still going to the downside there. We will take a piece off if it gets to its low, but wow, that Coinbase is now really starting to blow up, man. That is like now $3, guys, in the money here for Coinbase. So that's starting to dance around a little bit here, and we're happy for it as Coinbase starting to make some moves here. Downside. Oops, let's go over to Coinbase. There it is. Yeah, I think Neil might be right here. Let's just put a bid. There we go. We'll just take that bid out and make sure that we're not caught here on that in case that does go back in.
That's so
a nice little $3 winner there for Coin, guys.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look. it almost behooves you to take that one off when you see that kind of a profit, especially what this market's been doing to you. Amazon just got to its low of the day, so we are getting a pretty heavy reversal in there. But guess what's making a move up? And while the market is going down, Alibaba, like, give me a break. I'm sitting on the bid. I missed Alibaba by about 5 cents. We'll see if it makes the breakout that we're expecting. So we're trying to get through that high of the day. 103.5 is the big level to the upside on Alibaba. I don't want to miss out on this party because when the Chinese names go, they can be a bit of a market leader. I've got I think I might be in that one all day long, giving us the room. We'll see if we can hold that 61 level on Occidental. And HUSA, yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I don't see this wick as being real. I mean, I didn't see it go up to 745 when I had it on the level 2, but I might have missed a chance to fade this one. So HUSA already starting to give it up here. It might have done so without me. If you are tracking Tesla, I didn't love anything except for the gong show that was 650 yesterday. For what it's worth, Tesla now trying to hold that same 650 level. We'll see if we can do that. I don't want to rush into Tesla. That was a mistake yesterday. Unless it was to that short side, you didn't want to chase or rush into any kind of longs. It does feel like we're heading southbound here today. ES trying to bounce off these lows.
Yeah, I mean, here comes Meta, so 165 and change. We are short, of course. I don't know, where's my bid here on Apple? 132.25, so here it comes in. There it is, bang! Nice little win there for Apple as that's starting to get excited here to that side anyways. We'll see what Apple wants to do right now, making some moves back down in. So that was gonna be a good trade for us. Apple, $3.50 now in the money on Coinbase, as there it is right there. For me, man, this is the one that we smoked today. Coinbase, big time trading there. Obviously wish we had still had it, but hey, yesterday we lost on Coinbase. Today we get that sweet, sweet revenge on this name. But here comes Meta, man. Right into some of these levels. I'm going to pick something up down here and average in on this Meta. I'm not going to wait. I was waiting a little bit lower, but this is a nice move here. Let's see if we can pick something up on Meta.
And here goes NIO. NIO actually did break out. Looks like that did go. So I was looking for Alibaba to happen first, and it's actually NIO that takes out that 1675 level. 1670 level. I'm going to take my shot at that one as we try to get it here. Alibaba's still trying to bounce off that 101. If you're looking for strength, I'm only really seeing it in the Chinese names at this point. Brendo?
Seeing a lot of weakness, guys, in natural gas names so far. Looks like a couple of headlines affecting some long-term inventories, but a huge move down in some of these nat gas ETFs. Once again today, this Boyle on heavy volume to the downside just broke 80, down 31% already.
You want weakness. Square, by the way, Block, flushing, absolutely flushing. Remember 65 on Block yesterday? Should have come right back to that because we got a spike into 64. This is what we were trading in yesterday's trade in the afternoon, and it gave you essentially a wick top off that same level and then an absolute dump off. Yeah, I don't mind the trend trade to the downside. Just double checking. We're still below like 22.5. As long as we're not spiking in Bitcoin, I want to play these ones to the other side. I mean, Coinbase is already gone. Let's see if Block can pop back in to like 63.5, and then we can try to sit in that one. Alibaba again bounces off of the low, off that 101 level. So it's still showing some signs of strength. It's NIO that I got into, which did make a breakout on the way to that 17 level. So I'm always going to be scalping NIO if we get the opportunity. The market is not really doing too much of anything right now. So if you got something breaking, you want to make sure you take some profit. I'm a little surprised that NIO's going and not Alibaba. No breakout for Baba just yet, but it still has time to do so. Coin now below $50 and continuing its flush. That's why I want to get into some Square here at some point. On any kind of a pop, I want to get inside of this trend because Block was just as good for the day trade yesterday. So I don't want to miss out on this completely.
No, I'm pretty sure we're not going to miss out on this, but yeah, right now, I mean, we have a nice little short there in that coin, and again, wish we'd sort of held a little bit more, but we did get that, like you said there, that CNBC bump that happened there, and that was, to me, was a great shorting opportunity there in coin, but we do have to watch this name. My Meta, we averaged into it. It's not going great, but it's going right now to 164. We are going to average in more to that one. What's up, Brendan?
More on this natural gas move, guys. The Freeport LNG production facility where the fire was, remember last week, now saying 90 days on the shutdown. Remember the initial estimate as far as the production shutoff was going to be 3 weeks. They're now saying 3 months before they get that back up and running.
Yeah, that's not a great target there.
Sorry, I don't know if you... Amazon right now at the low of the day just put a wick off bottom. We're not going to get a chance to fade off 106.50, not the way the market is currently going. So that might be a little bit of a missed opportunity for us on Amazon off that open to get a curl. But if the trend wants to be down, we're definitely going to be trying to short that pop any chance we get. Coin now back above 50. That means Square can start to come in play for us. I did take some out of NIO, guys. So we made sure we took some profit on NIO, but I want to get any pop I can on Square. It looks like 62.5 was the pre-market lows. I might have to get down there into the nitty-gritty on Square and see if we can't take it. NIO got to 17 and has made the breakout from 17 even. So, I mean, look, the market's not doing much, but NIO is showing strength. And it just comes right down to it goes right down to that story about the Chinese name being super strong. Just watch out for that 17 to 17.25 area. It's a lot of chop here on the 15-minute chart, so we do have to at least be a little bit concerned that when we get to this price, we're going to slow down NIO. With the market not going, I am sort of in the back of my mind cautious of these longs because realistically, you're not getting the market support behind you, but we're pretty strong in NIO right now.
Yeah, this has been a crazy day here so far, needless to say. So let's just wait. I mean, we did talk about a little bit of an inside day happening, so this is not like a huge surprise to me. But, we are getting, first of all, Apple, we knew we wanted to get that short, right? So we're all over that short. So we talked about that a couple times. That's now 70 cents in the money for us on the downside there for AAPL. So that's a nice trade right there for us. The Coinbase continues to go down. Honestly, I'm just trying to wait. I'm sitting here on the bid to get some more Meta at 25. So if that comes through, man, that's going to be a big position that I want to put on here. So we'll see if Meta can come down into this 164. I'm actually, the more and more I wait, I don't even need to watch Coinbase right now. Let's just take a little bit more. There we go. Okay. Let's cancel. I don't want to get too wrapped up in this in case this market does come back in. So let's just reevaluate some of these positions. We want to wait for 163 is going to be our out on Meta. So let's get a little bit more frugal here with our ads. Let's wait and see what it does at 164. Remember, yesterday's bottom there was this 163.90. Let's call it 164 flat. So we're right there right now, $1. This is why we went short in Apple as well. We're $1 in the money over here. What's up, Brendo?
Another major mover, guys, on this nat gas news. UNG, another ETF, actually halted there on volatility to the downside, down 15%.
Oh my God, what is going on here? Some of these names, yeah.
Obviously I got to go down to that.
Coinbase, $4 now. Are you still in that name or?
I'm out of Coinbase. I got out at that 50 level, but this just reopened. Brendan mentioned the halt. It just reopened. Now trying to reclaim that 25 level. That is a severe drop. Look, and we talk about technical levels for halts. By the way, Oxy back to that 62 level. I did miss a chance for the dip buy at 61. A little bit distracted with NIO. And then I came out. So that added to the 600 index. That didn't go for me. So I'm going to get out of that one and then always calm down, revisit. Square is just running to the downside. I can't even get into that short. But I'm looking to see if this can hold 25 even. If it makes some kind of support level, just for scalp longs off the halt would be one way to play it. But then you're going against the grain, which is never the right thing to do. Usually you want to short those pops like I'm trying to do in Square. But it's like at some point, how far am I even chasing Square? Down here on the short side of the trade. It just doesn't want to get me in, so there's nothing you can do about it. NIO pulls right back into that breakout price. No reload on this type of a trade because the market is now going the other direction. So it tried to break. If it gets back below this price, I want to get out, break even, and hunt for a lower price. The market is heading southbound at this point, and I do not want to be fighting the trend on this. We know it had not really much of a catalyst except for being in the group that was trying to run, which is those Chinese names gapping to the upside, but that was about it. You got Amazon breaking the lows. It just turned red on the session. 100 still going to be very much in play for me.
Man, yeah.
But we're not going to get that pop and fade short at 106.50. It's crazy. If you diddled in the middle on this name, or a lot of everything I'm looking at, if I diddled in the middle to the short side, it all would have worked.
You'd be fine.
I'm sitting there waiting for resistance, and resistance never came anywhere.
So I'm down almost exactly the same amount of money on this Meta trade that I'm up on the Coinbase short right now. That is $5 in the money. $4.25 in the money on that. And again, number one, if you're not following the sticky note, guys, honestly, at this point, it was huge yesterday. It's huge again today. This is what we're talking about right here. Look at this Coinbase. Short 53s. We talked about that right here. Yesterday's high gets set to 53-ish is where we want the short in Coinbase. It's at 49 and we're short 53.60. So, I mean, there it is right there. $4 or $5 winner off the sticky note. So we'll go siren alert for that one. But what's not working, it's actually fine on the sticky note. The problem with this one was we started it too early. So right now Meta's come back in and look, we are going to lose, right? I mean, some of these positions are going to be losing positions. But Meta down here to that, there it is. Now we're into this name. Let's see what happens on Meta down to 163. We're loaded up on this. Hopefully we can hold. If we take down 163, we're out on META. Meta to the downside. That name, I thought yesterday was just a flush day, but no, it seems like today's just a continuation of said flush. So Meta right now on the way to the downside. Not a great trade for me. We're out if it takes out that level though.
Yeah, and here comes HUSA. I almost said Hut 8. HUSA breaking $7.50. It is now on the breakout train toward this $8 level. I said I wanted to fade this when we're in Oxy, which on the higher time frame I do expect is a stock I want to give room, and I might be in it all day long. HUSA I do not anticipate. If I get a short at 8, I highly expect to be out of it within, like seconds, 2 minutes. That's usually the play. But it's starting to go parabolic here on HUSA at that $8 level. This could get out of hand pretty quick, but I'm not going to let it through. You guys can't see this. I'm not going to let it through this high. 805. You go back to June 9th. It's got an 805 top. That's where my stop would be. It could fail break through that price. If it breaks it, gets to 10s or so, then I would jump into the short off of that fail break and be looking back towards the high of the day is my out. Disney, I didn't get to stop at 95. Disney broke 95. I didn't get it. I'll try to get the Disney 95 short. So that level on Disney from yesterday, 95 did get taken out. I thought I had a stop order in there. Of course, you're getting the market reversing here, so I'm going to be all out of
short,
NIO.
though.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't get the.
Oh, you didn't get? I was going to say reversing. Yeah, it's going
No,
up.
I never went long in Disney. But Neo, I'm out of Neo now. The breakout did come in. It got to 17. It's pulled back. So it's just down to Oxy, which I think I can be in for the longer haul. And look at what just happened to Square. Like, give me an absolute break. Square just bounced off of 60.5. So this is it's just flushing at this point. 60 even could come into play for a break. The rug pull is definitely on for the overall market here. So if you're looking for strength, we just doubled bottom from yesterday on the NASDAQ, so you might catch a little bit of a bid here. Could be an opportunity to actually get into some of these. Brendo?
Anyone who is maybe unable to short or uninterested in shorting cold, KOLD on the NYSE American Exchange here. This is an inverse natural gas ETF, so KOLD sharply higher here on this move down in nat gas, guys.
All right, we're just trying to get, you have Meta on here. Obviously, this is going to be a wrong play for me. We're trying to get something out now so we can sort of lick our wounds a bit on this. If we get into the 40s on Meta, we'll try to get some out. I feel like we should be able to get that. So I don't know. We were just there and we missed it. So that's going to be a level for me there in the 40. Shoot. This is going to break, guys. And when it does, it's not going to be nice. So we're going to come on, get up, man. We need to get out a little bit of this. As I said, we're in it a little bit too much here into this Meta. So hopefully this can come back down, man. It's not looking great for us now, Meta. But, it's still falling down. Don't take it. Let's see if we can get something out. That would be really sweet, man, if we could get something out in the 40s and just like what I'm talking about, getting something out, like I'm trying to get out 25%. If we can do that, that would be fantastic. So Meta right now into the 40s. Hopefully that's something that, come on, bump up just a little bit more. It's just this is failing, right? I mean, like Neil was saying there, we don't need to be in positions if we don't like the direction of this market. Come on, I'm at 47. There it is. Yes, sir. So we get a little bit of a print there. So thank you for that one. As we starting now to be a little more comfortable holding this long. So we'll see what Meta wants to do, but we are holding this long now in META. It's in the back into the money, but we did take out 25%.
So we just rang the register on some HUSA at 781. I got the short off that $8 level, got 90s in here, and then someone stepped up for a monster bid at 780, so I just shaved at 81 to get out of some of this. Looks like it's going to make a run at that high of the day. You got Oxy, which is finally making that break, and I say finally, but I mean it's at the exact same time that we saw the breakout happen in HUSA. So we know what HUSA is coming up in oil. Oxy's going to make that break. I took some out in front of 63. If it can churn through that 63 level, I think there's room to 65. Plenty of room to 65 at least. Disney just came in screaming off of that 94.5 level into 95. So I got it on the other direction. I didn't get the break. but I just got the fade in front of 95. Not always as good the second time through. On momentum, it was basically a free money trade if you got that 95 break or any of the consolidation breakdowns, but I am now into Disney. We said that pop could give you a chance to get some entry points, guys, so it looks like that's definitely going to be the case. I have to, look, I'm short Husa, long Oxy, more of a parabolic thing with Husa, looking for that quick in and out. It is showing some signs of fading off that $8 level. So looking for that pullback here. Hopefully we can grab that. But this is more about the setup for a parabolic mover than betting against oil, which is not really what I'm doing here. Long Oxy, obviously. Brendo?
Well, I just realized Clovis Oncology was $1. CLVS made a big move yesterday. Speaking of stocks that are highly shorted, you can see late in the day this thing ran up to $1, just broke back above, guys, on heavy volume here for Clovis.
All right, we'll go Siren Alert because we are now out of that Facebook. And again, you know, when it came back up, we were actually lucky enough to get out of about a third. It wasn't much more than that that we were able to get out of there on that move back to the upside. So far, so good there. Not so far, so good. We're out of it, but now it's starting to go to the downside. So it's looking like it wasn't a completely horrible out on Meta, but it's still one thing. We got, what price did we get? I can tell you exactly. Well, not exactly. We got a mixed up price, but about 197, or sorry, 97, 96 is there on the out for Meta. So yeah, that one was a not a great trade for me there as that broke. And again, we were trying to hold out for that. Just doesn't seem like it wanted to go. Meta just continues its flush down. Apple is actually the stronger name here today. Like this is only, I mean, Meta flushed huge and Apple kind of just hung out upside, right? So Apple with a nice move down, but still upside here on Apple today. Coin, I'm thinking that we may have seen a bottom here potentially on Coin. So that could be something to look at one more time here at that 49 flat. You know, some sort of a basing out there would make a little bit of sense. But again, if we think that this has some more downside, then it doesn't make sense to get out. So we'll hold on to Coin a little bit here, down to 49 flat here for Coinbase.
Well, how have we not done this one today? If Steph is going to go 0 for 9 from downtown and they're going to win by 10, it's over in 6, baby. Golden State with the pulling out the. I actually don't care. I mean, Toronto's obviously my team, so I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't have a dog in the fight. I have no skin in the game. But Disney will celebrate this win with a little basketball action because not much basketball left. We got the reverse off that 95, so when key support breaks, you just look for the short trade. Don't really have any, like once we're through the low of the day on Disney, it ain't like there's targets left. You know, so you start thinking about those even dollar levels. You know, 94 even, 92.5 is going to stand out a little bit here. So obviously this is going to work to the downside. We did get a pullback in two names. One was Oxy back down to 62.25, but also have to watch out for that Husa, man. Like this is now it's starting to churn. So this is like I'm not gonna add to this again. If it wants to break out from here, I'm going to let it take that 8 level and then just be very, very patient. It got to the level I wanted and doesn't look like it wants to do more than a very small pullback. So not going to fight this one. If we get through that high, we're just going to have to be out of it. Amazon, which we were watching real close there. We never got the fade we wanted on Amazon. Now all of a sudden you are making a bottom at 102.5. I just feel like when you have a trend like this, if we get through the lows on the NASDAQ, it might not matter what price you get the short, but we're definitely going to see 100 on Amazon if the NASDAQ can't hold these lows. I think you got to be looking at 104.5. And Alibaba, definitely the one that got away from us.
Oh, that's what I wanted to look at.
I don't understand how Baba is going to be doing this, and I'm not even getting the scalp trade. 101 to 102.5, now like 5 or 6 times. And I'm sitting here thinking I'm going to get the 100 level. It's 101 or bust if you want to be trading Alibaba. You don't have to scalp it, but that's been giving it to you all morning long so far. Brendo?
On that Amazon, guys, note here from JP Morgan out pretty late, in fact, 9:47. This comes out. Amazon revenue may re-accelerate in the second half for Amazon, guys, from JPM just out.
May accelerate. Okay, I mean, I'm trying to find some longs as well down here, but I mean, here's the market right at its bottom. We talked about them being positive today on the market, and now we're slightly negative. So I don't think that you know the theory of being negative or positive is really going to matter. We talked about it being an inside day today, and I mean, there hasn't been much inside happening. It's been straight to the downside. So maybe now we start to look to pick up some more longs here. And on that note, I mean, I'm pretty happy with this Apple trade, to be honest with you. This is just just bottomed out there at 130, 150, yesterday's bottom. So I feel like there is a potential now. Let's just get out. We will get out of that. Let's get out of Coinbase. I'm wondering if some of the bounces are starting to happen almost immediately right now. So let's get out of, there we go. We're out of Coinbase at 50. So that's a good trade there. Out of Apple as well. All is fine here. Meta did flush, obviously, that touchdown at 162. I don't think that's the right one to go long with. It might just be Apple down there at the 131 and change. So let's check out AMD here, another name to possibly look at. Advanced Micro Devices, bottom possibly at 86 there as well. What was yesterday's bottom in that one right there? 86.50. So yeah, possibly a little bit of a bounce move there. I probably got out of things a little too crazily there, but Coinbase was a nice one, and it looks like Apple was a pretty good out as well. So what's up, Brendan?
I remember yesterday, guys, New Oriental Education, online education company from China, announced that they were going to restart their English online tutoring. Big move up yesterday, but follow through and then some today. Another 16.5% for EDU.
Wow, strong move for them. I'm gonna probably ring the register on some more Oxy in front of 63. It looks like it cannot fill that gap in, so I'm gonna have to take some out there. So we'll try to celebrate that win here. But it's Alibaba, man. I just finished talking about 101. And it was giving you this 101 level. And the second I'm like, okay, now we just have to start playing it. It just runs $1.50 before we can catch it. Suddenly, you're looking at the breakout of the high again, which has not happened. I mean, anything this tight of a range that's showing you a support like this, how can you not? We know what Baba can do when it starts to break out. How can you not like this? It just took out the 103, and I couldn't even get 5s. Give me a break. Can I get 11s? Remember we talked.
Can he get 11?
Remember the price I got when Alibaba was at 110 on the 110 break on Alibaba the other day? I got 110.27 and was like, how the heck did that just happen? Like, that's crazy. And then again here on a 103 break on a day where it's not that crazy, I couldn't get 5s and 6s, which is a day trader. That's what you're used to having happen. And immediately Baba's already starting to break. I want to be buying dips. I want to be taking even breaks. If we're going to have an up day, the Chinese names are the way to go. I already got shaken out of NEO. NEO's not going to be a losing trade like I will be for me, or like Oracle will be, but I'm determined that I'm not going to miss out if we get a rally day in Alibaba. So we're into taking breaks and buying dips on Baba. I'm thinking 102 half. I'm thinking 102, and then probably just taking every single even dollar break that we see.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. We're going to start Apple long here. We've kind of changed up our mind, obviously, about what we think here on Apple, and we think long side here. So let's just see if that can come into play here on Apple. But I don't know. So that's going to be the long play off of that 132.80 break down to 132. We have that 131.50 area, so that could be something to look at too. If Apple can hold out for that level. I'm just again wondering about this market, right? We're stuck here. We're at some key levels here. And let's just see what happens with Apple. I mean, here it is at that 50 period for the NASDAQ. Danced all the way down. This is, again, a small position. The bigger one that I'm looking for actually is right here, MSFT. I want to see if this one, it's a little more positive than the market is today. Now it's flat. It was earlier into that name. But there you go. Microsoft, I'm looking at a 243.50 break, possibly right there. If we could take that out, then we'll look for that long right now. But Microsoft, I think I like that as a stronger name to the long side. So MSFT is one that we're definitely going to look at there. Meta's actually at 52-week lows. So that's a name that, again, I've already danced with it, man. We got out on a 163 break. It just ripped all the way to the upside. Maybe a good shorting opportunity somewhere here for Meta.
Yeah, and when oil moves, we got to be all over it, but I'm not looking gift horses in the mouth. We took out some Oxy's now at 63.5, so that's definitely putting on a bit of a rally there.
Yes.
But we did get the second leg down on HUSA, so bit of a counter trend move here, shorting this while we're getting the rip on Oxy, but it got to 770. It has not taken out the high. It still could do so on HUSA, but this is all going to start working out for us. Alibaba now up to 103.70, so the breakout is on in Baba. I don't know if we're going to get that dip buy. If it doesn't happen, fair enough. Like I said, we can play even dollar breaks as well. Occidental on the power move to the upside. Again, if it's oil and we're breaking channels, you want to have it. Oxy looking like it's headed toward that 65, which I haven't even put offers out. I'm going to get out there on the offer. The one that's maybe not going to work out for us here, well, I mean, it can't be a loser at this point. but I had to chase Disney a little bit down at that 95 level. With the market trying to make a bounce here, there is no need to be stubborn. If it breaks back above, I'm just going to get out of Disney. The trend's still working for us here, but I don't want the trend to reverse on me on Disney, and then you're caught short at the bottom and you reestablish 95.
Yeah, I was just looking to see like where could we average in. This is Meta right here. We've missed that trade, obviously. Where can we average into Apple as that's starting to go upside as well, right? So we talked a little bit about how that trade's kind of panning out for us right now. We did flip over to the long there in Apple, so that's so far so good there on that front. But we are looking to get some more into Apple, and I'm thinking about VWAP here, 143.50. But we are trying to hold out for that. So I am bidding down here at 132.50, 132 flat for Apple. If we can get that, I don't mind it. So that's going to be another one to look at here for Apple. We are in the money 12 cents. It sucks about that Meta, man. We had a lot of shares down there, so that's like, that really sucks because that's almost like a day maker right there if we still would have had that. But so far, so good, man. We're doing well today. Hopefully this, shoot, man, Meta. We talked about that being at that 52-week period low, and it really bounced off that there. It's making new lows every day, so that doesn't really matter. But what a good bounce off 162. It looks like we are $1 early on our level. If we waited for 162, then we had it. But Microsoft right there, now into the long on Softy, breaking above 50 there. We got 54s. I don't even know how that happened. I don't even see that tick there, but we are now long Microsoft. Let's see where we go on this one, guys. Microsoft long, 243.53. There it is. A nice little breaker. Let's see if we can get to the high side now on Microsoft. Looks like we are ready, though, for Brendan at the big screen. So let's go over there, and let's hope that Microsoft can rip.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock happening now, brought to you by The Funded Trader. Check them out today, thefundedtraderprogram.com. Use the QR code on screen right now. Here we go. Yeah, a bit of a mixed board to show you. S&P 500.6 right now to the upside, about 0.5% for the Dow. The Russell here, all red, 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000. It is the NASDAQ, though, good to see, leading the way here. 0.75, 0.71 for the composite and the 100. A couple of things we mentioned. If you joined us in the pre-market this morning, Oracle, fades that gap, but trying to hold right now where we ended aftermarket yesterday. Post earnings for Oracle. Disney on the watch list as well comes to the downside a little bit anyways, down to 94, starting to bounce here right across the board. Guys, back over to you.
Miss it again. So, I mean, Alibaba's now at 105. And I'm like, just take every single even dollar break. I didn't do it, but this is starting to get, the market's not really breaking out here, and I couldn't re-engage. This is the first part where I think you could see a legitimate pullback in Alibaba because we're back to where we were at the open. So there's your 103. You're into this 105 from yesterday. The trend is tremendous. So I do want to see if we can't get any dips off this price level. Breakouts, I think you want to scalp a breakout off 105 here because of the nature of this move. But realistically, I think I sold short NIO by not holding on to it long enough. That was obviously a bit of a mistake. Alibaba, we keep saying when the Chinese names go, the nature of the bid can be relatively strong for any reason you want to put to it. Whether you want to say it's about gamma, whether you want to say it's about short squeezing, whether you want to say it's a certain interested party that buys up the shares rather heavily in a nice algorithmic fashion. We've seen it happen before, and you just got to be able to go with the grain here. So 105 break looms, maybe a dip into that 104 area to try to get back into this trend. And NIO is a very similar story. The difference with NIO is I got shaken out of NIO. And that's a bit of a mistake on my part. Those were the two names we liked that weren't sort of not gimmicky, but I was getting added to an index. Oil trade Oxy, bit of a different story there. But the two Chinese names I liked alongside, out way too early on NIL. That's going to weigh on me a little bit here because I should have gotten back into this when it reestablished and then took out that top again. That validated the breakout. So I should have jumped right back into it. I'm not going to be so slow to jump back into the trend on Alibaba if we can.
Yeah, so far so good here on Microsoft, but we did miss that top as it broke through 244 there when we went over to Brendan. So we're going to try to sit there a little bit more aggressively now to get some out. Like I said, man, this is going to be a good day for us here today. Coinbase was an absolute monster. Apple's trying to go as well. So let's see if Microsoft can make that move. It just touched out there at 244.15 or so. So that's something to definitely to look at there on Microsoft. So let's see if we can get back to the upside here, breaking through 244. 244 would be real nice for us. Check back in on Coinbase. There it is. So nice little out. Yeah, Coinbase, good out there, man. 49.50. We saw the tide starting to turn on that. So that was a good out. So we'll go, yeah, buddy, on that one. As there goes Softy. Here it comes back into the 80s, into the 90s. Let's see if we can get above O's. Here it is. There goes, sorry, that was Apple. Come on, where am I sitting? I'm sitting at 06 now on Microsoft. Let's just pretend we get it here on Softy. So there it is. Did we get that? No, we did not. So we got to get a different fill. No, we got it. We got the 06. We got the 06 right there on Microsoft. So far, so good on that one. Let's see where we go from here. Nice little long we got on Microsoft and on Apple, guys. The double barrels right now. 50 cents in the money on Softy, 40 cents in the money on Apple. So the double barrel long happening for us right now, guys.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at Amazon finally getting back to that lower high that it put in, 104.5. So it looks like there is going to be a chance at a quick little reversal. I'll see if I can get this. I mean, I wanted the short pops in Amazon. We're not going to get 106.5, but we might be able to play off this 104.5. Alibaba broke 5s, and I got 10s again. So, slippage on these is getting a little bit annoying, but I understand that this is just the nature of the game. This is what it's doing, so I have to be able to adapt to it. I just tried to get the curl here on Amazon, and when I say curl, I mean, if it gets to a resistance level, I'm waiting for it to reverse off of it and then get into a short position. I'm not actually trying to catch it necessarily on the way up. That break, no good on Alibaba. And we kind of thought this would be the point at which you get to 105, I think you can see a little bit of a turn. Now, it looks like that's possibly the case here. The long's still valid, I think. The trend is still pretty good, but the pure breakout trade definitely fading back in, at least a little bit here. Maybe it has to consolidate before a second break or dip back into 104 before it gets another move.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing there, Brad. Like, what the hell am I doing right now? Like, I called this an inside day. Whenever we get rips like this, man, we should be getting out of our stock, not waiting for more movement there. So we'll trade it. We think we're doing fine on these names, but again, we could always be doing a little bit better. Microsoft did rip upside there, so we got that 6 out. But on Apple is really where I'm looking at right now, because that was not good, man. Apple just ripped up. We were 50 cents in the money on this long, and now it's come all the way back in. So we're still above. We're still above the 50 period. I think this is a good opportunity to maybe average in a little bit here to Apple. So let's do that. We'll put some bids out here. We just missed it. Low 60s. We literally just hit bid on that. So we'll see where that goes now. But there it is. Now we're into Apple again off of VWAP. I still want to respect this bottom. Again, if we're just going to have this kind of a day where we're flat, then we're not, then we are, yada, yada, all this kind of nonsense, then yeah, averaging into names that we think are at key levels make a little bit of sense. So we'll average into this Apple trade. What's up, Brendo?
Watch Revlon here, guys. Big move up for Revlon. If you remember, we talked last week about a possible bankruptcy coming. Just double checking, but possibly, yeah, just halted. Possibly some funding here for Revlon.
Ooh, funding.
Oh, wow. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna have to get that. I did just get a curl on Square. I was just talking to you guys about what that meant. I wanted to short any kind of a pop. It got back to its pre-market low. That was at 62.5 level. Tried to break 63. Now we're right back to that 62.5. So I grabbed the short, and then we're gonna see if we can give it to 63 even. I mean, it's 63.02 technically was that high, so a couple of pennies higher than this, and then see if we can play the pullback. We're still inside range here in the futures, like you said, Sean. So, this is what we're dealing with. We're holding the lows on the Nasdaq. We're not breaking the highs. So if you have if you had a thesis or an idea or a trading level or a range that was valid, it's 10 o'clock. It's still probably valid because the futures aren't breaking out. So if you liked the trend, if you liked an idea, for me, I did like Square. I don't know where Coinbase is. I'll check that in a quick little second. But I will now get into this one. Finally, I didn't want to chase Square to the downside. But it did take a while to even get into position to the short side of this trade. Coinbase, I do have to watch out, of course, for spot prices when we are trading coin. But I've been out of that one since the morning and haven't jumped back in. It was Square that I wanted to make sure I got the short the pop. And now we did.
Yeah, no, it's been good, man. That Coinbase was a good one, and there it is again. Let's just go, ballin' right now. We talked about that game. I don't know. We still have a home date with the Celtics. I think it'll be awesome if that goes 7. For sure, it'd be a great weekend watch there this weekend coming up for the NBA Finals as the NHL, I think, starting soon, maybe tomorrow, Thursday, maybe? Thursday, maybe. I think it is, not Wednesday. But okay, so Apple strength, man, back up to the upside. Let's take another piece out right now if we can. I'll just offer 93s. Maybe it runs up and takes us out there. Don't tell me I missed that 93 by a little bit there. Here, give it to me. We're right there at 90. Oh, no, we didn't get it there. We'll wait. There we go. Now we got it. So nice little trade there on Apple. Hopefully, This can continue to go up. We talked about, buying the dips on strong names. So there's Apple, man. Long right now, 132.55. We made money on the short, not enough. We're making money on the long. So we're switching back and forth here, right? That's the capabilities that we have here at Day Trade the World and trading on these platforms where we have the ability to go back and forth here on our trades, right? So that's something that I'll continue to do right now as Apple put an offer right around here. Did we just really go up there to 133.13? That should have been an out. So let's put an offer there in case that does happen one more time. So up north side through 133, we'll take that. And then it looks like we're just going to be wrong here on Microsoft, but we are going to try to buy a little bit lower. Try to hold out on Microsoft and just make money on Apple. I mean, that's what's been working. I know your Alibaba was going through there. Look at oil, man, 123.50 right now.
Yeah, I got no oil, definitely not a problem. I did get stopped out of the last third on HUSA. I was going to talk about Amazon. I did get a wick top through that 104.5, and I got the short when it came back through. Going to play some on the other side of VWAP. Square's starting to really flush off that curl. Once again, that's at VWAP, so I'm going to try and take a little bit out there in front of 62. We'll ring that register as we line it up and knock it over. But you talked about oil being strong. There's HUSA for you. Like, it gave a couple of checks in here down to 770, couldn't quite get into VWAP, and it takes out the high. Your counter trend, if you're not, this is close to top wick, and if it falls from here, you got to live with it. It was a counter trend trade to begin with. You know what's going on in oil. The market doesn't want to do much, but oil wants to try to get that bounce back up. Oxy's still going. I like 65 for an out on Occidental, so we're going to hang on, hopefully, for dear life in Oxy. I've got to check back in on Coinbase because if Square is now flushing almost $1 in the money, there was a chance at Coinbase there at 52 back into VWAP. I opted for Block. I keep saying Square because it's SQ, man. They could try to change it to something that's a little bit, sort of fitting with their name a little bit there, but I guess they just want to keep tripping me up. So I'm in Block. It's getting $1 in the money. I should probably take another leg off. I'm watching Coin at 50 here, and I'm not saying they have to trade together. But it's easy to forget that Block, well, not when you say Block, that they are actually correlated oftentimes to moves that you see in crypto. Definitely forgot about that yesterday. I missed a trading opportunity at the open. I'm not sure I would have gotten this trade either way, but you can always take that secondary trade. The lower high, jump in with the trend. We get down to 61. I'll take a little more out here as well. You just have to play the ranges at this point. If you find a trend, stick with it. Don't get away from that thesis because if the market doesn't want to break one way or the other, then some of your longs can still be okay. The shorts that you like from 930 are probably giving you a second chance here to get into them or at least profit from them again.
Yeah, we're trying to do something similar here with Softy, just trying to reload some of these positions here. As we were looking at 242 as that basement. So again, as we extend out some of these charts here, it's not going to look too pretty. I mean, that bottom yesterday was 241.50. So we'll see if it can hold that, man. That's sort of my plan of action here on Microsoft is to kind of average in. Like I said, like we've been talking about here, not expecting too many big moves, but this is the move back down. So even Apple as well. This is making the move downside as well. So there is some pressure here, definitely to the market, but you're still flat. We've just seen this market dance, right? I mean, we started the day by saying that this is probably not going to be a huge mover tomorrow, and the reason why tomorrow we're expecting that 75 basis points. I don't know how the market's going to react when that does happen, and I think that's part of what's happening right now. Okay, here comes Microsoft continuing to fall down. We're going to wait for that 241 and change, and then we'll do a little bit more work on it as well to see if there is something about this level down here at 240. I feel like since we took down that 260, it's kind of been like adios on this name. So 242 coming in faster than I expected here. But this market could bounce. So definitely a name that we want to average into here is Microsoft and Apple because we missed that meta, man. We missed that by just a few pennies. We got out, I guess it was about 70 cents early on that one before it ripped up. So we don't want to make the same mistake here with these two. What's up, Brendo?
Revlon back open once again, guys, just to confirm. I'm not seeing anything new as far as the Chapter 11 news is concerned. So reopens after the halt, straight downside right now for REV.
Oh, we don't.
Oh, God.
Oh, we
So
don't
I
have
guess
locates
there is
on
no
it.
news on that one.
So Brendan brought this to our attention early enough that I could
241.50 is the
have
bottom.
I could have definitely paid for some locates, right? For whatever reason, I actually thought we had them free. It tried to break out from the Hull price. It's now doing so. So I probably just saved myself a little bit of money because I would have had 260 short with a 270 stop just now, and it is absolutely breaking. If we get any higher, watch back to its previous shelf. Previous shelf, $3.60. It gets back to 360. I think you could see a reversal if 3 is able to hold. Now 3 for now, you're still seeing the $3 even level reject a couple times. I got to go pay for some locates because I don't want to miss out on this trading opportunity. Alibaba also getting a bounce off VWAP here, so I want to see it hold. We talked about that 105. The break at 105 was no good. The trade was 03s all the way to 5s. I did miss the 4 break as well, but if we can bounce off this breakout price, then you do have something breaking range and trending upside. You know, Baba, Neo, I'm going to assume probably maybe Pinduoduo, some of the other Chinese names. They're the ones that are breaking out here, but that's a heavy reversal. You want to see it hold VWAP, hold 03s, and then try to get back to trending to that upside as I go pay for my shorts in Revlon.
Yeah, the Blue Jays yesterday are like minus 320 favorites. I see someone talking about Alex Manoah.
Manoah can't be stopped,
There's a chance.
He can't be stopped.
Is there a Cy Young chance for that? Like
100%.
Is there?
there's a
Okay,
Cy Young
because I haven't
chance
been
for him.
following to see like
100%, dude.
what some of these other pitchers are doing in the league, but
He's
yeah.
legit, dude.
Oh
He's
no, I know
legit.
he's legit. I just want to know like where he stands with as far as everybody else. So that's great. Great for the Blue Jays that Alex Manoah. I mean, we have our arms, man. I mean, pretty solid. Let's just see where we go. Okay, so I did the work. Not the work. There's not much to do because there is no bottom for Microsoft. So this is the bottom, 241. If you look at a daily chart here for Microsoft, I mean, it's just been really sick to the downside there. I like the name. That's 235. That didn't happen. That's today. And then so you just go into here. It was all I was looking at here. That's 232. But this bottom right there, 239. Like it's so silly to look at these levels. So they have nothing to do with today. So as far as I'm concerned, so we'll just sit here and then take another long in Microsoft. We're going to try, like I said, we'll try to respect that what was that level there that I just talked about downside there, 240-ish maybe. Again, another name that we're willing to sit into all day here. That's going to be Microsoft, as I don't believe that there's too much risk today. So we could be wrong. We'll wait, but that's a 240-225 area. I want to see the futures get taken down. I'm not getting out of Microsoft unless this really starts to fall back in. So we're in a decent position now, long at 240-275. I feel like if I get out, if it flushes, that's probably going to be a mistake. So let's watch out to see if that does happen. But right now we are into Softy, we're into Apple, and those are the two longs, and we're just holding out for some of those bottoms. Wish I found something short, maybe Square, like you were mentioning there off the Bitcoin.
It's gotten away, right?
What is Coin doing? Coin's back down to 49. That was a great short. Look at this Coin bounce. 52. I mean, that should have been something that we were looking at. So I feel like that's a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, so Square's down to 61. That's 150 in the money. Amazon, look, the thing about some of these shorts, I mean, you got the lower curl here on, so the second curl on Amazon at that 104 half. If we take out the low of the day here, I think we know there's room to 100, right? So once that's an opportunity, I don't want to be getting out at that low. I want to see if we can hold through and break trends. So what I'm watching here is both the ES and the NASDAQ approaching the low of the day. If we get any decent bounce, I cover Amazon and then go back to shorting pops. If we break through, I hold for dear life. Alibaba, which I thought had a chance to bounce, it's trying to do so now. It did get through 103, down to 102.5. If the market bounces off the low again on the ES and the NASDAQ, Baba is a much stronger name. Sure, I'll be thinking about getting out of an Amazon short, but the flip side is jumping back into the Alibaba long to see if we can play some of that strength that we are seeing. I haven't really been trading Tesla this morning, just a few other more interesting names. I don't think I'd have made money on it. You could have shorted off the pre-market highs. The long is randomly at 635 here today, so I'm not seeing anything obvious about Amazon in particular. Revlon, I got unavailable, so I tried to get locates.
Oh, really?
It said 5 cents per share, and then when I went to lock it in, the shares are unavailable. So not shorting this $3 level because, quite frankly, I can't.
130, 150. Oh, man. Okay. This is going to suck, man. But we got to stick to sort of our guns here and what we were thinking about with these trades. So we'll average into Apple a little bit. The thing is, I've been sort of sidetracked with Softy here, and that's going to turn out to be a mistake, it looks like, as it's starting to fall back in. But here we go. Nice little average price. We didn't buy any more down there. So although, yes, concerned, obviously, about where Microsoft is going now, not overly concerned about the direction here of Softy. It's just more about the prices of what the NASDAQ wants to do to the downside. I mean, I sorry that we're still talking about the same names, but like I am pretty invested here into some of these. So that's what we're looking at right now. We're looking at Microsoft as it looks like it wants to continue its march to the downside there. And we're just trying to defend this 242 area. So that's come in. It could be obviously a little bit of an issue here for Softy. But hey, we'll see. We're still in this, man. We're only out of the money 30 cents. I feel like we can defend some of these levels. So that's pretty much what we're doing. Let's see if we get a rip. We're trying to average into Apple as well. And then thanks for pointing it out, chat. I don't know who it was because I've been a little distracted here today. But Ford, I mean, talk about a name that we had. Mamma mia. We liked Ford long today, and it's just gone straight to the upside. We just thought that we'd get a dip early, but no, it looks like the tech names are the only names that are dip, ducking, and dodging and diving on that one. As a Dodgeball, another great movie. My kids are all over that movie. They like that Dodgeball, that flick. And then Jurassic Park was well loved by my boy as well. So that's a nice one. But here comes Microsoft right back. Okay, so now we're flat into Microsoft. Let's see if we can get a nice little move to the upside here. MSFT. Hopefully it can go, man. This is what we waited for. We wanted to average in. Now we got to wait for this market to pop back up. We missed the app. Yeah, there it is. We missed the Apple average. Microsoft, just tried and then stopped again. So hopefully this breaks a little higher and we're able to deal with this profitable trade. Hopefully it can get to that. We're not getting out of anything here until we at least break 242. And then I want to see the futures absolutely cranking lower. So I'm not sure that this is a trade I'm going to wind up getting out of Microsoft. So I would like to, please, and thank you, get something out around this 243 as we've held it against us about 30, 40 cents. So we need to try to get that to the upside. And then I'm really thinking 244 comes here, but that's still a little ways away.
So Sun Hans Mrak, thank you for the super chat. And you're asking me if I would short ride. The easy answer to that is Lordstown, no. And it's because it's not moving. It's got 1 million shares worth of volume, but it's not really doing anything, right? Like if you're trading it, you're either doing one of two things. You're either trading inside a range and you are short at 68 and you're just scalping it to this 10-cent range here, or you're looking for it to break down through 160. I just feel like there's a few names that are moving a little bit more and have a little more action to them today that I am trading. And on top of that, when you go to the higher time frame, here's your 150 level. Right? You also have 150 on the daily chart. If it breaks that, very significant. If you short the bottom here, you're shorting into that 150 level, which I always think can be a little bit of trouble when you short into support or resistance. I just got back into BABA. Brendan's going to take you to the small cap recap with one name that somehow I didn't trade today.
Hey guys, busy morning. Let's jump into a few small caps moving around this morning. KVL, remember Philip Morris distribution deal, very, very positive. It hasn't been up here since the beginning of the year, January, February of this year anyways. Right out of the gate, we break that 250. We were talking 250 support just before the open. Breaks to the downside, gives you a move down to 215, 210. Kind of consolidating now. There was actually a decent volume that came in on the initial move. We are dying off a little bit, though, for KAVL, still kind of grinding to the downside. Oh, Redbox. I tried Redbox on this break of the pre-market high there on decent volume spike. It's still holding 1150, or 1250, I should say. Oh, no, it is 1150. Support, which was tested a number of times here in the pre-market as well. So pretty quiet trade so far today. Our DBX not doing a lot, but showed initial strength. This INDO, I was in the wrong one, clearly. HUSA, very, very strong along with oil, but INDO not participating. $9 right now, trying to break guys to the downside.
All right.
So I got asked. Someone asked me about Occidental there, and I didn't mean to ignore it. I just kind of got sidetracked with the super chat and talking about Ride. So look, we had the break, and you can sort of see like it's just a V-shaped bottom. We talked about this in the afternoon. Anything that had a V-shaped bottom, wipeout bottom, any kind of a reclaim of a previous support level has a chance to break out. But we got to the first chop zone where we took shares out at 63. And then we're just looking for this 65 level. So nothing about this is invalidated. I get it, the market's coming back in to be sure, but there's still relative strength overall in this space. And as long as I'm seeing that, then I want to play off of it. So I want to hang on to this. We've already taken the scalp portion of the trade out, which I think is more shallow for a buck, and we can try to hold it for that next leg up. I don't want to sell it short. I already sold NEO short, and that was a mistake. So holding on to this while the trend works is going to make sense to me. As far as the shorts that we're in, Amazon is not split adjusted there, but Amazon's still trying to take out the bottom here, that 102.5. The bottom yesterday, 101.80. So that's a reasonable level to get some shares out before, inevitably, if we see 100, I will be that sucker bidding 100 and change to try to get that long. So if we continue the trend to the downside, I will get out in front of 100 because you can't go long at 100 if you don't cover a short.
Sir.
We always talk about that. You can't go both ways at the same time unless you have some kind of a glitch in the matrix.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Yes, sir, there it is, man. Some of these longs starting to come in a little bit now. We just reloaded up on Meta. We are rocking right now. Let's go softy, 240. Look at these buys, man. We told you, let's stay strong. Let's try these longs, man. Meta now 50 cents in the money. Microsoft now 50 cents in the money. Meta went all the way back down to that bottom, right? So we do seek revenge on Meta here today. As that was a name that we lost on early. Let's see if we can make back something late right now here on META. But Microsoft, nice move back into the 80s. Okay, we'll take that. We have to take that. That's a good little trade there. Now 55 cents in the money on loaded up shares, man, on Microsoft. So I just got to keep getting out. I have more shares than I thought, actually, on this trade. So we have a lot to get out of right here. Hopefully this can come back up, take us out even some more now. We want to get out of this, man. We talked about it. Any kind of a move up, and this is like me not being hasty or anything with our trades. This is part of the plan, man. We talk about this all the time. Trade your plan and plan your trade. So if Microsoft's going to go up like this is exactly what we're waiting for. Average in so that when it comes back upside, we're sitting there. So that's exactly what we're doing here with Softy. A nice little move back to the upside. So let's just reward ourselves now and just take it out. The prices are almost irrelevant because we weren't specific on the way down. We were just holding out for hope that this could rally back up to the upside. So on that note, we'll take out another Meta right there. So Meta, 28's out 80. That's another 40 cents. All we're sort of doing is stacks on stacks on stacks. I feel like we're the Federal Reserve here as it just goes brr. Hopefully that continues up soon. Doesn't look like they want to keep sending money through though. But right now, a nice little move back up to the upside. Facebook, Meta, and now we wait for Apple. We average into Apple and we'll see where this one goes. We're long this name right now, 132.29. So 9 cents out of the money on AAPL.
And I'm now going to get on the bid of Square. I said if it bounced off the low, then we look to take it out. And we just have to accept the fact that, look, if we're not going to make a fresh low, we got the curl, we didn't get the first trade, we're taking the second inside range trade here on Square. It could be the same thing with Amazon, and it's not to say that I think we're done for the day, but don't look them gift horses in the mouth, man. Like, if you can get that secondary play here, it's pretty easy. I said, once we broke down, we missed the first trade, I said, we'll look back to the pre-market low. If we get a reversal there, we'll definitely try it. I do keep checking back over at HUSA. Someone asked me what I thought about a short on HUSA. I already made top wick on this silly thing. And it does make look, you make a top wick, it actually gave you the re-entry trade there. We're hunting for a couple of other names when it retook 8. At this point, I always look back to where was the buyer when it had the first push off that key level. It was down at 770. Looks like they're selling that particular price. Sometimes that matters, sometimes it doesn't. But right now, I'm sort of seeing 770 as that key line. It also happens to be VWAP. But you know, I've already sort of got my in, taken my hit on HUSA. I'm not jumping back into it unless it's $8 or $7 to that downside. Only one short left. That's going to be the Amazon short. Occidental, as the market comes in, do have some concerns here, as it has not been able to get through that high. It's got a wick top to 64. Might have to pay the piper on this Oxy. It might reverse with everything else, it looks like.
As they say, yeah. Okay, so we made I mean, like I said, I'm not going to sit here and keep second guessing some of these outs, but good job so far here on Microsoft. Good job so far on Meta as we seek a little bit of revenge on that name here moving forward on Meta. So we'll see if that can go back up to the upside. AMD was talked about in the chat as well. AMD with a nice little move down to 86. I chose Meta to go back to, but nothing wrong if you chose AMD. I mean, that 86 bottom is also another nice little level there. So I don't mind trading some of these longs. I've sort of picked my target here, and that's going to be Softy. Look at the bump up now. So I don't really plan, honestly, on getting out of anything more here. If we could just sit in these, I think that's a good play for us now, just to sit here and wait to see what happens with some of these. So we'll do that, man. We'll wait to see here on Microsoft. Hopefully can get that bump up, and then we'll really be laughing, right? If that can happen, that would be great. Microsoft on the come up right now. Apple as well starting to go. So that's just another name here where we've been buying some of these bottoms. It's coming right up. Let's take a piece out here in the 30s if we're able to do that, because right there it just moved back up to its VWAP. This is a day when you're sitting here and you got to understand that VWAP is going to be pretty much my best friend. So is that 50 period, because I don't think there's going to be dramatic moves today. So without dramatic moves, this is what we have, right? We have inside levels. So that's the purpose of something like a VWAP, to sort of give you that identification of, okay, we're back to an average price again. So whenever that happens, you sort of take some profit and then see where it goes. So Apple, I mean, I just tried to offer 30s and missed it. So that's sort of where my thinking is on all this. And yeah, we're going to do the same with Softy, the same with Apple. Coinbase, check back in on that. Good out for Coinbase down there, but I don't want to go long. We do want to re-engage in a short if that does happen. Just a quick check on Bitcoin's back up to 22. That's nice. It got as high as 22.5 for BTC.
Just watch out for this NASDAQ here. Just be really, really cautious. We're right on these lows. And you got to, look, if we break the shelf, the ES is at the low as well, but you break the shelf here and you're going to want to be thinking about exiting those longs. Like, I don't want to be in the bob along off that VWAP area, that 103 area, if we're not going to be holding on to this. And it looks like we're just on the precipice. And if that breaks, like I said about Amazon, I just want to hold this short on the chance that we can get this breakdown. I think Square, I kind of felt was going to follow Bitcoin a little bit more, but the NASDAQ trade, I think, is going to be, if we do break that bottom, I think we got one here in necessarily Amazon. I can stick with Oxy. I think that'll be fine. People keep asking about Revlon a little bit here. And it's going to be frustrating because, $3 does eventually break down, but I think I mentioned we didn't have any locates, or when I tried to get them, it said it was unavailable. But $3 did fail. You are seeing it pop down through VWAP there. There was no update. I think it was just possibly getting some financing that Brennan had talked about. We haven't seen anything since then. It halted once, then failed at 3. Looks like they're pulling the rug on Revlon once again. Hasn't been the greatest stock in the world. There was that KVL. I know Brennan had this one as well. This is one of those, if you're sitting in that short, I know Brennan got it. Yeah, when these small caps gap up and then break support like this, sometimes you're just sort of sitting in that short all day long. $2, a bit of a psychological level. If it wants to hold that, that is one possible line in the sand. I have not talked about the chips at any point today, unfortunately, because there's been other fish to fry. NVIDIA, I mean, everything is sort of testing and looking a little bit weak, but NVIDIA, just on the higher time frame here, if you look at yesterday's low, it's basically put that in as a consolidation resistance level here. So if the market were to bounce off the bottom, what you'd have is you'd be breaking out on short-term resistance right through yesterday's support at about 156 and change, which does give you a couple of dollars worth of room to run with a 155 consolidation bottom. So it's about 2 to 1. However, that's not a trade you want if the NASDAQ's taking out the low. That's a trade you want if the NASDAQ is holding the bottom. Yeah. I'm taking my cue at this point from those futures. I don't want to be sitting in one of these longs if it breaks the range lower, and the NASDAQ just took out that low. So out of Alibaba. I didn't even wait for Baba to take out its consolidation. I just got out of it when we took that low.
I think that's a great move. Same thing with me, man. Meta, we got some profit there on that long, and then we dumped it out, man. We've been sitting here in Meta. We understand that Meta has not been a strong stock, so why are we even in it? We do not need to be in said stock. So we'll watch out there for Meta, again, possibly coming through. Apple made a nice little dip down. We still want to rebuy that one. And then I want to look about, did we talk about QD today? QDN, I don't know. Oops, it must be a new York name there.
Don't think so.
Went over to NASDAQ here.
Shop
It's up
300.
70% today. So QD there. I think it's a buyback announcement, Brendan. If you could find that QD today, just nothing. I mean, Brendan might have also already talked about this, and I just am in la land. But let's go over to Brenda. What's up, bud?
I did not, but you were right, Sean. 200 million, in fact, for QDN. I believe this is also a Chinese company. Am I wrong? No, it is. Yeah, it's a Chinese company. So, yeah, two different catalysts there.
So we talk about, and that's a great note there, by the way. You always want to trade what's moving, and QD's definitely on the list. I see you guys talking about it. Shopify 300, not yet, but it did bounce off 302. I wrote this one down because I'm like, oh, we're close enough that I don't want to miss it. Set that alert. It's obviously a big round number. They got their split coming up as well. Look at what just happened on Shop too, sort of breaking. I'll zoom in so you can see better here. Breaking to the downside through its support just today, 307 on the daily chart. It just chewed through that, so it is a nice downward trend here. If it pops, that'd be weakness I would play into. I wish I had seen the chart a little bit early because look at this $10 range it's giving you. 300 even, I'd probably take one shot going at like, not 01s, but like 350 cents or whatever, long off 300. But that's a break, given the trend and the floor break that we've seen here. I'd want to also be taking that short through 300 if we do maintain through the low of the day. The second I said the NASDAQ isn't holding, it then decides to hold. And we're right back above that low, which means NVIDIA, you want to break. There's that 156. Let's see if we can't grab that one to the long side. We know we want to get out. We know we have the upside to that 158. So let's see if NVIDIA can go. Hadn't talked about the chips for myself until now. We just got a setup. We just got an entry. Wick bottom on the NASDAQ. Couldn't take the lows. And we're able to actually get a higher low on NVIDIA. We don't have to play it off the low of the day. We can play it in the 155, 156 range. If we get a bounce to the top end of the range, I expect NVIDIA can at least get to 158.
Yeah, we did the same thing there on Softy. When it went back into that level there, we were like, okay, we will take that one more time. So that's exactly what we did there with Softy. So we'll see here what it wants to do now. We just took a piece out. I remember what I said about VWAP, and I think it was John Reinhardt or someone said there that they were like, yeah, this should be definitely traded like this today. So there it is, man. Another one for us here. Another victory dance happening for Softy as that just went right back up to VWAP. Not so much so for Apple as that didn't get there, right? And so these are kind of the things that you got to look at. Last year we talked about Clover, and I think I heard somebody talk about this again today. That breached too, but then these don't look like, I mean, they look like bigger moves because, quite frankly, they're decent sized moves. But, that level up to $2 there on Clover, if you're going to look at something that you think this market might be turning around, I mean, some of these names are like, this is 194. That's basically 52-week lows. I mean, there's a lot of 52-week lows out there. Some of these newer names like Teladoc, they're getting smoked down to the downside. I just wonder if there is some opportunity to pick some of these up. Without saying too much about liking these names, look at what ARK is doing. If you want to get new tech or anything like that, ARK right now continues to be the name, man. Down 1.2% now and still making new day lows. ARK right now taking down that 3550 as opposed to SARK right now. Oh, that must be a NASDAQ name. ARK is on the Amex, I guess, and NASDAQ is, SARK is over here. So moving in two different directions right now. SARK at all-time highs. This is the, almost. This is the inverted of Cathie Wood there. So you're looking at DraftKings and some of those other names that have been blown out pretty good. SARK would be the one for you if you're thinking short.
Yeah, and NEO is just continuing to just kind of kick me in the junk. We didn't lose on NEO, but we damn sure didn't hold on to it long enough. That's at 1775, right at the bottoms from, if you go back to Friday, you got that 1780 low up to about 18 even where it closed. It's hard to imagine that we're not going to have some kind of a dip or pullback or at least consolidation off that level. And we always say this, you got to trade the trade in front of you, not the one that you missed. So I'm not in the long at this point. So I got to look to this resistance level and say we could have a bit of a turn. 775, 18 even on NIO. It's just gone parabolic a little bit. I had the 15-minute up. We're up 10% on NIO into a flat market.
What? Why am I not noticing this?
Exactly. It's just one of those. I'm not saying it's a strong stock. I'm going to probably end up counter trend this thing, and who knows? You get run over, you get run over. But that's crazy. That's nuts, man. We've seen that buying before. I'm definitely going to try the short off at $18 even. I just see the chop in there. I see the potential for resistance. And if I can get a short off that level, I'm just going to have to do it. 11% into a flat market.
Yeah, I'm going to. I'll dance with this. I don't mind this. I don't mind the Alibaba is what I was going to look at there. You mentioned NEO there. I actually meant to talk about BABA earlier at this level here and 105, but it looks like we did break it. I'm just going to try it again on a break here of 105. So we'll see about a 105.10 or so level break. If we could take that level out right there, that's something that we'll talk about. Again, nice strength, big time flush down here in Alibaba the last couple days. Again, if they're going to change their tune a little bit there in China, this is a big name, man. Alibaba is a name that can work. I think a lot of us know that. So we'll wait to see. I said there's a lot of risk, but as far as the day trade is concerned, I feel like Alibaba can go now. So we'll see. Just nice little bases out there, 103. I mean, if you take this, like I said, we're trying to work off of some of these levels here as far as VWAP, as far as the 50 period. So even if it does take down 103 right now, we could still look over at this level and be like, 105, and give it that $2 of the downside. Like, if it screams past 105, that means the market is rocking. So I like that. So, if that happens, that's great. We're out of the money, 15 cents on Apple. We're going to try to reload that. We're flat on Microsoft, but again, the damage has sort of been done there to the upside already on some good trades. We'll average into this again. So we're waiting to average into Apple. We're trying to get some Ford if that comes back in as well. But after that, man, not much else on my radar when we only have 25 minutes left now. But so far, so good. You want to do something, Neil? I saw you jumping at the bit
very
there.
quickly before we go to Brendo. We got back above VWAP on NVIDIA, so it is trying to make that breakout. It got to halfway to that 58, up to 57, so took some out. I'm looking for 158. We'll see if we can get there. I will get out in front of it, obviously. I'm not in NEO, but it's getting darn close to 18 even, 1790. Wow, NEO is strong. Brendan?
Travel names, little change so far today, guys. Not really doing a heck of a lot. Looks like this Spirit Airlines deal is getting closer to getting done, though. $3.4 billion now on the table from JetBlue to pick up Spirit Airlines. So as I said, kind of quiet day. We are flat on save, but worth a note there for Spirit.
12% on NIO now. So it's a 17. Obviously, it's an
Take
$18
that
stock,
back.
so it doesn't have to move a heck of a lot in terms of percent, in terms of pennies. But 18 getting real close. 93 is going to be that top. The thing about, remember, like anything with Spirit, whatever potential deal can happen, Frontier, JetBlue, the regulators are probably going to have a field day holding that one up there. And that's the grain of salt. So when you look at the prices and you look at these offers, just remember that getting approval of that deal is going to be incredibly difficult. Probably more difficult for that than the Frontier, but it's a very complex situation. It's not complex what's going on in NIO. It's super strong. It's going to 18. I'm going to try to fade 18.
Yeah, I was thinking about buying more Microsoft. So we are going to do that. We're going to watch our Apple start to go, and then I'm still watching Alibaba because this is the name that, hey, I'm going to get into this name, right, once it takes down that 105. So that's obviously an area of concern for me right now on Alibaba. So we'll wait to see if that can come out very soon to the upside. CGC, 52-week lows. Like a lot of these names, 52-week lows. I want to look at Roblox as well because that's another name that could get going. Well, actually, we had what was it, Sonia, I believe her name was. We had a trader on last week. She wanted to talk about Matterport. We can look at that in a minute as well. Roblox down to 26 and change right now on the 1 minute chart. We already flushed down to 25. This one relatively weak today, actually quite weak against the market. So quickly before we go to Brendan, I want to talk about DraftKings as that's just broken through 11 here again. So that's another name that we're concerned with here. DKNG possibly to the downside here again. That 1060, man. I don't know. There's so many great prices right now. I feel like you just got to find them. And Brendan over there at Sector Watch might give us an idea of where some of this strength lies.
Hey guys, yeah, it's been a few days, but happy to show you some green on this board finally. A few areas to talk about. Industrials here, positive on the day. That's the energy group, positive on the day. Material stocks also catching a bit of a bid. Banks are trying to actually go green. There is still some weakness here in diversified financials, but individual banks showing some strength. We talked about FedEx there right off the top, increase in their dividend, so it's up 12% today. CHRW, Expedia as well, nice day, 4.8%. Airlines here, all red once again today. 4% plus for most of them. 3 there for Delta to the downside. I want to mention LVS here, 3.6% positive on the day when the rest of the casinos and hotels to the downside. That's Oracle, 8% higher off of the earnings report. We mentioned semiconductors showing some strength finally after a pretty tough week. As I mentioned, energy very strong. Oxy leading there, 5.8%. To the upside. CF, positive note on them this morning as well. They're up 7% on the day. It's worth a note, Twitter having a good day as well, 4.25%. Elon apparently speaking with Twitter employees for the first time today. Guys, back over to you.
Oh yeah, they had their all hands on deck meeting.
First time?
Yeah, so he gets to speak at their all hands on deck because hey man, if he's gonna try to take him over,
he should be the only one.
They're gonna have a lot of questions, I think, for him there, obviously. So I'm in NEO now, 89 short. 19 is 18. Check that. Sorry, 18 is the obvious level. We pull at the higher time frame. That's all we care about here. Just sort of saying it's up 12%. The pullback, even if it comes into 1770, then into 1750. I'm not talking VWAP, man. It's probably too strong to think about that. But the market is reclaiming those lows, which is probably going to help out here just a little bit. And if we are reclaiming those lows, I'm still hanging on to Amazon shorts. I do believe. I think if you've got something that gave you that bit of a curl and has a chance to take out the bottoms. If we get through the low of the day and break the range, I think Amazon's headed to 100. I still think that's true, so I'm going to give it one more chance here. If we don't break the range today and we stay inside, then this is going to have to come out at 102, 102 and a half at some point. But until I'm convinced of that, I don't want to give up the ghost here. So let's see what happens there. NEO just rang the register on that short as we just got a little bit of a tank in the market. So the market, we just broke the lows again. So NASDAQ through the lows again, ES through the lows again. If you got shorts, hang on to them. NVIDIA, we did grab that long in NVIDIA. We got the first leg. Now look at it flush right back in. That is a strong move back to the downside. Have to take some out for that first leg. Not sure we're going to get the second leg after the dip I just saw in the markets. Thankfully, our short Amazon NEO. Oxy hopefully doesn't care what's going on in the NASDAQ and the ES, but even it came back through 63. About $1 in the money on Oxy. Maybe we don't get 65 today.
No, maybe we don't. Maybe this is not an inside day after all. So we are going to be long right now. Apple, we just took another average price, 132.07. We're out of the money 50 cents right now on Apple. The exact same amount of money that we are out now on Softy. So we're going to play a little bit longer here with this. But the NASDAQ, like I said, I wasn't going to be super worried about this until we sort of extended back through some of these lows. And that's exactly what the NASDAQ just did there. The NASDAQ just making fresh new lows now. And I see that you're checking out NVIDIA. Yeah, I mean, I am a little bit nervous here as I was not expecting this. And so I feel like if there was other traders that were sort of in the same boat here, kind of thinking that we would dance around today, we were starting to do it there. We had to move early down, then right back up to flat again, and then back into this area. So now we're starting to make this move. One last sort of hurrah, I guess, is what I'm trying to look at here for this market. We'll see. Microsoft breaking back down below. I still don't have a target for this out, but honestly, Apple, because of how strong it is in the NASDAQ, we got to get out of this one if it takes down 131. So we're going to try to hold this for $1 or so. Back up here, 132.50 would be nice to get something out. And then if we can get a 133 if this market rallies. But I think we're going to be okay here holding on to it. But 131 is going to be the out there. Our BABA obviously didn't come in. Peloton down near lows. I mean, there's a lot of stock here. What's up, Brendan?
Interesting note here, guys, on Ford quickly. Looks like they've issued a stop sale order of the Mustang Mach-E over a potential safety defect. This is according to CNBC right now. It's not really doing anything. I mean, the stock's still up, having a nice day, 3.3%, but just a note for Ford.
Yeah, and you mentioned Twitter. I just want to quickly, just to point out the chart, there are chances to scalp this and actually make some money doing so if you have direct market access or you're not like restricted in the number of trades that you can do. So I just want to point out that it did have a double top at 38.75 or so that I think we can be at least a little bit concerned with. So if it does get through, it has the chance, because it's so far away from the deal price, it can always squeeze. And when I say squeeze, it's not a traditional short squeeze. I mean squeeze people that are day trading it or arb trading it and then sort of load it up in front of a key level and leverage because it's a buyout and they just have too many shares short, then it squeezes higher. So that could happen. I'd be looking at 39 even in that particular case, and just look at the support it's got down around 38. Gets down to that price, I think there can be some buyers in there that you can take advantage of to buy some dips. Didn't want to ignore that. I know some people look at it. I know Prad does occasionally. NEO just bounced off 1770, so I did get some of that out. Looking to see if we can't make another dip down to 1750. But once again, this is not the first time it's happened, but the NASDAQ goes through the, it's kind of hard to see, I'll zoom in for you guys. It's like a 15-minute chart I have up on the NASDAQ. Goes through the bottom and then holds. So it holds the low and is trying to rally again. So that'll shake me out of NVIDIA, which I don't mind. You know, it's, I did take one leg out of NVIDIA, but when I see it break the lows, I'm like, I'm not fighting it. I'm just getting out of the trade. If I had gotten back in at the same price, yeah, I'd be scalping it for a winner once again. Nah, I don't want to necessarily play that game. I just want to see if we can't hold on to something which is working for us like that Oxy, play off of a level that I feel like has a bit of a more clear risk to reward, like that 18 in NEO. That's just more clear than diddling in the middle on NVIDIA. I was trading the middle. So if I'm gonna sit there and be second guessing myself over and over again, whereas with NEO, I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm playing off 18 and 18 alone, and we break through that, and all I got to do is run to the exit. I have nothing else to do but give up the trade.
And guys, like, let's just go spin it. I mean, it's been a while since we spun the money, but you guys will see what we've been doing here, and it's been making a hell of a lot of it. Apple right now, 131.90, we're long. 131.90. It's at 132.50. I just said, let's see if Apple can get back to VWAP, right? I mean, and there it goes, a nice little rip to the upside there. 70 cents in the money on Apple. But Apple, yeah, Apple's okay. But what about Microsoft? Let's go again. Spin that. This one's actually probably worth one of these today. Bang, because there goes Microsoft all the way to the upside. Let's take a piece out, 67s or so, if we can get it. But right now, Microsoft really starting to pay dividends here for this trade. Nicely done. 165 in the money now on Microsoft. Apple, banger today as well. Boom, boom, boom. Right up there to the upside. Now we can just sit back and chill, man. We're making a good amount of money today. Some good trades. The only negative name that we have on board, obviously, is Meta. And we got dumped out on the lows here twice. So definitely not reading Meta properly. There's no doubt about that. So right now we'll stay away from Meta and see what happens with these other ones. But right now Microsoft, banger city, man, $1.60 in the money on Microsoft as that's still starting to go. Apple right now as well. Big time trading here in the NASDAQ. Couldn't be happier with some of these moves, guys. Let's go. Some nice upside moves happening. Microsoft now $1. We just took another out on Microsoft. Hello, that went up to 244. We'll take it. We'll ring the registers and we'll go. Yeah, buddy. And a couple booms getting dropped out there as well. Big time trading over here, guys. Nice moves upside. We waited for that. That's what we expected to happen. But hey, we weren't super confident in it. But the NASDAQ with that move. And again, we said inside day. Where are we? We're right in the inside right now. And we're cashing out. So big time trades there on the NASDAQ. Hopefully you guys were able to average into some of that. So let's go, man. I don't want to get any more, no more offers at all. Let's see how far we can go up.
So we just got out of course, that NEO once it broke 18. I actually took the breakout trade as well, slipped to 04. So you can think about 1 or 2 cents sometimes. This time you're getting like 3 or 4 cents on slippage in this name. BABA's not at 105, which I looked over and I'm like, okay, well, BABA, if NEO's at the high, why isn't BABA getting back to that 105 level? Looks like it's $1 shy of that. So might have some catching up to do in Alibaba and might be overextended in NIO, but it was a 1670 breakout earlier. 17 was a good break. If we get through this on the higher time frame, you're still through the 50 period. You still have a little bit of room to get back to the levels from Friday. It's been a super strong trend. I don't know anything that's up 12.5%. That isn't like a small cap name today. So NEO, I'm done fighting it at the 18 level. I'll see if I can't play this into the quarters as we go to Brendan to see what's going on in the world of currencies and crypto with Money Talks.
Brought to you by the Small Exchange, guys. Check them out today. Use the QR code on screen now. Sign up. Great information every single week from the Small Exchange. So easy to get involved in futures trading with the Small Exchange. There's no PDT rule, less capital required. Check them out today, smallexchange.com. The meltdown of the British pound continues today. Fresh lows. Wanted to show you 120 and a quarter right now for the British pound, guys, versus the US dollar. Multi-month lows here was down more than a full percent at one point as the US dollar continues its tear. 105.3 right now, up another 0.25% to recent highs for the US dollar. Euro bouncing back. There was some positive data out of the Eurozone this morning as well. So basically break even at this point. Canadian dollar to the downside, 77.4 now for the CAD. Versus the USD. Bitcoin, Ethereum still tumbling continues. We're holding above 22,000, guys, but wow. 22.4 right now for Bitcoin. Back over to you.
22.4. Hell yeah, on that one.
the upside.
Yeah, big time
If you
upside
can't
moves
beat
here.
them, join them, man. We talk about this here. I don't know. I haven't hit the Superman one in a while. Every now and then I'll hit it.
Yeah, do it, man.
But you can't beat them, join them. I'm still going to kick myself for getting out of Neo too early. Baba, we at least played 103 to 105, but Neo, we had 1670. And I managed to stop myself out flat. And all it went is 20 cents and then another dollar. 20 cents down and then $1 to the upside. I'm back into
where's
it.
Baba?
We're thinking 18. Baba's only at 104.25 here.
What?
So Baba,
Okay, maybe that's not-
Baba's got a shot. If Baba gets to 18, Neo's going to 18. Sorry. If Baba gets to 105, Neo should get to 18 quarter quickly, then 18.50. I don't know where the top is going to be here, but we've seen this story before where randomly and seemingly nonsensically, some of the U.S. listed Chinese names catch a bid and get what I would describe as algorithmic buying, and they're not heavily shorted names. However, when the momentum is there, they're just great day trades to the long side. That's the only way to explain it. It doesn't have to make sense. It just has to make money.
Yeah, or dollars and cents, we like to say around here. So
I didn't even mean that pun, actually. That was kind of by accident.
big pun. All right, so yeah,
Ready for war, Joe?
I'm with you on all
You know
these
that
dollars and all these cents talk here because that's what we're trying to do. So let's just continue with that sort of form here, and then just watch out for our trades, right? I mean, I feel like all you can sort of do now is have your game plan. I mean, that's why we're $1 in the money right now on Apple. That's why we're $2 now in the money on Microsoft. It's like, I feel like this is one of my best days, to be honest with you. We've held out hope on these names. They've come back for us. They've printed. We're cashing in now on everything. And it's just a nice upside move. And the thing about today is I feel like I've sort of articulated the idea over and over again, what kind of trades I wanted to see you guys in or what kind of trades I was in. And that was just believe in the fact that we go back and forth today. And, so far that's been exactly what it's been. The NASDAQ was down 0.4 at one point. It was up 0.4. It's up 0.4 now. It was up almost 1% right there, I believe. Something near there, maybe 8.8. And then down, right? So this is how the market started. We said it would be like this. Choppy downside, upside, down, up, right? And so as long as we're trying to pick some of these levels, and that's why I just stick with the names that I do best, man. The Apples of the world, the Microsofts, the Coinbases, that was written down there at 53 short. Meta's the only one that, it just ticked down. Like, I'm really happy with Meta. I mean, it's a negative stuff, so I'm not happy with it, but I don't feel like I've screwed it up. It's just like we just got ticked down there before the rip. We just got ticked out there before. So it's like the levels are fine. I got to just level down a little bit. It's a little more aggressive to the downside Meta. So with that being understood, that's what we have to pay attention to. So Meta to the downside, definitely worth some risk there. If the market breaks and I'm unable to get on with Pratt, and I guess it looks like Ian's going to start. I think a short, if you're going to play the short ranges, I like Meta for that idea.
Yeah, I just took another leg out on NIO. It might have just made a bit of a top there. 18 quarter did not get taken out. You got 18.20 as the high, and it's a bit of a wick off top. And when you see a wick off top, I'm usually thinking jam to the exits a bit. Alibaba's still at 104. The futures don't get to the 50. The NASDAQ doesn't get to 11.4. The ES actually got to the pre-market support level and reversed as well. So it just feels like you trim out. I can still hang into some of the long in case we hold 18, but trim some of it off. I thought I'd be reloading Amazon there, kind of inside of the range. So Amazon didn't break VWAP. I kind of thought, okay, well, in this situation, that was a pretty big jailbreak on the market. You just saw what Sean did with the longs. I'm thinking, well, why aren't we getting Amazon back at 104 again? We're not. So I did say if this happened, I would get out at the low of the day on Amazon and just kind of take it out. I'd have to make the call to get this 102.50. If we're not going to break the range in the morning, are we going to break the range at lunchtime? My gut tells me that's a little bit unlikely. So I'll see if I can't get out of Amazon at that low. Occidental doesn't care. Oxy's energy space, as you saw with Brennan there, has been relatively strong. But we got ourselves a double top at 64. The target was 65. At this point, if it breaks that, there probably is a bit of a breakout scalp trade at 64 that I can make some of that back with. But I see a little bit of a wick top on a double top, and I'm just going to get out of Oxy. If it gets to 65 later on, I can play it back with maybe a dip buy to VWAP or a break at 64 into that 65 range. So for me, back down now to just Neo and Amazon. We're out of the Oxy trade this morning. Someone just tell me, Mamaku there, looking at Rivian double top. You know, I haven't really looked at Rivian the last couple of
We
days.
haven't done anything in the EV space.
Rivian, Lucid. I haven't even touched Tesla today, which has been a while. It's got a bit of a double top. Relative strength though, so up 3% into a flat market. Maybe that has something to do with NIO and off of its lows. You know what? Weirdly enough, I'm not a huge Rivian guy, but that actually probably says market run, take out the top instead of play the fade. So I'm not going to short that double top. I don't actually think I like that very much. If anything, you take that out and NIO continues its rally and we hold the lows. This is a name that can squeeze on you. You've seen it before. And when it's relatively strong, that 3%, it would have to be at a big level. Like if it double topped up at 30, I'd be much more interested in something like that. Like you got that Head and Shoulders that it put on. But that 30 level would look a heck of a lot more enticing to me. 28 at this bottom, like that's reclaiming a support level if it breaks through. It could get pretty strong above that price, actually.
And of course, Neil, when you said squeeze, you meant squozed.
Obviously means squozed.
So I don't know. Shout out to Trader Pratt for that. So I got to do a little bit of housekeeping here. A big shout out, of course. You're about to see Ian. So congratulations to Ian for graduating yesterday. So he hit his levels there. So a big shout out to Ian. The only pressure now, Ian, is now you got to there's going to be an expectation to pump these winning trades here on the show. So now Ian had graduated.
With a fade like that, there's not that much pressure.
Oh, I figured it out. Dude starts looking like Brendan. Some of the mojo coming over here to Ian. Okay, so I got to get that fade game tight, man, because
I wish we could put that
yeah,
shot
go
in.
side by side, Lucas. Try to figure out a
do
side
that?
by side way of doing that because we're gonna blow this scene up right now. Because again, this is part of roasting.
Whose
we're
fade is
roasting
better?
Ian.
No, but whose fade is better? Ian's or Brendan's?
Ian's.
Brendan's the reigning champion. I mean, let's be real about
He's
this
the
for a second.
defending and
But
world
Ian's
champion.
He's the up-and-comer.
Yeah.
He's the up-and-comer.
Exactly. It's like there we go. Oh yeah. I see the top is much different. Yeah, there you go. Okay, what do you guys like better there? I don't know.
You know what? To be honest,
You can't really come at the king though. I mean,
that's
Brendan's
a clean
is,
fade Ian's got going on right now.
Ian is. I mean, these
That's
guys
tight.
are both. I feel like
tight.
Brendan is like the
tight.
Golden State Warriors, and Ian is like the Celtics. He's up and coming. He's a younger team here. He's Jason Tatum. He's Jaylen Brown. But we got Steph Curry over there goading it up, right? So I mean, that's going to be
0 for 9 on threes, not 8. 0 for 9.
Yeah,
Brad,
these
I
guys
hope you
get a lot
didn't
of
take
credit.
that bet on the quarters, right?
You did.
I had it.
Yeah. So
I told you not to take that bet.
That was
I
a
told
tough
you it was
bet.
a bad bet.
So sometimes FanDuel does boosts and things like that, and the thing is, they're doing it for a reason. I mean, they're trying to get you to bet them.
So the bet was, before we get out of here, because you guys don't know what we're talking about, the bet was that Steph Curry would get 6 in every quarter. He has to
Yes.
get 6 in each quarter.
Yes, that's
I'm
tough.
like, there's 3 things that work against you. 1, he randomly doesn't play enough minutes in one quarter.
Yep.
That's one way it doesn't happen. 2, he gets like 5, 6, 7 shots and then just shoots poorly one quarter. Or 3rd, he doesn't get enough shots in that quarter. There's 3 separate ways you can lose, and it only has to happen
Hold on.
once. It's
Before we
not a
get-
good bet.
Before we get too carried away,
not a good bet.
But it was 4.5 to 1. So it's not like that was like a 1-to-1 bet or anything
dude,
like that.
that's probably 12 to 1 odds.
No, it's not. It was 3.5 normal odds.
Really?
3.5. Yeah. So it was an odds boost. So I don't mind it.
I
Brad.
don't think I still hate that.
I don't mind it. But anyways, tough bet. I mean, that's what gambling's about, right? I mean, you see Parlay Prad hitting all the time. So Parlay Prad will be back, and he's getting ready to rock and roll right now. Okay, so we're $1 in the money on Apple. We're $1 in the money on Microsoft, and we're about to get ready, Neil, to throw it over. So any last parting words here before we give it over to Mr. Fade and Prad?
Just that Ian has one of the cleanest fades I've seen in a long time.
I like
and I'm
it.
not sure Brendan is still the champion, at least for today. So as we say that, we'll send you to Trader Prad and Ian. Go get them, boys.
Let's get it, baby. The market's already spicy right now. Too much fun to be had today. Every day is to be fun, right? And tomorrow we're gonna have a lot more fun. But more importantly, what's going on today? Feel free to throw on the stickers in the chat. Let's go through some of the stocks that I started off my day with. What did I start my day off with? Actually, part of this trade was actually stolen from Neil. So I looked over at my little monitor over here to see what Neil was doing. I saw that he went long Oxy today. So I was like, Oxy long, what's going on? Let me check out the energy sector. The energy sector was up on the day. It was booming a little bit. So I took this nice 170.5 long, added on 171 breakout and got out near 172. That was my first trade of the day to begin with. Then I tried to do something similar on HUSA, but HUSA didn't really give me the trade like I thought it would for CVX. I took the breakout of 8 and didn't really work out for me. Took a loss on that, moved on from it, and then I just started looking for some opportunities across the board. Like for example, Coinbase. This was a keystroke exit. I wasn't trying to exit over here. I was trying to throw out an order down here, but instead of doing that, I exited my full size by mistake. So I had to build my size back into this trade. So this was my first entry, second entry, keystroke exit by mistake. Got right back in at the keystroke, added over here, and now here these are my exits on the way down. Holding for a bigger move to the downside. I'm going to reload also on the way up on Coinbase. The catalyst for Coinbase today was 18% of their workforce is going to get cut down for what the CEO is calling the crypto winter. The CEO is not excited about the crypto winter that's coming up, or at least it's already here, I guess. And last but not least, I'm holding Coinbase. I'm in a Nvidia short, which is right now trying to go back to my stop and probably burn me on that trade after being a successful scalp to the downside multiple times. And I'm also in an AMD short, average price near 87.96, so basically near $88 or so. Scalping it on the way down. Also have some size to see if we can get a bigger move. Not really believing in this positive day on the market, even though we are 0.33 up on NASDAQ and 0.2 up on S&P 500, but all I see is rejection from VWAP all day on the futures. So because of that, I don't really believe in the positive move. I'm always looking for shorts, and Bear Prat today is somewhat killing it.
Yeah, no, Bear Prat is back. It's been a bouncy day today for sure. Basically kind of ranging. I traded a few things. I've also traded coin today. Bear Prat, I don't know. He said it first.
I could be a Care Bear. I've never seen it, but I know it.
I know Care Bears. I know Care Bears. Is he a Care Bear though? I don't know about that. Anyways, back to the market. I also traded coin as well. Obviously I had a short bias on it today, and I got run over on coin yesterday. So I was like adamant not to get blown out on coin, even though it was a loser for me today. I missed a short in the morning, the short off the pre-market highs there, off 54. That was Sean's sticky note there. That was pretty much perfect. So if you caught that, congratulations. I kind of shorted off here off 50 once 50 kind of broke down. But I saw kind of 49 holding up, so I just covered some there. 49 broke down again. 49 broke down here, so I shorted there. That didn't really work, so I covered there for a small loss. And then I was kind of shorting in front of 51, and I saw that kind of rejecting a bit. I tried that first. I covered some there just to take some risk off. And then I added here and then covered off as it broke 51.50. Clearly, I was a little bit too impatient with this one. 52, that's where it finally rejected. And, Pratt was talking about shorting off there. So that kind of worked for the rest of the day. And it seems like this 49 is kind of holding. I was thinking about the long here, but then I was like, I've already taken a loss on coin, and I didn't want to really risk too much more on it. So I kind of just left it. But it's kind of bouncing off 49 now. My most successful stock was AMD, actually. And I kind of had a similar idea as Prad. But initially, I was playing kind of over-under with 87, just because 87 was the low of day yesterday. So initially took a long there, scalped it out up here. I tried longing again. That didn't quite work. So I just kind of stopped out for a break even on that one. Then, once I saw the market kind of ranging, it bounced off the lows and now it's coming back to the highs. It was pretty simple, kind of shorting there, shorting off 88, but more so risking off high a day at the time, which was 88, 20 or something like that. So short there, cover my last piece around here, 86.40-ish. And then that was it for the short. And then, I was thinking long again, just kind of longing off this 86. If we are going to be, range bound, I wanted to kind of trade the range as well. Now this one, I was kind of seeing, I was just kind of reading the tape, and at the time the market was making new lows here. So I didn't want to be too patient with this one. But obviously that was like a mistake here, but it's fine, like, proper risk management, whatever. Covered that ended up being like a tiny win. I tried it again here, but this one I want to be even less patient with just because I didn't want to be like chasing it or anything like that. So I covered that one super early, but yeah, eventually ran up to 88, and now the short is kind of back in play again, right? So solid trades there on AMD. That short probably the best one for me. And then finally I traded CCL, and CCL kind of had a little bit of weakness just because, I guess the cruise line industry isn't recession proof, I guess, and they were coming off pretty hard recently and yesterday as well. But I originally wanted like 10.20. That was like this intraday resistance yesterday. I missed that initially because I was watching Coin and AMD, but that was like good shorts. And then basically when it came up here to 10, I was kind of like rejecting that. So I added short there, and then you're kind of just like covering out in front of low a day. So solid day for me, but yeah, definitely a little bit more range bound today on the market.
Yeah, I mean, like I kind of don't want to say I told you so, but I told you so. Like I did say, tomorrow I'm expecting at least somewhat of a green day, the market to bounce, but then also kangaroo around a lot to the point where I don't want to put any risk on the table. My day is just gonna be hanging around doing nothing. But that being said, I'm actually trading. I'm actually making money. I have 79 trades on the board. Nvidia short now $1 per share in the money. AMD $1 per share in the money. Coinbase $1 per share in the money. So I actually came in the day saying I'm not gonna put any risk on, but I do have some risk on over here because I did find some good opportunities. So here's my AMD trade, getting ready to give me another cover potential to the no, not full size. Oh no, I'm out of it full size.
Oh, you just cut.
I just covered it full size by mistake. As soon as I said no, not full size, I threw my order out. I was trying to fix my order type and cancel a bunch of orders, but it instantly failed me full size. I'm so aloof today. Like I'm just not focusing on my keys at all. That's my third keystroke today. I usually don't do keystrokes, so it looks like I'm not gonna go home and be playing Valorant tonight because most likely gonna be keystroking on there and losing my rank on that side. But more importantly, right now, at least we covered AMD in profit. AMD has been making us money all day. We're still holding NVIDIA, so I guess we can work with NVIDIA. But NVIDIA has been a little bit stronger than AMD today, at least as so far. AMD in the negative, NVIDIA not yet in the negative. But thankful that NVIDIA gave me profitable scalps over here, and then another chance of profitable scalps where we are right now. And last but not least, Coinbase, man. Coinbase coming back to the downside. I would love for Coinbase to give me my fills over here at 49 and 48.50s or so. Let's go check out what the chat is looking at for today. Redbox. Okay, yeah, I know Redbox was down today. So coming back to $10, whereas yesterday we were looking at, like 18 or something? Yeah, $18 yesterday on the high. We closed around 15, opened around 15 in pre-market, but all the way to the downside, and since pre-market and following through, I think we might find some support at 10. That being said, I'm not going long at 10. I'm just going to watch this position. But I would think we find some buyers coming in at 10 on this position, down 33% today. And anytime a stock goes down more than 10%, SSR gets triggered, which is a mechanic. Which basically makes it not impossible, harder to short. And wow, there we go, breaking through 10 on Redbox. The spread just opened up a little bit. I think it just opened up to 30 cents instead of 10, 15 cents earlier. So there we go. Now the spread's coming back down. They're looking for buyers, but no, we're still getting slammed over here on Redbox. So as I thought that the 10 would hold, I think we're still having that battle coming in for this position. And this is why I said I'm not going to push that order in front of 10. Now, if I want to push it, I could think about pushing it over here, but looks like the stock dropped to $9.41 on that break itself. So just the lack of liquidity and buyers just breaking every level to the downside right now, man. Redbox not looking good like a long today. And, trend is your friend, as always. Miss V's favorite saying, trend is your friend, my friend. And Redbox trend is clearly telling you, no longs.
Yeah, Redbox is coming off hard today, that's for sure. A couple of people talking about some of the Chinese stocks, BABA, so I'll get into those. BABA, whatever. BABA, it gapped up today. It is a little bit of a bounce day. Again, one of those other SSR stocks, but we've been talking about how BABA has been coming off really, really hard the past few days. But today, getting a nice bounce, and it gapped up above 100, right? So we talked about that 100 level being so key, and then you could have kind of just played off long off this 101, which was like pre-market base or pre-market low here. I kind of wish I looked at BABA a bit more here, but yeah, I was giving nice bounces in the morning, eventually kind of broke out. So that was a good long, but this could be potentially like a dead cat bounce. But you know what, it is holding above 100. So above this consolidation area. So solid day for BABA today, coming back a little bit after some weekdays. Now looking back at NIO, NIO, we talked about that last week, or I talked about it rather, how it's been on my blacklist. But so I didn't really have it too much in mind today. But yeah, looking like it's pushing towards that 18 level again. This 18 level is causing a lot of mischief around here. Like it rejected here, eventually broke out and couldn't really hold above. We talked about 20 being like the overhead of resistance, but now we're kind of potentially reclaiming that. But strong day from NIO today, up 13% on the day. Trend is your friend. This is the exact opposite of Redbox, right? Huge uptrend here and definitely a lot of strength. Oxy taking off. Yeah, I haven't really looked at the oil stocks today, but I saw that I saw that Prad traded CVX.
I stole that trade from Neil, to be honest.
From Neil? Okay.
Yeah, I saw Neil had an Oxy long, so I was like, why is this guy long Oxy? Then I looked at XLE, and XLE was taking off. I was like, okay, CVX is not really doing anything. CVX is only up 1%. It's pretty close to VWAP. Let me take the breakout long.
Yeah. So, we talked about how oil was kind of breaking out last week and, making new highs and whatnot. And then it just kind of faded the move and, it was down quite a bit from last week, those highs, right? So is a potential bounce in play, and it looks like it kind of was today, right? So, it held the 60 level nicely. That was maybe made a 58.50 low yesterday and, quickly reclaimed the 60 level today. But, look at this, similar setup to BABA. Once it reclaims the 61, you could have kind of just longed off that nice bounce here for the long and, clearly an uptrend today on Oxy and along with the oil names.
Right now, I'm just going through our watch list that the Brankles and Brando create for you guys. And thank you, Brankles and Brando, every day for putting in the hard work for us. Are we going to Brandon? Okay, we're going to go Brandon real quick.
Just quickly, guys, DWAC, big move down here on pretty heavy volume. Watch Digital World Acquisition Corporation, big volume spike and a move down. Also, FSR. If I flip over to Fisker here quickly, Fisker CEO seeing the end to supply chain issues, sort of.
Seeing the end to supply chain. Okay, that's actually a conversation I was having yesterday with my dog's girlfriend's owners. So I was taking my dog for a walk, and his girlfriend was going out for a walk too. So I was talking to the owner and everything, and we were talking about supply chain issues and all the troubles going around the world. And he was like, "Oh, the market was bad. You probably had a bad day." I was like, "No, baby, I'm a shorter. I had a great day. Let's go." But no, all fun and just conversations that you have with people are pretty interesting these days about the market. Even with your friends about the cryptocurrencies. Yo, bro, do I buy Bitcoin? It's coming. No, hang out
I don't
a
know,
bit.
man.
Hang out a
It's
bit.
looking real scary. But
Yeah. But the DWAC got called out by Brendo real quick. And yeah, look at that drop on DWAC to the downside. Big volume spike. Still very light on volume, though. Only 480,000 shares traded today. That would probably be a little light on the relative volume and 0.7 on the relative volume side. But yeah, let's just wait and see what happens on DWAC over here. I know Twitter had a catalyst, too. I think it was an all employees on hands meeting that Elon Musk is going to show up to on Twitter. Twitter's head office or the meeting too, and I guess we get to see what happens from that meeting. Maybe more conversations about the deal not going through or about the deal going through. And I know everyone in the world is just patiently sitting there waiting to see what comes out with Twitter at the end of the day, if the buyout is going to go through or not. Today, off of that catalyst, looks like we're up about 3.6% just because Elon said he would show up to the meeting, and I guess that is looked at as a positive catalyst. And now we're just waiting to see where everything else shows up. Show the ES, please. Yeah, the S&P 500 futures. Here's the, actually it's a U22, ES/U22CM is the new contract for anyone wondering. It's no longer M22. Thank you, Greg, for mentioning that. And as you guys can see right here, we're at the lows of 3733 on the day today, but currently forming a good base around 3740 on the S&P 500 futures. Still getting rejected by VWAP throughout the day, down about 0.3%, and Nasdaq/U22CM is also down about 0.25%, also getting rejected VWAP all day, and forming a little base around 11,300.
Yeah, it looks like we could potentially, keep bouncing around here. Market hasn't made a new low yet. Last time we got here, it kind of faded a little bit more, but then eventually bounced. And, if you were in long on a stronger stock on the day, it would have really worked. I want to talk about AERC quick. A couple people mentioned that. Look how hard it's coming off today, guys. It's down 26%, obviously SSR, but it rejected this 20 level like massively. And we talked about how like 15, 14, that kind of consolidation area, we talked about a couple breakouts last week about that. It's quickly kind of like vanished below that level now and, showing weakness below. So, my biggest thing here is what goes up must come down. We're not retracing the entire move, but definitely a big sell day today. And in that sense, I kind of want to take a look at this one here, KAVL. A small cap runner from this morning. It was on the morning watch list. They had like a nicotine distribution deal. So I'm not too familiar. I haven't really traded like small caps that much, but I want to kind of like watch this and maybe participate in a trade if I really liked it. But I paid for shorts actually for this one. I haven't even touched it. I haven't even shorted it, but I was more so waiting for it to like kind of give it like a nice pop. And kind of short off like $3 level or potentially like $3.50 if it got there. But it looked like it kind of just faded all morning. Didn't really even like pop to pre-market highs. So this one kind of like fell off the radar for me. You kind of could have shorted like 250 area like around VWAP and kind of rode the wave down there. But it kind of a lot of weakness after that potential deal happening or the distribution deal being announced. What else do you guys want to look at? Keep calling it out, keep asking questions. That's what we're here for. Don't be afraid to keep asking questions.
Yeah, we're not going to buy it, guys.
Sorry? Yeah, we're not going to buy it, exactly. There was a question here, Andrew Harris. I think Bears versus Bulls got it. Yeah. Market is stoned because it's just getting faded off. Yeah, you know what? We're kind of just waiting, right? We're kind of waiting for the Fed meeting tomorrow. And now it's crazy because 75 basis points rate hike is getting priced in. Like it's up to 96%. Like looking from the CME like Fed rate tool there. Before, like I think it was last week, it was at like less than 20% or like maybe like 12% or something like that. So that's just like super crazy. Tesla, yeah, let's take a quick look at Tesla. I've been getting chopped up on Tesla the last couple of days. It has been like somewhat in play just because it's trading around key levels. But you know what? Today, like I got my new grad risk. I didn't want to go and like blow it all first day kind of thing. So I was just kind of like taking it easy. But yeah, no, Tesla kind of chopping around this 650 area now. We talked about how it kind of bounced there last week, and that's definitely a key level. But yeah, now kind of trading below. But you can kind of traded around this 650 level, but again, like kind of more choppy on the day, just having more of an inside day, pretty much flat on the day.
Yeah, real quick, let's get the like counts going. We have about 5,000 people watching us. There's 5 million people in the arena. So yeah, let's get that like count going. I didn't even hit it today, so I'm gonna be 1.9 something right now. Let's get that number up there. Boost that number up there, baby. Like the market's trying to get boosted right back to the north side over here. Coinbase trying to go back to the north and give me some more shares, which I'll gladly take. But more importantly, Revlon got mentioned in the chat. Someone mentioned pump Revlon in social media. Let's get it trending or something. I guess people are looking to take advantage of the bankruptcy news that the stock announced not too long ago. Probably has a decent enough of a short float on it to cause it to squeeze. Yes, 37.54% short flow. Looking for a short squeeze game. So that's actually what Ian was talking about a little bit earlier. That maybe the meme stock squeeze today. We're still waiting to see if GME squeezes today. We're waiting for that 125 to come into play. I haven't really seen it come into play yet. We did get close enough to it though. AMC I think was up on the day. Let me quickly go check if it still is. And it should be on from SSR from yesterday. Yeah, so AMC pretty much flat / up on the day after being on SSR from yesterday. And the only meme stock that seems to be in play right now is Revlon, which is clearly up 100%, bumping up all the way to VWAP, which is around $2.50 and just trading sideways around there. Couple other stocks that I know got mentioned in our, or at least in my morning prepare watch list was Best Buy coming out, I believe was a negative catalyst, but actually got put up over here by 1% today. And it's BBBY, or BBY is Best Buy, right? BBY, yeah, Best Buy. Getting put up almost 1.5% today, 1.8 million shares traded so far, and holding above VWAP, while both the markets, the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq, are bleeding red today. Well, not really bleeding, I guess. You know, they're both red, but they're not bleeding that badly.
Yeah, it is more of like a weaker day. You know, like every kind of big bounce is getting kind of faded off. So, you know, again, we're kind of just like waiting for tomorrow and seeing what happens. But yeah, it definitely going to be a lot more volatility tomorrow, that's for sure. Someone said thoughts on Apple kind of bleeding here with some calls. You know what? Apple is having pretty much like a flat day as well. You know, traces the S&P and the Nasdaq quite a bit. But you know, bouncing off this 130 level potentially. You know, we kind of always looking for these like nice round like whole numbers for these large caps to kind of bounce off of. You know, nice psychological levels. But yeah, definitely a little bit weaker off after like kind of falling off this 150 area. So kind of just be careful with that. Like we are kind of making new lows on the daily here, right? But if the market does bounce tomorrow, you know, like a quick like dip and rip scenario, you know, Apple could be one of the bigger plays for tomorrow. That's for sure. IMPP. Let's take a quick look at that.
Why does everyone say that, man? Chill. You guys are not PP.
Yeah, maybe you guys just called that out just because they're trying to make a joke or whatever. But
No,
clearly Prad's making the jokes here.
It's the energy stock.
Yeah. So the energy stock, it is coming off today, down 11% on the day. You know, bit weaker after rejecting one, right? So this $1 level is consolidation around here. Rejected there yesterday as well, you know, after kind of having a stronger day in the morning. But yeah, now coming off hard and you know, testing these consolidation areas potentially here, like 0.6, like to the, yeah, I guess like 65, 60 cents around there could potentially be a bounce. I'm just kind of looking at the tape here. Not too much size on the tape. A lot of volume today, surprisingly, but not really like a lot of executions happening right now, right? So maybe less active today since it's kind of trading down the lows. But yeah, definitely more selling momentum in the morning.
SPYs are about to break the lows right now. SPYs are heading right back to the low a day as I'm watching ES/U22CM. There we go. Right back to the low a days, 3,733. We're only a couple points away from there. Do we actually break the lows on SPYs and continue much lower than here? Can you please take a look at Dawn? Yeah, for sure. I know Dawn was in play yesterday. Let's go check out what Dawn is looking like today. Ooh, still taking off on this position for Dawn. I know this is a chart yesterday from $7 to $15, and right now we're trying to get above $15, $16. I think yesterday actually we were $15.89 or something was the high a day, and we started pushing lower from that. Let me just quickly go make sure if that is accurate. DAWN high from yesterday was 1590, yeah, so 1590 or so, trying to basically break that $16 level on this position and run past it. We're still waiting to see if the stock can do so and you know, have the volume to do it. Today with 8 million shares, I think yesterday we were doing around 40 million shares. Let's go see what the relative volume is for DAWN. Relative volume on Dawn is 20 times, so clearly tons of eyes on here. And once we get a good volume spike, the next big volume spike, I think we can really break past that $16 level. S&P 500 tried to break down from the low a day, but didn't do it successfully. So Coinbase popped up over here a little bit more, filling my shares near my average price, and now getting ready to take more size over here near $52. Once 52 breaks, I'll take my loss and I'll move on from that trade overall. But until then, I'll just keep on, you know, rinsing and recycling this trade for me as long as it keeps on working.
Someone said here, anyone think we can get to 100 on Amazon today? I doubt it, just because we're a little bit further away now, and you know the market's probably gonna start consolidating a bit more. But Amazon did have a little bit of a weaker day. You know, we've talked about how Amazon has been weaker since like that split. So kind of coming off hard here after you know, rejecting 105 and falling off there. So the short was a good play in the morning. You could have played the bounces off like 102.50 here. You know, kind of just like risking off low a day. This was a good like low a day bounce and you know covering in front of VWAP. some good bounce plays here. But overall, like Amazon, like lower volume on the day, like it was kind of pushing like 100 mil volume shares traded at the beginning of last week. So I really want to see it be a little bit more volatile for it to be like on my main radar or my main watch. But yeah, definitely that $100 level is it'll eventually come into play, I think. Like we're kind of headed towards there. I don't know if we get there tomorrow. Maybe it's like, that dip and rip scenario, dip to 100 and it rips, it bounces off that. But, we've talked about how breakouts have been kind of poor on Amazon, not really kind of trading the way I like to see it. But yeah, definitely something to watch coming up, that's for sure. I wanted to talk a little bit more about AMD just because this 88 level was like such a good short, and we talked about kind of trading the range. And today I really wanted to kind of focus on reading the tape and trying to get better with that, reading like the time of sales and whatnot. So that's when I was like kind of longing here off the bottoms. I was just I didn't want to give it too much time just because I was kind of reading the tape and I wanted to see how it would react to certain price levels, right? Like if price levels get reclaimed, is there like a lot of buying above and whatnot? So, that's why I had the early covers. Eventually it did rip, so maybe I could have been a little bit more patient, but it looks like this 88 level is pretty strong if we are going to keep trading the range. So if it kind of does get there, I might toss out like a feeler position to kind of get a short off the top there and just kind of risk off high day. I was kind of waiting for the 86 to come into play, but it seems like AMD is a little bit more stronger than some of the other large cap tech stocks.
AMD stronger, you would say. Okay, AMD actually I thought was a little bit weaker.
Just because the bounces that it's getting are a lot bigger, right? If you look at like the Apple chart, it's not bouncing back to high a day like
Apple
AMD
doesn't
is, right?
bounce that much. Yeah, Apple consolidates very tightly. Microsoft does the same thing. These guys are very bigger cap than AMD, and AMD also has like that $100 barrier on the top, big PE, a lot of things on AMD and the semiconductor sector overall. We know how that's been dealing with shortages and supply chain issues. So that was just my sole reasoning as to why I think AMD is a lot weaker than Apple, even though Apple has been doing absolutely nothing all day. I actually have some longs off Apple at the bottom, the same way I have longs on Microsoft at the bottom, because this Microsoft trade is almost an identical repeat from yesterday, but in the other direction. So I was just constantly scalping shorts on Microsoft, and I'm not constantly doing it. I did it once, and I just got out of that scalp right away, 50-cent scalp real quick, took my profits, exit stage left. But honestly, you could keep doing this every time the bottom came in, and this is what actually Sean kind of shows you guys a little bit. Apple shorts probably from the highs or longs from the lows. Microsoft shorts from the highs or long from the lows. Keep on rinsing and repeating these trades until the level breaks and you're no longer able to take that trade for yourself. I should be doing that, but more importantly, I'm more focused on Coinbase and other stocks for myself. No real. I like to be involved in movements a little bit, right? So clearly Coinbase is moving around and I'm involved in it. Let's see if we can keep on adding the P&L with the help of Coinbase, or does Coinbase with my potential, I'm putting a little bit of more risk on this trade, so maybe it takes my day away from me or it doubles my day for me. That's the dream over here, right? Let's go to social sentiment at the big screen with Brenda.
Hi, let's jump right in. Why don't we? I was waiting for the thing. Here's a look at how things are shaping up so far today on social media. If you haven't seen this yet, just shows you the bigger the box you see, and the color corresponds with the more mentions and the more directional mentions for the individual name. So jumping off the screen today, red box, very, very negative, down 31%. For RDBX today. IMPP on here as well. Prad. SPY as well in negative territory here. Tesla to the downside. AMC positive today. I tried. There was a time when it was actually pretty decent to the upside, even though the market pretty red. I wanted to point out Apple here, dead flat on the sentiment side of things, but trying to hold, as we were talking about if you joined us in the pre-market. There's Coinbase. I mentioned Clovis earlier on today as well. Big move yesterday, extending that move today back into positive territory for CLVS. Kind of hard to see, but FedEx, FDX as well, popping up. Typically, you don't see the bigger stocks on this board, but FDX on that increase of their dividend so far today. So I'll look at what is being mentioned, guys. INDO and HUSA as well, positive on social media. Back over to you.
USA, ooh.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more red, but a little bit more of like a mixed day today, that's for sure. You know, just in kind of light of the context of this week, right? So let's keep it going here. We kind of looked at GME and AMC already for a bit. We'll kind of leave those alone for a bit. My mindset was so messed up yesterday watching crypto tank all day. Yeah, you know what? If your mindset or your mind isn't right, definitely maybe hands off that day, size down, risk off, and wait until you kind of get into that right mindset. I'm pretty sure we all kind of have like our own little like morning routine just to kind of get into that like right mindset. Maybe it's like listening.
What is your morning routine?
My morning routine? Well, I'd hop on bed, take a shower, get ready for work.
For like trading, my guy. We don't want to know about your shower routine and what songs you listen to while you're showering.
Okay, on the train, I like to start looking at levels. Start looking at like catalysts, see what's in play for the day. Like start picking those while I'm on the train. Listen to some music, get into like the right headspace and whatnot. And then get here and start kind of doing like my morning prep right around like 8:30. I like to start so. That's kind of like my, I guess, morning routine. And, we have like the morning meetings now, which is great. It's really been like productive. And, I would like to hear more about eating, showering. No, we'll kind of leave that alone. What's your like kind of morning thing?
My trading, like get into my headspace routine is just blasting music in my ears and just, dancing it out, just partying it out in my own little headspace. I think Sean and Neil probably hate me right now. Every morning I'm sitting here just blasting music, singing, dancing, and they're like trying to do a show, trying to trade, and all they see is this guy just bouncing in the background. But no, that helps me get into my trading space a little bit, helps me focus on my variables and so on. And everybody has their own thing, Maybe some people actually like to take a run after every winning or successful losing trade. This was a trader on the floor, and his methodology was after every trade, win or lose, he's going to go for a quick little walk and come back later just to give his head a little reset space. And it stops him from FOMOing into another trade or revenge trading. Let's say if it's a bad trade for him and so on. So whatever anyone has, your routines and your methodologies, stick to them. Let them work for you, and if it doesn't, I guess switch them up, right?
It's funny because like I used to like play around a lot. Like when I first started trading, like at home, I used to play around a lot with like different routines, like going for those like midday runs and stuff, and just kind of like figuring out what works for me. And now I've kind of got into a rhythm of what works for me, and I just keep kind of the same thing as trading, like rinse and repeat, keep doing it.
That's right.
And it kind of gets you right. Someone had a specific question here. Could you please explain when we see big size on the bid, what that indicates? So kind of just looking at here, this is the level 2, right? So this is the bid on the left side and the ask on the right side. When you do see bigger size on the bid, and I'm talking like thousands of lots, this is like in increments of like 100 times, guys. So it's like 3,700 shares here, 3,800 shares. It's not that much, like monetarily wise. So, when we do see big size, that may mean that there's someone really trying to get in the stock they're long, potentially at that price, right? So you can trade that a couple ways. Like you can kind of like front run the size. You can kind of play for like a breakdown of the size. Like if it really breaks down, if it's at like a nice level, like 18 round number or whatnot. And it goes like both ways for the bid and the ask there. So, that's what we kind of see or kind of look for when we're looking for size on the level 2. But if you have more questions like that, please keep them coming. My morning routine every day is to short shop. Yeah, if it keeps working, rinse and repeat. Just keep doing it, right? There's definitely some stocks out there that it's just every morning it's like pop and fade, pop and fade. NIO was doing that for a bit, but not today. A strong uptrend today, that's for sure.
Yeah, man. Look at Shopify right now. Just because you brought it up, I pulled up the stock just to see how it's looking like today, down 2%. If you just waited till the open, shorted it, a winning trade. If you waited after the open and took the even dollar break out of the pre-market low, still a winning trade. No matter what you did, on the short side, looked like it was a winning trade. So good job on the successful short trade on Shopify. I know Shopify got approved for, I think, what was it, 3:1 split. So
many companies getting like these splits now.
They're just trying to create liquidity. Yeah, I got no issues with that, especially with how this market's been going through with the things. the share size issues that we hear about all the time. So I have no issues with that. But yeah, Shopify right now coming up a little bit with the help of the overall market. S&P 500 getting elevated to the north side. Tried to take out the low multiple times, but and failed to do so. So Nasdaq is also getting pushed up over here with the help of the overall market. So that means Coinbase is moving towards my one of my last few entries that I could push a short in. And after this, if 52 really breaks and runs away on me, then I just take that loss for the day on Coinbase, and I come back probably later on in the day, not try to fight algorithms, which looks like it's very much going into that setup right now. It's only 11:35, but looks like the volume in the market's already coming off. So a lot of scary moves might be coming in. You know, a lot of choppiness action, especially when I'm watching Apple do absolutely nothing. Where am I typing Apple? There we go. Absolutely doing nothing on Apple today, just completely sideways, 0.54. Looking for some stocks in the chat. Baba trying to break high day. Yeah, the Chinese stocks are really in play today because the COVID-19 scene seems to be, the COVID-19 lockdown at least is getting easier and easier on the Chinese country, or China country overall. Chinese country. I was saying Chinese states, but I just confused my words over there completely. But yeah, here's Baba trying to take out the high day. High day is 105.17. So let's just say 105. Let's see if Baba can take out 105 again for the second time here. And usually when I'm looking at Baba, I always have FXI open on the side. The same way when I'm trading like CVX or Oxy, I always have XLE, which is the energy ETF, open on the side. And FXI trying to do the same thing, which is take out the high day, or has already taken out the high day. We are at high day on FXI. And if that is doing that, then I'm expecting Baba to very similarly take out the high day very soon at 105.17 or so.
Yeah, a couple of people mentioned DraftKings. We haven't really looked at this one in a while, but it is having a nice day, and a couple of stocks here are breaking out high a day, right? So there is strength in the market if you can find it. You just kind of have to look a little bit more deeper there. But yeah, it is kind of bouncing off the 10 level, on the daily here. But nice having a nice, maybe it's probably like a dead cat bounce day, just because we had so much selling yesterday. Like we went down 2 points yesterday, and for like a $13, $12 stock, that's obviously a lot. So big day yesterday, and it is continuation on SSR too. So if you had the dip in the morning, that little SSR bounce play that we kind of been mentioning recently, just because so many stocks are SSR, it definitely could have worked today, right? So it is harder to kind of short this stock. So after the selling was done in the morning, you could have easily played well, not easily, but you could have played the bounce here, after the breakout, playing off that consolidation area and kind of just risking off lower day, what we've been kind of talking about, right? NIO up 15%. Man, is it still going? Like a couple of people saying that's been breaking a high day. Yeah, look at it just kind of keep going, breaking a high day. This 18 level, we've talked about how that's been a problem, but if it can really start to accelerate above that and kind of just continue trend, it's just kind of like slowly grinding up now, like high a day. I don't really have the read on NIO. Like in this situation, I'd probably be trying to short it up here, but we talked about how I've been getting run over on that one on last week, so I'm just gonna kind of leave it alone for now. On my side screens here, I am watching AMD, CCL, and Coin just because I traded them earlier, so I kind of want to see if we do get potential re-entries on those ones, right? I want to wait a little bit more to see a closer test to 88 on AMD, so I'm still patiently waiting for that one. And Coin, it looks like that short off 52 would have worked a little bit there. That was like that intraday high earlier, but 54 is pretty much the overhead resistance yesterday and now resistance this morning. So multi-day level, definitely a little bit more confluence surrounding that level.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this rate hike tool right now. Yeah, accept all cookies. Stop annoying me. Yeah, so I'm just looking at. That's crazy.
It's crazy how even yesterday it was like 96% to 125, 150, and then now look, it's like completely flipped. It's
just give it a 4% rate hike and just end the world. Just
rip off the Band-Aid,
reset,
right?
Just rip off the Band-Aid. You pull off a Band-Aid slowly. It hurts as you're pulling on your hair. Just rip off the Band-Aid completely. Destroy the market. Let it rebuild itself on its own, ability to. And if it doesn't, then I guess we were doomed to begin with. No, I don't even know what I'm saying
it's
anymore.
It's kind of like that meme, and I'm sure you guys kind of know it. It was like that big water tank, and there's like that hole in the tank, and like water's pouring out, water's pouring out, and then this guy slaps like this little duct tape on there, and it's like slowly peeing off and it's like leaking out. Just rip the whole thing out. Let's create a new tank on the side and refill that one.
Yeah, rebuild a whole new tank over here. Just you know, give us that 8% interest rates already and get it over with, because I think I don't know what else is going on here. 8%, Sean goes, chill.
Could you imagine if it went to 1 full percent? You know what? Maybe we don't have to imagine. It might come eventually. Like 75 was like way out of the question. Or they said like last time they weren't like actively considering, and everyone was like, oh yeah, 75, never, no way. And then maybe 1% will come into play. Who knows? But
these sticky putty fixes that we're trying to do ain't working, man. These sticky putty fixes ain't working. Just rebuild a whole new tank.
Yeah, the Sticky Putty infomercial, that was what it was from. I don't know if it was called Sticky Putty, but it was an infomercial.
I think it was something like that. But yeah, let's go back to the market. I'm looking for some positions that we can talk about. I know Revlon got talked about, Cav, Husa. So SoFi's on the green side today. Whoa, okay, SoFi, what's going on with you, baby girl? Let's go check out SoFi. Almost near $6. It did break $6 at one point, around 10 o'clock or so, but instantly failing, coming back down, but holding VWAP all day on SoFi. So very happy noticing this on this position. Still out of the money deep on my portfolio, but that's fine, right? We're in it for the long haul, not the small haul. I don't know. For the short haul, short haul. But yeah, look at this position today taking off, man. We love watching positions like this. Some of the other stocks that I'm actually looking at, I don't know if we talked about Oracle at all today. Oracle actually had earnings last night. ORCL on New York came out with pretty decent earnings. They also mentioned their cloud data software overall, their cloud based businesses are the demand for that is increasing overall, and I think they jumped up about 12% or so in pre-market, but we did give back some of that because the market has been negative. I think Nasdaq is still positive. Yeah, Nasdaq is still positive, but overall the market has been inching towards the downside today. So Oracle got beat up by the market beta, getting pushed down to $69. I did try a long after 70 broke to the downside. I got chopped up over there, so I said screw this, I'm not trying this long anymore. I'm going to walk away with my flat trade on this trade, and right after that, within the next 10 minutes, I saw it pop. So that was my trade. I missed out on it. Now actually watching the base come in for near $69 on Oracle could be something to think about, but I'm not really too eager to take a trade right now at this time of the day, going into lunchtime very soon. But the long seems to be the right direction because S&P 500 is trying to still it's actually rejecting 50-period EMA on the way down. This is the 3-minute chart. Not sure why I have the 3-minute here. Let's go to the 5-minute. On the 5-minute chart, it was a green candle trying to go towards the VWAP or so. And NASDAQ, which is already on the green side today, trying to stay green a little longer maybe.
Yeah, I want to change my my EMAs here as well. We talked about this last week, how I was kept using 13, but I think that, especially on something like a 5 minutes, the 50 and VWAP, I kind of like that a little bit better. And it is kind of rejected. It rejected that earlier, but look at this. It was kind of right around VWAP. It is giving a bounce off these lows, but the dips can always keep dipping. And I want to address one thing here. Someone said just short sell everything. You can have that bias definitely going into it, but you have to be you definitely have to be patient in a market like this, just because it is bouncing around, and maybe people don't really necessarily know what to do at some of these price levels, right? Because we haven't been here in so long, right? So you got these dip buyers, and you also got people kind of selling and stopping out on their longs, right? So you got kind of both directions in play, but I want to talk about patience just here on CCL, because I initially missed the short off 1020, and I talked about how that was that intraday resistance level yesterday. So I initially missed that, and instead of kind of chasing it down, I was watching on my side screen, I saw that there was a lot of selling coming in, but it was SSR, so it's hard to kind of get short on that, right? So I placed a couple orders there, never got filled, so I kind of just left it alone and wanted to just kind of be more patient with it. And I was willing to let it go without me, right? So eventually it came back up to this 10 level, and nice round number, a little bit of consolidation there, and couldn't hold above. So I kind of wanted to short in front of this 10, so I added there. When it rejected, then I placed another bid to kind of short a lower high close to that 10 level, and eventually got it, right? And then
That's how I got short there. So yeah, short bias for sure today initially on some of these stocks. But again, you just kind of have to be patient with it. And one thing I'm glad you brought up Oracle, because I was quite disappointed in this one, just because I thought there was going to be a little bit more strength in it. I was originally like looking forward to like kind of bounce off like 70 like really nicely, but it didn't really do that. Like it started fading below, and the market was like coming off hard at the time, and I was like, okay, like I don't really want to like get chopped up around $70, and that's what it basically did there for a bit. But yeah, I was expecting a little bit more strength in this, but the move has been kind of faded off completely. And then someone said, imagine if AMD breaks out 88. And you know what? It is kind of testing. Like I've talked about how the bounces were a little bit stronger on AMD here, like just around this 86 level, and kind of trading back towards that high a day around that 88 level, right? It rejected here the second time. I got the first time here. Second time, I guess, if you count the pre-market there, but I got the first time here, second time I missed it. Prague got that one, so good short on that one. Third time's a charm. I don't know. I don't want to keep recycling the levels too much, so maybe like size down on that if it gets a little bit closer, but and then kind of add to it if it starts working a bit more. But yeah, definitely waiting around this 88 level. It seems like a pretty key level. I got some SPY lottery tickets far way out of the money. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I was talking, I forget who, I think it was like Luca, but I was talking about like maybe the longer term like calls.
Like the leaps?
Yeah, the leaps are probably like the play, because like I'm sure like they're so far out of the money now and a lot cheaper in that sense. So that could be the play.
I saw in the chat someone said, I dare you to short GME and Kodak. So I was like, maybe GME is waking up a little bit. I know we mentioned GME earlier. It had come back down in VWAP, so I was gonna keep GME on my radar. So as soon as you mentioned that, I rotated to it, and I see that we're actually popping right back to that 123, 125 areas on GME. Volume's coming back into this position a little bit. We're at 1.18 million shares now, instead of earlier when we were around 700 shares only, 700K, shares traded on the day so far for GME. So yeah, clearly this stock's waking up. We are getting pushed up to the north side on this position. S&P 500 now in the green. NASDAQ about to take out VWAP to the north side. And here goes AMC up 2.5% on the day. AMC getting ready to do some wild stuff too over here, and most likely test $12 very soon on AMC. So let's see how that ends up playing out. And Coinbase, my only trade on the board right now. I have all the size that I want on this trade. I have my stop sent out. Now we just wait and see what happens if the trading gods allow me to turn Coinbase into a big winner today, or do they just take away my profits for the day and I have to start from flat again all over, at which point, that's fine. We put all of our P&L that we made on this one basket, and we believe in this basket. That's what having conviction in your trade is. It's like when you have that conviction, you push that size and you give that no risk, no Rari type of trade. But thankfully, this one only makes me go flat if I lose on this trade. Why is NIO flying? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I was just going to say, yeah, no risk, no Rari. You got to put risk on, if you want to win big, that's for sure. But that also entails bigger losers potentially, right? And we'll see. I'm trying to actually get short on coin as well, just to see if it can potentially reject this 52 level again. But it is SSR, so guys have to be patient with that one and let it work and let the orders work for me.
What is this NIO? So Baba is about to take out 105 right here. So I was just quickly going over to check out what Baba is doing while NIO is doing this. NIO getting launched towards $19 today, up 16 beautiful percentages. And I guess it's that idea of just that COVID-19 restrictions kind of easing up a little bit and China opening up a little bit more. So we also know that NIO did have a boost in deliveries not too long ago. Not a crazy boost like Li Auto or XPEP did, but still a boost in deliveries, and that cost NIO to go from $14 all the way to $20. So NIO is pretty much on its ascent over here towards that same $20 barrier that I think we're going to go see it play around in very soon. Maybe we get some short opportunities. Look at that size on NIO on the bids, baby. 169,000 shares trying to go long at $18.60 on NIO. I don't know if that size just came on or was it there, but that size is increasing. We're getting pushed. Why am I not taking a long off of that size. I should be front running that size right now, taking a long off of it, and then my stop is basically the break of 1860. Instead of arguing with myself over here, let's just take a small trade, and you know, if 1860 breaks, we walk out of it. So there we go. Now we're long on NIO, and let me quickly also throw out my stop on this one, 18.5, 18.59, and if it goes back to the downside, it goes back to the downside. I take that quick little couple cents loss, and who cares at that point? But if it ends up being a winner for me, we're getting at least 40 cents out of this as we're going towards $19. So let's see if this trade ends up working for us.
Yeah, no, I'm quickly gonna hop in that as well here. So let's see if this works. Just give me a second, Brad. Let me set up my stop.
I can talk while you're doing
yeah,
your
go
thing,
for it,
don't
go
worry. Well, so we don't have to just sit here and like battle a little bit.
Yeah.
Twink News, TWINK. Is that a ticker? I don't know if I can pull it up on NASDAQ maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe if you throw on a ticker for me, that would be easier. IMPP is killing me. Sadly, looks like IMPP not working out for you the way some of these energy stocks might be for other people. Yeah, we're getting pushed down big time on IMPP, down 14%. I think some of the best stocks for energy stocks to invest in today or trade today to the long side were CVX, Occidental, and maybe even HUSA. You know, IMPP being a penny stock, I try to stay away from that. And I you know, sadly, I can understand the pain of going through that losing trade over there. Even HUSA, look out how badly HUSA has retraced right back to the bottoms, right? So that's why I try to look for these good companies such as Oxys or CVXs and so on when I'm trading that basket stock.
Yeah, we could talk about that NIO trade now, and I'm kind of just like trying to read the tape on it. And you
Is
see
that size gone?
I don't think it's gone. Like, no, it's not. Actually, it kind of disappeared there. Or maybe he's like taking it and pulling away the order, but we're still kind of risking off the same level here. But yeah, no, I'm watching like inverse gateways. You see these black highlighted gateways. That means they're inverse gateways. So maybe people like maybe a more like sophisticated money,
He's
like
gone,
we
I'm out.
like to call it. You know, they're trying to like get long or short. But yeah, it seems like that size might disappear. But we'll see. You know, a small position, just lying kind of in front of it, and we'll see where it goes. I'm still in the coin short as well. I eventually did kind of get that, and now that's like about like 20 cents in the money. That's pushing a little bit lower. But yeah, again, kind of risking off this 52. It seems like it's like this intraday resistance, and now it's kind of pushing lower. So we'll look to kind of be more patient with this one. Again, it is hard to kind of short, so it is going to be like a slower moving stock to the downside, especially after that downside momentum in the morning there. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be a decent trade for us. Maybe kind of take out some in front of this like 51 or VWAP level. And it looks like that NIO, I'll quickly look back at that.
It's an iceberg though. Like NIO is right now an iceberg. You'll see 180/60s keep on refreshing
Yeah,
on the same
you see how
gateway.
that quickly happened. I don't know if we were looking at the screen at that time, but it got down to 60 and it was kind of executing on the time and sales here, and then it like bounced up to 63s again, right? And now here we're right back at 60 again. That size isn't there anymore, but you see how it's kind of holding that level. Let's kind of just see what this happens. Like I'm risking like 2 cents on this trade, so it's like it's a good like R to R if it keeps kind of running up and trending upwards. So let's just kind of see where this goes.
So 60s actually has an iceberg, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys are just focusing on the level 2, as soon as you see it go to 60s, it starts churning 60s. But then the level 2 on 60s right here, this book right here, New York book, will go down to 50 or so, and it'll refresh right back to 50. So until that iceberg, you know, most likely he's probably watching or she's or you know they're probably watching the show and they heard me call out their pocket aces. So they're trying to hide their pocket aces over there, trying to put it on icebergs and whatnot. I still see you on the iceberg, buddy, and I'm still gonna call out your trade for all of my viewers. So until the iceberg at 1860 is gone, until they really get depleted, watch this person now remove this order and then move it to like something else. At that point, I really know they're watching this show, right? But no, looks like something fun is for sure happening. I didn't see the size on 60s. So I took my out at 65s. I took my 5-cent scalp on that trade. You know, not something significant, not something to beat my chest about, not something to be King Kong on the empire building about. But, you know, we got a 5-cent scalp. You could have taken that with 5,000 shares, 10,000 shares, risked 1 penny and made 10 pennies instantly. That's the risk to reward that Ian was just talking about. When you're risking 1 or 2 pennies, you could, as Lucas says, unlimited size, load up on that position position and you're instantly getting 5 to 10 pennies on that trade, and you can just keep on repeating it until 60 cents breaks. I personally don't like the time of day we're at. I think they're playing a little bit of a game with me personally, but and that's why I'm out of it. Hopefully you guys get to make a profitable trade about it. That's a good setup we just showed you. And here we go. Takeoff. Bullet, bullet, bullet. Straight to the north side. Booster rocket strapped to NIO. We're going to $19, baby. Let's see Ian have that profitable trade, which I had, but I didn't capitalize on because, you know, I played games with my own head over there. But Ian's about to make that money for me. Let's send NIO to the moon.
Yeah, you know, I'm trying to get out here on 71, so just kind of waiting patiently. And I did move up my stop on coin, so I'll quickly kind of talk about that. Yeah, there goes some of the profits taken on NIO there. But let me quickly talk about coin because I saw it reject there, and we quickly talked about that. But in that sense, I wanted to move up my stop to 52 just because I wanted to really respect this level and see if it would see what would happen, right? And you know, I took the L's on coin earlier, so I didn't want to give this one like too much space. I'm not trying to take like that much of a bigger loss on or something like that. So I did move my stop down. It triggered me out, which is fine, but it looks like it's not really rejecting off this 52. Like I would really want to kind of see it, right? So, you know, just the long on NIO for me, and that's kind of working. So just kind of focus on that for now. But yeah, coin, I'll just leave this one for today. You know, sometimes it just doesn't work for you. You know, you keep taking trades and you keep, maybe you're wrong on it. Not necessarily wrong on the short potentially here, but it didn't really give the movement that I wanted. Maybe I got to manage my expectations a bit more since it is like kind of creeping into the midday. Let's see, actually, since we're in the NIO trade, let's see if Baba is pushing up higher, just because, like, you know, Chinese ADRs tend to maybe move in confluence with each other. But yeah, it did kind of make like a new high a day and kind of testing that as well. But man, this NIO, like, I'm glad I can participate in this a little bit. And we always talk about like participating and non-anticipating. And I actually just broke my my rule on this because we talked about how this was like on my blacklist. And now here I am kind of taking the trade with it. But it was a good opportunity.
It's on your blacklist. When the trade shows up, you take it.
Yeah, when the trade shows up, you take it. And then, you know, now it's working for me. And yeah, we'll see where this goes. Where is it going to go? Like we talked about this 20 level. I don't know if it gets there today. That would be like an insane move. And since it is already up like 17% of the day, you know, I don't want to be too hasty with this. But it's just running. What'd you forget?
The stock's on SSR.
Yeah, it's SSR, yeah.
So that bid could not get smashed no matter what. That was a GPS trade 2.0.
Yeah, I might have forgot about that one too.
That was a GPS trade 2.0. You could not smash that bids at 1860s. So even if they had that amount of size and even if they were fake, we could not know because the short sellers could not smash that bid. I should have just taken 10,000 shares there.
You could have taken unlimited size.
What am I doing?
Size, as Luca always likes to say. Not necessarily unlimited, but yeah, that was the play, it seems like. And now look at this, man. Like, I'm almost 20 cents in the money here. We're living life, risking off that 60. Yeah, that was a solid trade, but not really given the same vibes as that GPS trade. But because the size was kind of pulled in on that GPS trade, what I kind of wanted to see similar to this trade, if it was going to work a lot better, was I wanted to see the size kind of follow, right? Like if it had followed up to like 61, 62, 63, 64, and so on, you know, then, you know, that guy must have really, really wanted in, you know, that person or that computer or whatever really wanted in. We didn't really see that, but, you know, I'm seeing a little bit more size here as I scroll down the level 2. So I did start scaling out some of the profits in front of 80 here just because I'm seeing more size pop up on the offer. But yeah, just going to be patient with this one and see where it goes.
Yeah, that was, so people are asking what does GPS trade 2.0 mean? So GPS on the earnings day came out pretty bad on earnings and got destroyed to the downside and was on SSR because it was down 20 some odd percentile. To begin the day with, but on the day, GPS started just climbing up to the north side, just started rocket shipping to the north side, and then on that rocket ship move, there was a big order on the bids, the same way NIO had a big order at $18.60. GPS had a big order at a price point where, you know, the traders on the floor called it out. Everyone just went long because it was impossible for new short sellers to punch that bid to take that size short. Only people who were long could punch punch that size to exit out of their trade for profit. But why would people who are long punch that size for a profit when they know there's a big buyer helping them prop the stock up a little bit more and more? So all things considered, this was a GPS trade 2.0. It is getting pushed up there. Yeah, the order was maybe pulled or whatever, but at the end of the day, man, the stock was setting up the exact same way, and then watch it get elevated over here to the north side right now. I said watch $19 come into play. It looks like we're not too far from that one now. So yeah, 19. You would have had instantly 40 cents in the money. You could have taken almost as much size as you wanted on that trade. It was a free trade just offered to you. I wish I had noticed the variables a little bit better instead of getting out for a 5-penny scalp looking like an absolute bot. I could have taken this move to $19 and I could have taken way more size. And I think Neil probably had this trade. I don't know if he did. No, Neil did not have this trade. Wow. But yeah, man, what a beautiful trade at the end of the day.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
yeah, you know, he's been trading Neo throughout the day there, but yeah, I just took a little bit more just because it was kind of struggling around this 80, and I wanted to kind of just like take off a little bit more risk off this trade, and now I think I'm just gonna let the rest ride. Still kind of risking off the same entry, so this is like the risk-free trade that we all kind of strive for as a trader, a stress-free trade, if you will. This is what it's kind of all about. But now we're gonna send it to Brendan at the big screen for Happening Now.
Let's try that again. Hopefully now you can hear me. JP Morgan, guys, with a positive note on Apple this morning, talking about their streaming and subscription services. And yeah, crypto, there's a whole group of stocks, obviously, but a few of them trying to go positive here. So as a group, still in positive territory, even with the move today on Bitcoin. If you missed it, it is kind of quiet right now for North American guys. Back over to you.
Actually, a special segment for you guys, for the ASL viewers, you know, for anyone who cannot have the hearing on by any chance. Brando was doing his best to do ASL. I don't know Brandon could do ASL, but no, that was but we had our mics off over there. So NIO did hit 1883 and is now starting to curl back to the downside. We'll see what happens. Prad was just happy it wasn't him that was muted for once. Yeah, honestly, I'll take that one. That's a dub in my book. But no, NIO, man, hitting 1883s. Looks like we did not hit 19. You're still in your trade, my friend.
I still am,
you
but
did scalp some good,
yeah,
though.
I scalped out some profits there, but I want to kind of talk about this because the risk to reward in this trade was pretty insane, and that's why I was kind of scalping out around this 80-cent area, right? So, you know, got in 62, risking off 2 cents, maybe 3 or 4 cents with slippage, right? So now I'm scalping out in front of 80s, and that's almost like a 4-to-1 trade, right? So depending on your sizing, you know, calculate yourself how much you want to start taking off and start scaling out. I am still holding some, and it looks like it's kind of coming off, so it could stop me out for the rest of it there. But you know, I put myself at break even. So if it does stop me out, I'll walk away from this trade, take what I can get from it, and you know, keep moving on to the next one. But a couple of you guys said that you had that trade as well. So yeah, good trade and congratulations. And that's what we're always kind of talking about. I did quickly tell Pratt, I saw size pop up at 80. There was like a couple thousand lots at 80 there, and it quickly got taken. And now look at what happened, right? We kind of faded
so you
this
know what
entire
that
run
means,
up.
right? So if size on 80 came up on this run up and that size on the 80 bids got smashed, that means the people who are going long off of those 60 areas, the front runners who joined us, are using that size on 80s to use that as an exit. So that means the longs are looking for their exits left right now and take that profits. So clearly the longs are dying out a bit. Let's check out how this $18.60 iceberg plays out. So we're only 3 pennies back to that level. I want to see if that iceberg is still there. And look at that. Yeah. we're still holding, and the refreshing coming in. We're still holding, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if it gets taken out. Refreshed
Well,
again.
it keeps refreshing. You see
And
how
I
that-
told you that's the,
and then,
that's
and
the
then
big
more people.
order.
Oh, there it goes.
Bang, bang.
There it goes, there it
And this
goes.
is why when the order comes back second or third time, you take less size or you don't take the trade at all. And that's what Neil mentioned this all the time. You know, you take that trade first, second, but the third time, less size or don't touch it. Less size or don't touch it. So the level gets taken out. The longs who built up their longs all the way up there are now even scared about their longs now because that level is no longer existent. That was just a real clean, and I'm very happy that we got to show it to you live on the show twice.
Yeah, that was a good trade there, and like a good example of what we kind of look for on the level 2. And that other person in the chat said like, oh, what does size mean on the bid?
Yeah.
So that's like exactly how
Perfect
it played
example.
out. I had a little bit of a keystroke there because I forgot to cancel my script to get out, because as soon as I saw the 50 or the 60 break, I just like, okay, I'm done with the trade, right? And then I took it out, and then my script executed me in for a long. So quick in and out there for break even. But yeah, solid trade there, and I'm glad we got to kind of show that to you live on the show. That was pretty cool. Let's take a look at Tesla. A couple of people kind of shouting that out. It looks like some strength came into Tesla above the 650, right? I've been talking about how it's been kind of chopping around there, rejected there, but then held VWAP, and now look, it's just kind of slowly grinding up as well as the market is kind of fading off and, you know, testing the lows, right? So look for, if you are getting long certain stocks, like look for what's stronger on the day, and then see what is you know, giving a bigger bounce when the market does kind of bounce off the lows. We're talking about today being more of a range day. You know, you kind of have to like pick your spots a little bit more instead of kind of just like spraying and praying. And then in that sense, I want to take a look at AMD to see if it is like, you know, breaking out 88 or giving more of a bounce, and it isn't, right? Like looks at the 88 kind of held as resistance and never really got close to it, so kind of like left it alone. Are you still short? No, you covered all of it. AMD.
AMD, oh man, yeah, that was a big keystroke.
Yeah, but you know what? You shorted like, or you covered like what, like 86?
At the
like,
low, yeah. at
Yeah,
the
you
low.
covered the low of this like this
Keystroke
dip
into
here.
the lows. How perfect that
Yeah,
was.
exactly. Like you live with those, you know, you take those all the time. But yeah, looks like that 88 is solid, and you know, keep rinsing and repeating until it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, Brando in our work chat throwing in some updates for some stocks. So first one, Apple and Major League Soccer to present A2 or AII? A2, I'm guessing is what it means. All. I thought it was like A2 or something. All MLS matches around the world, 10 years, Beijing 2023. So that's the Apple news over there. Not really moving off of that catalyst off on Apple. RDFN apparently lays off, announced today from the CEO. Could be facing years, not months, of fewer home sales. Ooh, okay. RDFN getting affected by you know, home sale problems. We know what happened with Zillow not too long ago on that one. Which one's the ZW? Is the ticker, I believe? Nope, just Z. Yeah, just Z. So we know Zillow got hurt off of that. Let me quickly go over to see if Zillow is moving to the downside along with that news. And I'm also hearing that, yeah, look at Zillow getting pushed down. The charts look exactly the same almost. RDFN on NASDAQ. And Zillow, pretty identical. Zillow also has that big volume candle on it, the exact same volume candle as RDFN. So a little bit of a sympathy trade maybe coming in onto Zillow off of that catalyst over there. And you know, I was just gonna mention to Ian right now that apparently prices in Canada for housing are coming down pretty big. So maybe. Well, you already own like 10 houses and Airbnb all of them. But,
just the one. But
maybe I can own one.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be a good opportunity for sure. If the housing prices do come down, and you know, people like us, the next generation can kind of get into that market and you know, buy a house. That's what I'm trying to do with my girlfriend, right? But it's been kind of hard. But yeah, we'll see how that goes and kind of see where it leads. Amazon coming down. Let's take a look at that. We talked about that earlier, how it wasn't really like kind of doing anything, kind of consolidating. It didn't quite get to the higher days, but if you kind of look at this like intraday range, like it's a little bit tighter, right? So that's about like $1.50 range, 102.50 to about 104, and then that's where it's kind of like trading around now, right? So it rejected this 104 area and now kind of testing below VWAP. I'm looking at the ES at the same time. the ES is kind of bouncing like here a bit, right? So it did kind of reject. Still more of a downtrend day, that's for sure. Obviously, there's weakness in the market today, but I want to see like if the market does bounce here, does Amazon bounce here, or does Amazon keep fading, right? So that's how you can kind of determine which stocks are a little bit more weaker, which stocks are a little bit more stronger, and kind of structure your trades around like low a day and high day, or in this case, like around like intraday resistance and whatnot, like that. Mortgage rates have doubled. Yeah, we're just kind of talking about mortgages now. Can day traders get mortgages? Yeah, for sure. Like it's all about like your earnings. Obviously, your earnings is like an average of what you earn like across the year. Don't buy your house with someone you're not married to. Hashtag financial advice. live your own life. Make your own decisions. That's for sure. Sorry? Yeah. We won't go over there. Make your own decisions. Do what's best for you. I want to take a look at NIO because there was randomly like size keep popping up at that 60 level, and it kind of faded here now, but it was like kept getting reloaded, and I was watching the time of sales and it got taken again. So clearly there's something going on around like maybe now like a bigger range, like 57 to like 61, 60 area. There's something definitely going on here, but now it's kind of fading below, right? So Prad mentioned how we saw that big size up at 80, and that had kind of got taken, right? So maybe that was the longs kind of like exiting their positions there, and him being a little bit more experienced of a trader, he kind of was able to recognize that, and I held through that. Not my entire size, like like a little bit of the size. Eventually stopped out for break even, but those are the kind of things that you kind of have to look for on the level 2. Do I mean VWAP? I'm not sure. DraftKings high a day, yeah, we talked about that already, is kind of breaking a high a day. What EMA is most like? Okay, here, you meant VWAP here. What EMA is most like VWAP? Maybe, I don't know if there's anything like that. That doesn't really make sense. Like, it's two different like indicators, right? Like the EMAs like takes like an exponential average or like a simple moving average, across like, if you use like 50 across like the last like 50 minutes, right? And so on, or based on your time frame on your chart, right? But VWAP is more like it's volume weighted average price. So it's like more of like when it's like open to close or the current price, like the average price of that. So it's like they're a lot different, that's for sure.
Were you talking to the chat about marriage and stuff?
I don't know. Now they're going off about like buying houses with your girlfriend or marriage. I don't know.
Tyrone putting in some great advice for you. If you don't get married, you could claim to be roommates. Financial advice.
Yeah.
Just I don't know how that works out.
But to invest in Miami, I'll be happy to help. Yeah, maybe.
Hey man, we got friends in Miami, baby.
Yeah,
we got
Miami
friends
could be the place.
Miami.
Now they got the Grand Prix there.
Yeah, we got friends.
And we got to visit
Miami.
next year.
I just need to really quickly fix this earpiece thing. Okay, it's fixed. We're good to go. And all right, let's go check out what's going on in the market, ladies and gentlemen. Helps with health insurance. I'd let my girl buy the crib. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to the market a little bit. Let's see what's going on. CMRA is up 190%. CMRA. What is CMRA doing? 20 million shares traded on this position. Ooh, it's actually taking off right now. Volume candles coming in. Stock actually did nothing since the open until now. So 11:25 is actually volume started pouring into this position. S&P 500 went right back to the low of days. It's down about 0.3%. NASDAQ is still up at 0.08%, but it's trying to maybe go back to the lows along with the S&P 500 here. But here's CMRA with the position that we're talking about. Oh man, looks like a recent IPO, maybe IPO'd pretty far up there, got destroyed to the downside to around $1, and today finding some buyers around $1, just getting pushed up. Let's actually go see if it is a recent IPO or not. IPO'd in 2021. Looks like it was trading almost like a SPAC for a little bit. Then we finally find out what happened around here. For the SPAC news, Comro Life Science starts trading on NASDAQ as after SPAC deal. Yeah, there we go. SPAC deal comes out and moves around after the SPAC deal and then destroys itself after the SPAC deal. So CMRA struggling a little bit. Let's see what happens in the near future for this position. I guess only time will tell if we can get back towards the $100 price mark.
So yeah, time will definitely tell, and that's like kind of the story of the market, right? So we are kind of testing low a day. I see a couple people saying, "Oh, breakout low a day." Yeah, potentially, a little bit less of a bounce. Like we talked about how it kind of bounced more here and bounced a little bit here, but hasn't really even been able to test VWAP, right? So if it does continue to dip lower, then maybe we do break new lows. But well. Did you say something?
He's telling me to fix my mic.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, that was for Brad. But yeah, no, now we got the earpiece in my ear now, so we have upgraded a little bit here. But yeah, no, potentially low day break, but again, just kind of consolidating, waiting for obviously the volatility to come in tomorrow. Prad's been talking about NVIDIA as like how it's been a little bit stronger, and I kind of wanted to see for myself. It is a little bit stronger than AMD just because it's simply like making new highs, breaking out highs on the intraday here. So potentially, I don't personally like to trade NVIDIA a little bit just because sometimes the spread can open up a little bit more on AMD and it is a little bit more of a faster moving stock, but you kind of have to like manage your risk a bit better and kind of go off that. But kind of still watching AMD on my side screen to see if there's a potential play off that 88 again, but it's kind of coming off quite a bit now.
Saad Mahmoud, happy anniversary, my friend. I see Bears versus Bulls wishing you a happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
CMRA to $4 are what people are expecting. Yeah, we're not too far from there. And with the volume coming in, with the buying pressure coming in, we could easily see $4 coming into play. But more importantly, I think the $10 level is what I'm looking for. But that level is quite a bit away from where we are right now. Today, man, I think maybe we see a break of 4, maybe a test of $5. Only time will tell. Right now, keep in mind, it is 12:14 Eastern Standard Time, so it's supposed to be a low volume period no matter what. So the fact that volume is coming in like this for this position, I'm going to expect a steep decline in volume very soon going into lunchtime over here and the rugs to get pulled on it. And that's just because, I'm bearish no matter what stock you talk about.
Care Bear
Prad. But we'll see what happens over here on CMRA, man. If you're long on this one, just hold on to your positions right now. Make sure you have your stops out there because this stock could really start moving up and get into halt positions. I don't think it has halted yet today. Maybe it halted right here at one point. I see some missing data, so I'm guessing it was halted a little bit over here. I can actually go check on this side. Yeah, there we go. CMRA did halt at one point around $1.75, opened at $1.94. And now we're waiting to see where is our next halt price going to come in and how big of a elevation to the north side does this stock have for us.
Yeah, people are saying like Neo bounce, and I wanted to talk about this again. And I apologize.
Real quick. I have this joke from Saad. I am bearish, and when I'm not, I'm definitely not bullish.
I am bearish, and when I'm not, I'm definitely not bullish. I feel you. Okay, yeah.
That's me, basically.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. And yeah, that is pretty much like you, actually. Not necessarily bear pride, but when it is bearish, bear pride comes out. Yeah, Care Bear pride comes out. Back to NIO, just because some people said it was bouncing, and it did quickly kind of reclaim that 60 level. And like I've been saying, like clearly this is an area of interest for sure. So it is kind of consolidating around this area, right? Like which way is it going to go? Maybe it's going to lead the trend for at least the rest of the midday show here. But it looks like it is kind of trying to reclaim this 60 level. But again, there's not so much size there anymore, right? I am kind of seeing like hundreds of lots pop up, but on an $18 stock, that's not too much. So I'm not gonna like make a similar trade off that size. But
and we're through 4.
Sorry.
We're about to break 4 on CMRA here.
Yeah. Let's quickly drop to.
No, you're good. Once it breaks 4, I'll bring it up. Don't worry.
Okay, yeah. So CRMA or CMRA is like obviously making the move today, but area of interest for sure on this, and kind of just watching to see if more size pops up. If more size like that, thousands of lots pops up again, then we'll look to make a play off that. But for now, just kind of keeping my hands off.
Yeah, so CMRA did actually break $4 by 2 pennies, and looks like we're getting stuffed down every time we do that. It goes up to 402, cannot manage to put 4 on the bids, and it just gets stuffed right back under 4 over here. Let's see if we can see that happen one more time or a couple times, but it does look like it wants to prime itself for that break through that 4 properly. It's almost like that One of my buddy calls it a Heinz ketchup play. It's when your ketchup is, not really coming out, you got to tap the back a little bit, get it primed, so when you squeeze it properly comes out, and you got to shake it up a little bit so you don't get water in the first, right? So it looks like people are getting ready to tap the back of the stock over here in order to push it through that $4 price. The Heinz play, my buddy calls it. Let's see if it actually plays out that way near this $4 price. There was some size on the bid, not too much, especially for a $4 stock. The size on the bid is irrelevant for the size that I saw. Could easily, Ian himself could take that level out if it wanted to. But, we did see 402, and now we're waiting to see, can we see $4 on the bids? And then, there we go. $4 is now on the bids, and we're getting ready to get above 4. 407 now the new high day. We're still struggling to put 4 on the bids and actually hold 4 on the bids. So this could just be the area where the stock starts to see some exhaustion for the north direction at least. 402 was the high, now 407, and I'm still waiting to see that strong buying power to come in and just start pushing it well above 4.
Yeah, and I wanted to talk about something that I saw because I was watching it on my screen as well, and it did make a new high there at 408, but again, it pushed to 407, and all of a sudden a lot of red came on the tape. Like everyone kind of offloaded, took profits maybe, and what was kind of important to see was the bid didn't really follow. Like it went to 407, and the bid still said like 403 on it, right? So on a $4 stock, I don't really want to see the spread open up that much, just because I like to see it a little bit tighter, right? But now see how the spread is like kind of opening up, and we are kind of pushing up more, and now real buying is starting to come up above here, and we got to 419 there, almost 420, right? And then sort of selling started to come on there. But, if it starts to, it looks like it claimed rather, that level, the 407, 408 level that it was kind of struggling with earlier. So if it starts to get below there, then, maybe some weakness comes in and pushes it back below 4. But now it looks like some real buying starting to come in.
Yeah, I'm just getting my stops ready over here for my...
Your coin short?
My coin short, because Coinbase is getting ready to maybe burn me once again. It is getting pushed up. So I did get all my size over here on Coinbase. And now we just wait and see what happens. Coinbase, man, is a lot stronger than I expected. Even yesterday, I know Ian was talking about this yesterday, how Coinbase was holding $50. So here's the chart. Coinbase never really broke 50 to the downside and was really, really strong. So I did not bother trading it yesterday. Today, coming into the day with the 18% layoff news and a bunch of other catalysts, which is, cryptocurrency getting beat down and a bunch of other catalysts over there, I was getting ready to just build into my shorts all day over here and just play with this stock for me. But looks like it might just try to burn me on this short opportunity. Looks like maybe cryptocurrencies are going back up. There's Bitcoin going back up a little bit, up 1% on Bitcoin. Almost every cryptocurrency that I track is in the green, actually. Solana and Cardano being the greatest of them both, 7 and 8% each. But Bitcoin very well being above 1% over here, helping out Coinbase, helping out probably some of the cryptocurrency stocks such as MSTR. MicroStrategy, man, has been on watch. What? You're at 160 right now, MSTR? Insane. So MSTR actually up 7% today, even though cryptocurrencies are their biggest basket, and they are pretty much pooping themselves every day they see cryptocurrency go to the downside.
Yeah, that's quite surprising actually to see them up 6%. Someone mentioned Meta here, so let's take a quick look at that. I haven't really looked at that today, and we're looking at it for the first time today. So it looks like it is kind of reclaiming VWAP and is reclaiming green on the day. It was fading with the market, and this chart actually looks the most similar to the ES chart here. So out of the large cap stocks here, maybe ES is Meta is the one tracing it the most here, but now kind of reclaiming VWAP and kind of breaking out of that lower trend consolidation, right? So maybe some strength comes in. If the market kind of does bounce here, then Meta could keep pushing. But you know what? On the daily, it looks so bad, right? It looks so bearish here on the daily. Selling volume is like increasing to the downside here, and then today less volume coming in, right? So potential bounce here. Kind of gonna wait for tomorrow, of course, but really kind of looking if it can get back up to like 390. No, I'm looking at the wrong thing here. What? This is. I thought I was kind of hooked up there, but no, there we go. My mistake, guys. But yeah, it looks like it bounced off 160. 160 was the level, right? So now looking at bounce there, and still a lot of bears selling coming in the past couple of days. But yeah, decent move here for Meta reclaiming VWAP.
I'm just waving at Maggie to see if she recognizes. She doesn't. That's rude, Maggie. I see how it is. But no, the market's just playing around, man, flirting with positive and negative. Kangaroo market. So more fun for the Aussie, oi, oi. That's actually hilarious. Yesterday, we were watching soccer at the Firkin.
Yeah, that was fun.
So this guy graduated, obviously. Congratulations. We went in the Firkin yesterday, and the Peru versus Australian qualifying
We
was
came
on.
at like the best time, right?
Best time. We saw the penalty shootout, the extra time. The Peruvians were just going crazy. So I was like, okay, if they're going for Peru, I'm going to go for Australia. Every time Australia scored, I just go, Aussie, oi, oi. That was fun. But no, kangaroo market over here, Aussieing around over here, oiing around over here. And Ashutok wants to ask me, during this kangaroo market, Pratt, are you looking for a short on Apple? No, my friend. There's no reason to even be trading Apple today, in my opinion. Until Apple really breaks 131 and goes towards 130, I don't have a reason to touch this position. That being said, I did scalp some longs on Apple. I did scalp some longs on Microsoft. Both of them very boring trades for me. Not interested in doing this again for the rest of the day until the market decides the direction for me. So if you're thinking about shorting some positions, NIO really showed you the high right there at 1880s, 1883. It showed you the high when Ian said there was a big bid that got smashed. And now the 1860 bid got smashed the second time to the downside. We're not going to $19 to break 19, looks like, or at least not yet. So if you are thinking about shorting anything, I think NIO would be a perfect trade, just not yet. I would wait for NIO to come back closer to $19. That way your risk to reward strategy is at the most primal levels that it could be.
Yeah, we talked about the risk to reward on that trade that Pratt and I both initially took, right? That's what it's all about, right? Like picking and choosing your spots, end up only risking 1 or 2 cents on that with slippage, 3 or 4, right? And then kind of scalping out in front of that 80 mark, right? But as soon as that size got kind of taken out, there it goes. It's back down to the downside. And then we kind of made a pushback, but not quite, right? It was at 80, but not quite the same thing. So I wanted to see if it did get there, was size going to kind of come up and we're going to see something similar, but we didn't even get a chance there, and now kind of bouncing off the 60 mark. So, it is kind of bouncing around here. Let's see if it does get up to this 80, and then you can, kind of risk off high a day kind of thing. But, it is kind of a bit harder on something so strong today. So just got to be careful, be patient with it, look for a good R&R trade. I want to welcome a new member here, Miami Beach Broker. Thank you for joining. Check out the channel. There's a lot to check out. And in that sense, let's quickly do the YouTube spiel that Brad always likes to do.
I love that when someone else does it, because then it doesn't look like I'm begging for it and I'm the one who always does it. So I love it. I love it when you do it.
Yeah, no, guys, we got a lot of viewers here. The past couple of days, more viewers. So thanks for joining and checking out the show. But 4,000 viewers today. We got 2.1K likes. Let's smash that like button and get it going. Hit the subscribe button and the notification bell so you always get notifications when we're on. But we are on from 8:30 to 4 live all day. And then there's a lot of things to check out here on the YouTube page. A lot of different videos. You can go through different educational videos. How are you doing the search back then?
Open the window a little bit bigger, make the screen bigger for your.
Yeah.
And then the search box right there.
Yeah. So you can search here. Let's do VWAP or something if you want to kind of learn about that. And now you got some videos about VWAP, right? So you can kind of search there. There's lots of educational content to definitely check out. And then if you want as well, there's also a store with some cool gear too. So thank you for joining, and thanks for all the support, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Ian, for that YouTube spiel. Smash that like button, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get that number boosted up there. Honduras 2, Canada 1, Canada down bad. Sean punch in the air. Yeah, so you know me, I like betting on sports. So I was just randomly going through my betting app and I saw Honduras 1, Canada 0, second period, second half. Right? And how much time was there left? 76 minutes have elapsed in that game. So I was like, the odds are plus 1,400. Do I just drop $1 on
You're always hunting for those R&R.
The risk to reward.
Did it look like a parlay or a platinum Prad parlay.
Yeah, it did for a second.
A platinum Prad parlay special.
Yeah, and the risk reward did look good. I got juicy, I got excited, but I didn't take the trade, so it looks like I actually was smart by not taking that trade.
How did your parlays go yesterday?
I needed Curry to shoot 2 threes.
Okay.
My guy had 0 for 9.
Yeah, this guy. Yeah.
0 for 9.
But other guys on the team picked up. Shout out to Andrew Wiggins, the
Toronto
boy from Toronto. Solid game in the finals. Showdown in the finals. Repping the city.
Dude, that boy's something.
Yeah.
That boy's something.
He has his moments, man. I feel like, once he kind of got into his own, picked his own spots, and found out what kind of player he was going to be in the NBA, he kind of grew into his own. But initially, they thought he was going to be like the next LeBron or something like that. I think that kind of put a little bit too much pressure on him.
He's a first-round pick. And,
first-round pick for sure, and solid role player now on a championship team, right? Potentially.
Rookie of the year.
Yeah, exactly. So solid player, repping the city.
Yeah. Dude, he put Toronto on the map yesterday.
Oh,
He put Toronto. Then back-to-back double-doubles.
There you go. That's what
Back-to-back playoff double-doubles.
Jordan Wiggins, because he's from, Maple. Yeah, we won a championship.
That championship is irrelevant. That championship is irrelevant.
Get out of here, Pratt. Come on. What do you mean it's irrelevant?
That championship's irrelevant. Kawhi got a lucky shot in, and we end up winning. If Kawhi missed that, it's a wrap.
It was tied. It was tied that game. We go to OT. It's in Toronto. Game 7. Do you not take Toronto?
Listen, Andrew Wiggins is putting Toronto on the map single-handedly.
Oh, come on.
Single-handedly. Rookie of the Year was a great movie. I have not seen that movie. Maybe I'll watch it. But I did watch Hustle, though. Did you watch Hustle?
No, I haven't watched Hustle.
Hustle's
a lot of people
good
are
movie.
saying that it's pretty good.
Hustle's a good movie.
Yeah, Adam Sandler, a little bit more of a serious role there. So, yeah, definitely going to check that out. I'm stuck watching Stranger Things right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
You told me that last night, yeah.
Toronto was very lucky that Clay went down. Hey, man, they still had to win the game, and they were up that game regardless before that, right? But yeah, obviously, Golden State was hurt and whatnot, but Toronto still deservedly so deserves that.
Listen, Saad says it's the best. Prad's good for at least one bad take a week. It's my job to take these outlandish bad takes just to cause a riot, just to have some fun. That's my job. Just call it the SHIT disturber, the pot stirrer. Cooking it, baby, cooking it like Harden all day, just cooking it up.
Now we're going on about the 2019 NBA Finals. KD was hurt. Yeah, KD was hurt, guys, but that team was way too stacked. Come on, KD on that team.
That team was money.
I disliked Golden State before.
Yeah.
Just because, obviously Steph Curry, amazing player, knockdown three-point shooter, one of the greats, hands down, one of the greats. But he's just a little bit too cocky, a little bit too confident.
Jordan Poole, after yesterday, I kind of dislike him. You are flopping, dragging people to the ground you just so you could get calls. Man, play the game. Stop playing soccer.
Yeah.
Stop playing soccer. Play the game.
That's
whatever.
one thing that really sucks about the NBA is
but
all
he
this
slapped those threes though. Pool party out here slapping threes from halfway.
Pool party,
court.
there you go.
Okay, pool party.
Pool party.
Okay. All right. Is Luka coming on today or is it just you?
No, Lucas should be coming on.
Lucas should be on today.
Maybe he's just away from the desk
well,
right now.
we still have for you until Luka decides to jump on. Then let's get back to the market here. Let's go check out what the market's doing. His dad, my boss at UPS. Well, you brought up UPS, so I'm just going to quickly go over to UPS to see what the stock is doing today. It is currently absolutely nothing, flat on the day, trying to break the lows near 172.50. Let's see if we can actually take out the low here, while the S&P 500 hanging out by the lows, not doing much, and while NASDAQ is pretty much near the 50-period EMA, also not doing anything, flat on the day for for NASDAQ, and S&P 500 down about 0.5% here. I'm not sure if we're going to the big screen here, are we? We'll give it a second. Okay, so yeah, we are going to the big screen. I think this section, this one's called Sector Watch with Brenda.
Hi guys, a quick update on the overall market here as we head through the lunch hour. Still pretty quiet. We're back into negative territory once again after going positive ever so briefly. You can see the NASDAQ still holding on to positive territory, 0.43, 0.47 for the S&P, and the Dow. Still a positive day for crude. Bitcoin, Ethereum to the downside in both cases. let's go the other way. I was going to show you a green board, more green coming in with the energy group. Some of the banks, some of the telecom sector as well, I noticed back into positive territory along with communication stocks today. Twitter having a nice day on those Elon comments today, guys. Back over to you.
Thank you, Brendan. And then Luca is going to come on here, so I just kind of want to again say thank you, guys. I know a couple people were still saying congratulations to me in the chat, so thank you, much love. Very much appreciated. Have a great rest of the day, guys. And as always, it's a pleasure to be here and talk with the market with you guys. But hand it off to Prad now while Luca kind of gets set up.
We love you, big dog. See you tomorrow once again. Same time, same place with Ian. Actually, Ian will be later tomorrow, but you guys get the idea. Right now, man, S&P 500 getting ready to take out the lows and maybe finally push a little bit lower for me. And obviously, if S&P 500 is doing this, that means NASDAQ is about to get pushed down a little bit lower. And that means my Coinbase trade, which has been struggling for me all day, pretty much flat on this position right now. My average price is 51.50. We're at 51.50 on Coinbase. So let's see if Coinbase can now start giving me some profits to the downside. I have a ton of size on this position. I gave it almost $1 out of the money for me. Thankfully, that never came into play. It never stopped me out. And now with the help of the market getting pushed to the downside, I would love for Coinbase to take out this NASDAQ book of 8,000 shares on the bids over here. Take that level out, get pushed right back to VWAP or so, giving me a $1 per share trade on near VWAP, which is 50-50. I would love that execution orders coming into play for me. Going from almost giving back my whole day on Coinbase to maybe start adding some more chips into my P&L today. So that would be a great opportunity for me if it actually plays out that way. Some of the positions that you guys are looking at, maybe peace out, see you tomorrow. Yeah, that was for Ian. Peace out, peace out. Peloton to zero. I don't think Peloton will go to zero, but if it does, I'll be the first one to say yes, without a doubt. I'll be the first one to fist pump in the air and be screaming, yes, I told you so. But I don't think Peloton goes to zero. Peloton right now hanging around down 2%, 3% almost, trying to take out the low a day. We'll just have to wait and see where Peloton ends up at. I think everyone's looking at Peloton as a possible buyout candidate. Maybe one day they get bought out by Apple to have more fitness basket stocks in them, or maybe they get bought out by somebody else. Who knows? At the end of the day, it is a very juicy buyout candidate for sure. But I personally have a lot of negative sentiment for Peloton. So when it does go to zero, I'll be the first one to say, let's go.
So Pratt, how would you define the company?
Trash.
Peloton. What is it? I love the comparison. Oh, it's an iPad on a bike.
iPad on a bike. That's it. Yeah, exactly. So why would Apple buy a company to put their iPad on their bike? They would just go create a bike and put the iPad on there.
How hard can it be, right?
How hard can it be? It's not that hard. No, all fun and games over here. We'll just have to see what ends up happening. Someone said, Prad, NZT is asking me, Prad, why don't you trade the SPY? I actually do trade the SPY, my friend, but it's actually on the futures side. I don't trade ETFs that much. I have enough buying power to directly trade the market on the futures end. Thanks to this amazing floor that I work for. Tons of buying power, no hindrance in how I want to work on that side. So it just depends on you, depends on the type of trader you are, depends on if you can manage the risk on futures better or manage the risk on ETFs better. Well, the answer is obviously on the ETFs better because futures teleport on you sometimes.
Well, I would say the ETFs teleport too. From time to time,
teleport too.
It really depends the day. And what's up, everyone? Hopefully everyone's having a great day, a lot better day than I'm having. And yeah, guys, ETFs sometimes teleport, futures sometimes teleport, Apple sometimes teleports, everything teleports from time to time. But yeah, guys, look at this. I should probably remove my fills. I think I might have overtraded Apple today. Took a little bit too many fills here. I had a nice short, and I heard Pratt in the background. He was actually saying, oh yeah, there's no reason to short Apple. And I'm looking over, I'm like, oh really? Like, I probably have like 300 fills on this today. But yeah, guys, that 134 level from yesterday, we didn't get towards that. I mean, we had that in the pre-market, but like the short right off the morning was like super money. And as you can see, I was like a little too excited trying to cover all my shorts that I actually got long here at the bottom by mistake. So just jumped out of that, then scalped along over here, back to short. And then I thought we were gonna make a push. It kind of felt like we were. And this is what really like killed me. Like I got like super chopped up over there. And then at this point, like, I don't know, I'm just chilling. Like, I think like you could probably play off that 132. Feels like the ES is, it kind of wants to bottom over here for now. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we kind of bottom over here from now and just kind of range trade. And so if you play off that like 132, 131 area on Apple, it seems pretty interesting. And yeah, that Neo trade that you actually looked at, that you took, that was solid. That was solid. I don't think I had it the way that you guys had it, but that was actually amazing.
Hey man, that was just you know, it took me a second to find out the stock was on SSR, to be honest. So after the trade played out, my brain was like, why was this trade so good? Let's look for other variables. And I look at the SSR area and my brain just explodes. It's like, wow, this was like a repeat trade. We could have taken it. But more importantly, man, you know, I gave this call out for the short on NIO, and NIO is actually playing out in that direction right now, getting pushed down. So if you are short NIO, congratulations on your short fills and the ability to get pushed down right now to the downside. Maybe we see VWAP coming into play. Maybe we see 1820 coming into play. I don't really have a target for my NIO short that I'm not even a part of, so I'm not saying why am I saying my. But yeah, the overall idea is I don't have a target for this. It goes where it goes, and make sure you're scaling out properly and exiting properly for your own end. And the best part is, no matter how properly you think you're exiting, you're still gonna do it bad. And that's the beauty about this job. You're always wrong. There's always ways to do things better. And right now, Coinbase, let's go, baby. Only 27 cents in the money, not something major, but the size I have on board, this push is coming in. I'm about to straight slam dunk this bucket like I'm Andrew Wiggins, baby, from other end to the other end. I'm about to poster Derek White right now, baby. Where's Derek White? I'm about to poster him, put him on a t-shirt. Coinbase coming to the downside, about to pay me more dividends.
That's solid trade. You know what's funny about the NIO? You called it, and you're like, you didn't even realize it was a short sale restricted.
Yeah.
And I'm in the back. I see NIO. I instantly see that it's short sale restricted, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be a banger. Let's go. So I take the long, and it's like slowly moving up. And then at that point, you're just like, oh, this is short sale restricted. Let's go.
I wish I saw it quicker. I wish I saw it quicker.
No, that was a solid play. And I also noticed that, like, so that size that was there, it's kind of funny. It's like right when you said it, like it like disappeared. You know, they're like, okay, maybe we'll iceberg this. But guys, when you see like an active buyer on the tape like that, and then they disappear, they iceberg it, and then price moves away, and then you start to see like the bids are reloading and chasing it up. Like, I make the assumption like this is probably the size that's chasing it up. So when it did come back to that level, like it was just gone. Like it wasn't there. So you could try the long, like I think you mentioned, like try the long, but with way less size. Like that's solid. But like, I mean, like, if it's not there, like maybe you take the bounce play because you say, okay, in anticipation that it might still be there, iceberg. But like once you see like, you know, like whatever it was, like 2,000 lots, and it's kind of moving up, and it's dwindling down because it's getting hit, but it's still moving up. Like once that goes, like that's probably the active buyer. Like the fact that they were there, they disappeared, they iceberged, and then they chased it up. Like what are the odds that's like a completely different person, right? So something to know for next time when you see it.
So someone in the chat's actually asking, why is NIO SSR? I'm actually looking to see if it was down 10% yesterday, and I think it was down 10% yesterday. So SSR day 2 on NIO, even though it says Y, I think it should say C over there, to be honest. But yeah, if I was just to look at the chart, I would not be able to tell you why it's on SSR, period. But because it opened up higher than where we closed yesterday. So that doesn't make sense why it says Y over there. And if we were just looking at yesterday's move, I think you can make sense off of that. So right now it's supposed to say C over there. It doesn't. It says Y. So that means it's on SSR day 1.
Yeah, it's kind of weird actually. It should be a C.
Right?
It should be a C
like,
because it gapped up. It closed at around 16 and never really went below that.
Yeah, my explanation.
So it's probably day 2. Maybe it's a system thing.
Yeah, the system probably looked at it wrong. So it's not SSR off of today. It's SSR off of yesterday. And this is why I always say, Luca, we need to actually find out what the C next to SSR is. We think it's continuation. Yeah. We actually don't know what it is. Because sometimes I think it's SSR day 2, and I still see Y over here when it's on day 2. And day 3, there is no more Y. So I'm still very confused as to what that C is. We need to maybe write a ticket to our developers and ask them what's going on that side. But anyways, let's get back to the market. Revlon has shorts on it. Yeah, Rev has a 37% short flow. So For sure, they're shorts on Revlon. I mean, the company declared bankruptcy not too long ago, so it would be hard for me to think that when a company is that close to bankruptcy, people are not loading up on the short side. We saw that happen to GME when GME was pretty close to going kaput. What was the GME shortfall? Like 150%, 200%.
That's insane,
So
yeah.
it was insane numbers, and that caused the meme stock revolution that we saw not too long ago. And today, Revlon trying to maybe take advantage of that short float squeeze. I'm still surprised though as to who's buying this stock. We know it's bankrupt. We know they're not making money. So why are we even thinking about going long on this? But hey, when the opportunity arises, just trade the trade. Forget about the bias.
So Logan says Revlon puts ? So the one thing I want to note is like when there's no free lunch, right? So if it's very obvious that they're going bankrupt, then you're going to pay an extreme premium for those. So just make sure that you're not like, there's obviously no free lunch in the market. So it's like if everybody knows that they're going bankrupt, like, yeah, you could take that trade if you find it, but like just make sure that the risk is in your favor, right? Even though you love something, the risk to return has to be there, or else like it's a no trade in my books.
So there's a question actually coming in from a chat, and it's a pretty rude comment. Thank you, Bears versus Bull, for reporting it. And the comment goes, if you do some puts, it's not restricted. Well, you're talking about options. We're talking about equities. We're talking about actual shares, not a derivative. Futures don't, sorry, not futures. Yeah, let's just ban that viewer if he does that one more time. If he puts the same rude message in there one more time, just ban him. Straight up ban him, right?
So that
we're
was-
trying to explain to you. So you want to explain? Go. I think you do it better. You honestly do it better.
Well, so essentially, like, I think the comment is saying, like, you could still sell
Puts.
buy puts,
Yeah.
and you will not be restricted. So that's 100% true. The thing is, though, the thing to keep in mind is, like, when you're trading shares, especially stock with a 1 cent spread, though the puts are going to have probably more than a 1 cent spread, right? Or maybe they might have a little more. But you got to remember that, like, yes, when you're trading stock, the stock is SSR, right? So you say to yourself, okay, here's the level to play off of. People cannot smash into that. Now, if people start smashing puts, meaning if they're buying a lot of puts to try to, set, like, the effect it's going to have is potentially sending the stock in that direction because now dealers have to hedge. But you also have to keep in mind that, like, with the same saying, there's no free lunch. People buying a lot of puts away, like, out of the money, like even 70 cents on NEO is not going to really influence the stock to, like, break that level. Like, yes, you could argue that, like, okay, they bought a lot of puts, the dealers are offside, so now they have to sell, so they'll sell into the size will break and it'll go down. But I mean, how many times have we seen it time after time where stock is SSR? And this is a quick scalp play. I mean, this is like, a 5-10 minute scalp. Like, it's like the size is there, nobody's selling into it. You take the trade, it pops 10, 20 cents, you're in, you're out, and that's it, right? So, like, obviously there's a lot of moving parts, but I would say that, like, these trades tend to show us that they are working. And, like, yes, puts could influence the stock if a lot of them come through at a random moment. But I just don't believe that, like, at a given time, somebody is like, okay, yeah, I'm going to buy, like $50 million worth of NEO puts right now because of that size, like, to take it short. Like, so it's like, like, obviously it could happen. Anything could happen. But at the same time, it's like, it tends not to happen. It tends not to happen. I think options have a bigger kind of influence on a stock if it's like a huge amount and it's moving towards a significant level. So, for example, when you guys seen those gamma squeezes on Tesla, it's like everybody was short, everybody's like the company's overvalued. There's not a lot of liquidity in the market, but there are a lot of options. So it's like the tail wags the dog theory. And as it gets closer to that sort of gamma squeeze area, it becomes like this magnet. And now there's no size on the book. The dealers are offside, so they have to buy aggressively. Any offers that come on get taken right away. So, like, it'll have that magnet effect if it's an extreme amount and there's no liquidity. But if there's a lot of liquidity, like NEO has so much liquidity, like endless liquidity, it's like, it's not really going to do that. So yes, you could buy puts as opposed to shorting the stock to get a better fill per se. But just remember that there's no free lunch, so the dealers will, add premium onto those when they sell them to you. And hopefully that covers everything.
Thank you, Luca. Yeah, that was perfect, man. People, most people don't know that we are more equities than we are only equities and no options at all on this floor or day trade the world in general. So it's fine to to think that we are misinforming because you just don't know what's going on. So we will being nice in the chat will go a long way for everybody, right? You don't get banned by putting in mean comments from Bears versus Bull or from me. Trust me, I have zero patience to mean comments. I'll ban you without a strike. So Bears versus Bull at least gives you guys 3 strikes over there. So you can thank him for that one.
And I see here, Hero.
A lot
Sorry,
of credit or no money. Sir, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Hero saying, I am shorting Neo now. It is not SSR. So you could still short it. You just can't hit the bid. Just for anybody who has those types of questions, like you just cannot aggressively hit the bid of a stock. So like looking at my screen, let's say it's Apple, it's SSR. I'll even pull up Neo here really quickly. It's like right now, 56. If you want to initiate a short position, you cannot sell to the 56. You have to sit on 57 and wait to get picked up. So that just means like that's what SSR is. It's short sale restricted. You cannot punch short. You cannot initiate a short position by hitting the bid. But you could still short it. You could still sit on the offer and get short. So for anybody that had that question there.
Meta apparently climbing. So let's go check out Meta right now. Meta is Facebook for anyone who doesn't know. The switch over for the ticker has happened not too long ago. Up 0.28% today when NASDAQ is only flat completely and S&P 500 down about 0.5% overall. So yeah, here goes Metaverse. Is it just Meta? MetaQuest? I forget. Is it
the
just
company
Meta?
name?
Yeah.
Just Meta, yeah.
Just Meta? It's not Metaverse, right?
Because they want to grow their metaverse.
Their
so
metaverse
they figured we'll change the
umbrella.
name to Meta.
Meta.
It should, gain a following, and then we'll grow from there, even though they're losing billions of dollars over there.
Meta platforms. Thank you, Brendo. Meta platforms. I keep thinking it's Metaverse, but no, it's Meta platforms.
Ben says Meta suck.
Meta suck.
Meta
wow.
world peace.
Meta world peace, yo. Okay.
Yeah.
I watched that documentary not too long ago. That was a good one. But yeah, Meta platforms getting pushed up to the north side, maybe with the help of S&P 500 creating a bottom near 3730, and Nasdaq also not really going to the low of days, but still getting rejected by VWAP over there. We'll see what happens with Meta platforms in the next few next few hours or so. We have about another hour with Luca and I today, so just gotta wait and see what happens. Who knows what they'll be calling it tomorrow? Yeah, maybe if it goes from Metaverse to or Meta platforms to what is it called again? The multiverse platforms, Meta platforms, multiverse platforms.
Yeah,
but yeah. I want to go look at Disney. Disney did not get called out today. We're actually under 100 on Disney, and I mean we were under 100 yesterday too. But there was almost like a no trade yesterday on Disney. But today, Disney giving you a beautiful opportunity to get short off the pre-market level 96 to the downside, and now currently looking at 93 on Disney, man. So big down move on Disney. Still getting rejected every day over here. Even series like Obi-Wan Kenobi and whatnot, not really helping them out too much, and I think that series is actually pretty good. So let's see what ends up happening for Disney, Pixar at the end of the day. And also we do know that they have a pretty big what's the word I'm looking for? They have a lot of assets in China, and that's causing them issues overall. So we're just waiting to see if China can really clear their COVID-19 issues completely. And so far, we saw today how Baidu, Baba, and NIO took advantage of that move. Baidu up 6%, Baba up I think another 6%. Yep, and NIO up another 6%. 15%, sorry, not 6. 15%.
Guys, I want to quickly talk about RDBX. So, this name obviously was super strong, had the run, right? Made a high, hit like 18 or whatever, 17 yesterday. And now we have like the first, you could argue first big red day, right? And this is what I'm talking about in terms of like, there's mean reversion traders out there, and maybe some of you guys are, and you're looking for these like short plays, right? You say to yourself, like, I think it's going to revert back to mean. So if you're looking at daily, right, and you're saying like, okay, it's holding this trend right here, just kind of this loose arbitrary trend, and it's up at 15. I mean, this name, and this is the daily, right? I'll pull up the 1 minute for you guys, and like, look at this move, right? So right off the morning, kind of does a bunch of volume and just falls off a cliff. So like this right here, like 20-30% move, like this is the meat of the move. Like as a short seller, I would argue that like these are the moves that you want to be going for. Right? Like you want to literally be playing off.
The chat's calling it Red Candle Entertainment.
Red Candle Entertainment, yeah. You guys never fail to make me laugh. But yeah, essentially, like, look, it tries to get back to that 13 level, cannot, right? So like, and again, I don't know if this is like a hard level, but like, let's say you map to yourself like 13 is the level, right? So you're taking like, 12, 16 to 13 short. Like once you catch that short, you know, you cover, you make yourself a free trade. Like this is the meat of the move. Like you capture 20-30% moves, A+ first red day type setup. Like these are solid, right? So it's like you definitely don't want to like be shorting this like into strength. You want to wait until it sort of like dies off, and then once it does, like it really kind of moves down, and then it kind of feels like there's no buyers, and then it ends up going to SSR, and then whatever is what it is. So it's like, you say to yourself, like, look, these are strong moves to the upside. At what point is this going to like fall off? Because it's probably going to reverse like the whole move, right? All the buyers buy it all the way up. They sell it all the way here. There's just no buyers on the way down. It just kind of flushes, and then boom, SSR. So yeah, something to look for like going forward. I'm definitely working on this on a strategy, like on a small cap strategy. I just haven't yet, nailed it yet.
I'm actually trying to find if I could see if the stock is even on SSR, or are we just tripping? I don't think it's on SSR, man.
Which?
NIO. I think our platform's actually just tripping over there. Like I'm trying to go through multiple lists. So there's actually some ways you can find out if the stock's on SSR, because there's a public list for these. So NYSE right here, NASDAQ, and its NASDAQ list is right here. You can go to NASDAQtrader.com, download the list, and pretty much look for all NASDAQ stocks. So as you guys can see, you'll see the stock name and at what time the SSR was triggered and so on. And in this list, I cannot find NIO, but that makes sense because I'm looking through the NASDAQ list. But let's go through the New York list because NIO is in New York, and I'm trying to find it in this list. Maybe it's there, maybe it's not. HUSA, I see HUSA, that's Amex.
Hero's preaching. He's like, NEO is not SSR. Like
Yeah,
capital,
it's not
capital,
SSR.
capital.
So our platform is tripping.
It's kind of weird because so on when was it? June 10th, right? Then we opened June 13th, which was down more than 10%. So I almost want to say that yesterday triggered SSR day 1, and now today it is SSR day 2. But I mean, NEO SC on Interactive Brokers. It is SSR. I personally, and guys, I'm going to show you what I'm looking at here, the daily on NEO. This is basically what I'm looking at. Like, if we closed over here at 1880, basically 10% move on that would be like what? Like $1.80, right? So call
they
it
were
2
down
points.
18% yesterday.
Yeah, so like SSR day
2.
1 yesterday. So
Yeah.
today is SSR day 2, I want to say.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, I think I want to say it's day 2 SSR. Like it looks like it is day 2 SSR. And if you're able to hit the bids on whatever platform you're using, it is what it is. Continue to hit the bids and trade your trade. I mean, if they allow you to do it, they allow you to do it.
So Hero actually has a confusion over here. He keeps tagging us and putting, he says it's ETB, it's easy to borrow. So just because it's SSR doesn't mean it's not easy to borrow. SSR is still going to have a different meaning behind it. Like easy to borrow means the stock is easy to borrow from your broker in order to short it. That doesn't mean like you can still short the stock wherever you want, however you want. The SSR rule is only going to let you get short when the stock is going up, when you're sitting on the ask. You cannot just take off the liquidity from the bids to go short. That means you cannot punch 58 to go short. You have to sit on 59s and let these green candles come in, and that's the only way you're able to go short fills. That's what SSR means. You're talking about easy to borrow. That just means you can locate the stock very easily, not have to worry about paying too much for that shorts. And for us, we don't even have to pay for shorts at NIO because our broker probably has a ton of NIO shares just sitting in the pool.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that like you would ever have to pay for shorts.
On NIO?
Like, yeah, I'm assuming the float is like huge.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, but I think easy to borrow really comes into play like when you're trading these small caps and like, it's you potentially say, look, this is like hot chick of the day, like everybody's looking at the same name, and it's also easy to borrow. Like then it's like, okay, everybody's involved. Yeah, so like float on NIO is like 1.3 billion. Like imagine paying for shorts on that. I mean, I'd assume they'll be relatively cheap. They'll be relatively cheap.
It would be 0.01, my friend. It would be 0.01.
Yeah, it'll be super cheap.
Which means they're free. They're absolutely free. Yeah, Hero, I think you have some sort of a mixed ideology on paying for shorts and easy to borrow and SSR and so on. So I would urge you to maybe spend some time on investing.com. I think investopedia.com. Spend some time on investopedia.com and read that. Well, I'm shorting NIO and I've been hitting the bid. I'm confused. Well, it's on SSR. It just shouldn't be working for you. If it is, then your broker is doing something special over there that he shouldn't be doing. So
I see. I don't know if you guys are asking what my name is. LUCA.
UKA.
No. I see LU. Is it LUCA, LUK, LUCKA? That's a first.
Ooh.
I've never heard that one. That's
Luckin
like
coffee.
Yeah, no, that's LUCA is just simple.
S&P 500 having a nice bounce coming into it right now. ES/U22CM having a nice bounce off the lows, which means obviously more pain for me on my Coinbase shorts. Pretty much hanging out by my flat entry on Coinbase, not breaking VWAP to the downside, annoying me on my position over here. But I came in with the mindset of doing something, so I am going to do that. Either this breaks VWAP to the downside, or I get stopped out of my stop. That's it. Those are the only two ways.
You had the 52 area short?
Yeah, those are the only two ways I'm trading the stock. Either they burn me on my position, or they pay me on my position. I'm not walking out with a flat trade on this one at all.
Yeah, no, it feels like we could definitely get towards VWAP there, but also day 2 SSR there, right?
Day 2 SSR indeed. Yeah, yesterday was a big down move on Coinbase. We saw how the cryptocurrencies got beat up and got pushed down off that, sadly. Coinbase did end up holding $50 off that move at the end of the day, no matter what. So even though Coinbase got beat up to 20% of the downside yesterday, I believe, it held that $50 all day. And now we're pretty much in the exact same range, $53 to $50, and just flirting with that range and annoying the crap out of me. Hopefully, we can turn this into a $1 per share winner, which with the size I have, will be a pretty good boost to my P&L on the day. If I have to walk out of this trade for a flat trade, I think that's going to be more annoying for me than having to give back my whole day trying to risk my P&L on this trade. So we'll just wait and see what happens. Any Fed news yet? I don't think we have any Fed news coming out just yet, but we will for sure keep our eyes open for that, or ears open for that if that does come into play. I know tomorrow is going to be a big day for all of us at 2 o'clock indeed, and I'll let Luca maybe explain his mentality about because I want to know too about the FOMC. But real quick, let's go over to COSM. COSM today halted not too long ago. 3 million shares traded. COSM, sorry?
One of these, like we're just
one of those.
Halts.
Yeah, one of those halters, baby. We're getting some fun excitement coming in on COSM. Currently halted at $1.32, but indicating to open at $1.30. So indicating to open lower than where halted at. That's not necessarily a good thing.
Yeah, guys, I see people also mentioning FedEx, looking at FedEx. So this thing up 14% today, and I think the high is like near that 230 level. It's actually pretty interesting. Like this is the daily right here. And, like obviously channeling, but now we broke above that recent high. And I'm assuming FedEx had earnings. I'm not 100% sure. I know Oracle had earnings. I was looking at that. I'm maybe by 50%? Oh, they raised dividend by 50%. Okay, so yeah, what better news can you ask for as an investor? Like as yields are going up, like a lot of these companies potentially, like they want to attract investors to their stock. And so what they do is they will raise dividends. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot more of this theme here. The same where, Microsoft came out and guided lower, and you make the assumption like, okay, maybe a lot of these other names are going to do the same thing. And, same with like FedEx raising their dividend. I wouldn't be surprised if other names come through and do the same thing to keep up with yields as they rise.
Let's go check what Brando has in store for us at the Big TV.
Hey guys, yeah, quick look at some top performers, some top volume stocks for the day. Quickly, a breakdown here. 52 new highs, 1,700 new lows across U.S. stocks so far today. 3,961 to the upside, 984 basically unchanged. You can see what is leading so far. 6,000 plus in the red, right across U.S. stocks. Top volume list right here. The TQQQ back on the top of this list once again, 115 plus million. For the Ultra Pro Qs ETF. REV here, again, no additional news that I've seen on as far as the Chapter 11 goes. This appears to just be a social media-led ramp up, if you want to call it that, for almost 80 million for Rev here. A couple other HUSA there, UVXY, obviously, the inverse VIX ETF. A big day on the upside versus what we've seen the past three, which is key going into the Fed as far as maybe we get some sort of flat session. Anyways, this is all, as I said, U.S. equities there. But TQQQ leads the way again, guys. Back over to you.
TQQQ, yeah, inverse ETFs back in play, tons of volume on those at all times, man. Never failed to see those stocks on the volume leaderboard right here. Number one TQQ with the 111. 119 million shares traded. SQQQ, which is the short 3 times leverage ETF of QQQ, 72 million shares traded overall. And both of them are pretty much flat on the day, well, relatively flat compared to how much they moved because NASDAQ's not really doing much. NASDAQ up 0.3%, NASDAQ getting ready to maybe break VWAP, and if that does happen, I'll be crying because that means the market might just get ready to go green properly for the day. But right now, we're still seeing that VWAP rejection throughout the day. It has been the pattern of the day, get rejected from VWAP and get pushed back down maybe for NASDAQ. S&P 500 also moving towards VWAP right now, but looks like we have a decent enough of a trend line that we can throw on over here that the market is following. There we go, getting pushed back to the downside. Yeah, baby, don't go up there. Get pushed back down and take my Coinbase with you to the ground. Ooh, it's like I'm rapping right now. What else can I say that rhymes with it? Get back down, take my Coinbase to the ground. Okay, I'll think about it later.
And when you're on top.
And when I'm top. Good job, man. This guy's got my back. That's when I know this guy's my boy.
Yeah, I see Pierre saying Oracle had good earnings. Yeah, they had good earnings. And looking at the daily here, it's kind of interesting. You know, you could have played off that 73 area this morning, maybe get the fill at 72 if you chase it down there. And it's kind of the common theme. It's like in a bear market, and I'm learning this, right? In a bear market, it's like you have good news is going to be overlooked and bad news is going to be amplified. And it's like, you know, company comes out, says good earnings, it was up like over 10% and just fades the whole move. And like even I had a couple trades on this morning, and I was said to myself like, okay, I'm gonna favor the long. Like they had really good earnings, and I'm thinking to myself like, okay, like maybe that 70 area will show some support, and we sort of bounced off it. But we could just not, like I thought we were gonna bounce and like instantly pop back to like 71 area, but we just like kind of went below. We tried to get back above and just expand this for you guys. Like look at this action. We literally break below and it just could not get, it had its pops, but it could not get back to like VWAP or towards the 71 area, right? So it's kind of weird. It's like good earnings, right? Up over 10%, but still faded with the rest of the market. And so maybe it's the same thing. But then, you know, then you get things like FedEx, which comes out and they're like, okay, we hike our dividend, right? So this thing's now up 13% and just rallied like all day, right? Holding above VWAP. So like this goes back to the Fed. This goes back to the Fed. It's like we're now in an environment where everybody is in search of yields, right? Because look, if the risk-free rate is increasing, then there's no reason to be holding risky assets. You might as well just go back to the risk-free rate. So that's why you have the type of trade where it's like sell equity, buy bonds. Bonds are now going to be paying a more attractive yield. And so how do you attract investors back into your stock if you're like a FedEx exec or whatever? Like you say to yourself, okay, well, we got cash. What are we going to do with it? Let's just pay it out. Let's give a better yield. You know, let's attract more investors back towards the stock, and they will buy the stock because, you know, if the yield, and I'm just guessing here, I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but if FedEx yield is, let's say 5%, 6%, 8%, even if risk-free rates jump and they're like 3.5 right now in the 10-year, even if they get to 4 and FedEx is paying like 8% or even close to 10, I don't know, 10 would be, I'm just guessing, but 10 sounds relatively large. But, you know, if they're paying that, then you say to yourself, okay, look, like even though like there's a little bit of supply chain issues, I still think it's a strong business, and like I'll buy the stock for like an 8% yield because I'll take some extra risk because, you know, the 10-year is still only 3.5. But, you know, other names that are paying like a 2, 3%, 4%, now it's like they're not really competitive. So why own that stock if you're owning it, if you don't see any growth in the company? If you think like, okay, like I'm buying this for the dividend, like it doesn't make any sense if the dividend's competing with something that's risk-free, which is technically risk-free. You argue the 10-year bonds in the United States. And yeah, my thoughts on tomorrow's meeting. You know, I was looking into this. On Sunday, we favored 50 basis point hikes, right? The market was anticipating 50 basis point hikes. Powell came out, he said, you know, 50 beep hikes, like we're not actively considering 75. Then you had the news last week where Barclays was like, no, 75.
Charles Barclays?
No, the bank, Barclays. Yeah, and Barclays, imagine Charles Barclays just like, and, you know, now taking a break from the NBA here, let's talk about yields.
Start throwing price targets.
Yeah, no, but yeah, so essentially, you know, it's a weird environment where like the market initially was like, okay, we'll take Powell's word for it, 50 basis point hikes. And then afterwards, it's just like, hey, no, you know what, like, they're going to have to hike 75 beeps, and I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if they come out and they say, look, we did 75 beep hike, because now the market's anticipating 100% chance of 75 basis point hike tomorrow. So it's priced in, right? It's priced in. So surprise would be 50 technically. So like scaled down kind of thing. And I wouldn't be surprised though if they say, we will do everything in our power to tame the numbers because the numbers are bad, right? So that might mean 75 basis point hikes in July, in September, in November, like all the way into the end of the year. And I think that would be a surprise if they like stay super aggressive like in towards the end of the year. And I was having conversations with other traders asking them, you know, like the situation is this, it's like after this type of price collapse in all assets, like at what point does the Fed start to prioritize like the safety of asset pricing? Because, you know, there's a lot of investors who are retiring, like the baby boomers are going to draw down on their portfolios, and if they're all selling these equities at the same time when they're at the lows, not only do you have like an oversupply of, you know, like shares, which you're getting a worse price, it's like they have to retire, and it just kind of, they have no money to spend to put back into the economy, so it just gets worse and worse and worse. So I mean, the Fed has to prioritize, I think. And, you know, right now they've taken the approach, look, our job is inflation and that's it. We don't care about anything else. But there has to be a point where like they care about other things and they weigh the pros and cons of both and then make a decision. So like maybe they come out very, very aggressively now, and then like towards the end of the year, even though it's expected that they're going to be aggressive, they kind of dial it down if the inflation numbers come down whenever they're released next time. So a lot of things to consider. At the end of the day, like as a trader, it's not a huge deal. You just react to the move. But I was actually really excited for the down move on Fed Day. Like I was expecting lots of liquidity, lots of volatility. It was going to be amazing. And then, you know, the scenario kind of played itself out where it's like it already happened Thursday, Friday, yesterday. Now today's kind of muted. I mean, we are down today, but I wouldn't be surprised if we like make a move back to VWAP and like set up for tomorrow. So yeah, there's a lot of things to consider, but at this point, like a surprise would be if they hike 50 beeps tomorrow, not 75. But I do think like if I had to guess, like I would say like probably hike 75 and be more aggressive in future meetings.
Yeah, thank you, Luca. That's actually very informative. So it's a good way to actually understand what might be going on with the Fed rate decision coming up tomorrow at 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Someone said, let's get back to trading, please, respectfully. All of that was trading, respectfully. All of that was trading. Everything was very informative. Everything was very needed to listen to exactly so we can kind of get an idea of what's going on. Okay, Coinbase, what just happened? Coinbase just
everything's
printed,
rallying right now.
Okay, yeah, market's rallying. Yeah, that's a good point. Coinbase, I just saw like a 10,000 share order get printed right there. 10K and then another 9K. So on Liquid Gateway. So someone just took out the asks over there for a long maybe, or you know, we'll just wait to see what happens. NIO getting ready to take out the high day. Okay, NIO actually did take out the high day. Sorry. Now the $19 level looks a little bit more in play maybe. 1888 is the high day on NIO right now. And I also see BABA got called out. BABA also taking out the high day. So market's taking off right now. NASDAQ actually turning even more green. You know, not like it wasn't green already. NASDAQ was flat for the whole day. Didn't really go flat negative for too long. So NIO now NASDAQ getting above VWAP, getting ready to go test the 11,400 level, and S&P 500 pushing along with it towards VWAP. Markets getting elevated a little bit. So obviously, if you're long on anything, congratulations, because these moves that are coming in are towards the north direction. And if you're short anything, be a little careful. For example, Coinbase shorts, or if you're short any other stock around the board, you might want to focus on your trades a little bit as the market's trying to turn green for the S&P 500, which is now only down 0.08 instead of 0.5%. Oil is slipping apparently. So let's go check out oil. I think the contract's M22 still. So crude oil, which was up about 1% in the day, now we're actually breaking the lows and turning to the negative side for crude oil. 120 coming into play to the downside maybe very soon. Let's see if it actually does come into play with this break of 121 that just happened. Crude falling off a cliff. Yeah, look at that nasty drop on that crude number. I know crude barrel numbers come out, like Wednesday or Thursday?
I think it's Wednesday.
Wednesday, so yeah. Wednesday at 10:30, we'll wait to see how the crude numbers come out and how the market reacts to those said numbers. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, guys, market obviously pushing up here. I was actually thinking about this, and I'm beating myself up for not taking a FedEx long and an Apple long. like into this 133 area. I wouldn't be surprised if the market towards the end of the day makes a run towards VWAP and breaks it, just because like we're down so much. We're obviously into like this abyss territory where it's like, how low can this thing go? And it's not selling off the way that like you would think a big red day, because we did have the Thursday sell-off, we had the Friday sell-off, and we had yesterday, right? Everything priced in. So now it's kind of like slow. It sort of feels like an inside day, like we're towards the bottom of the range, or we were towards bottom of the range. So now at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if we make that move towards VWAP, but like some of these names would have to like pick up. I mean, if you look at the daily on Apple, this is something I'm looking at right now, like you have this huge like indecision candle, right? So it's like you kind of opened, it didn't get this low, but like we did get down towards here, and like that 132 area seems to be somewhat of a support. So it's like we're back towards this area where it tested that, right? That tested that like 130, I want to say 133.50 area was the low over here. And then we kind of popped up. Now we're back down and we're back around that area. And like there's not really a lot of selling. So like playing the range on Apple kind of feels like the right thing to do. And yeah, guys, FedEx, I mean, that was a solid long if any of you guys had that. I know people were talking about it from before. But that run into the 230 level and break, like you could have got out like 231 area, that was solid. Solid to anybody who has it. And I see somebody asking, Luca, would you consider Apple above 133? I mean, the thing is like, it's going to give you this kind of idea that it looks like a breakout, right? So if I pull back up the 1 minute here, I was actually thinking about that. I was saying to myself, maybe let me take a long here. But the thing is, the thing that I don't like about this is like, breakouts, it's like how high is this really going to go? Like, yeah, there's a potential that it goes 50 cents, right? But it's like you're near the high of the day, and every time we're up at around this level, like this was the top, and then we sold off. So maybe tape reading goes a long way. Like we had some size that just got taken out at the 133 area, and then we had stacked offers like above 133, and we had bids kind of pushing it towards the 133 level. And something that I keep my eye on is like, look, if this thing's going to break out, and I mentioned this before, breakouts are not really working in this market. Like they're not working for me. And, so I tell myself, if I'm going to play a breakout, I would much rather be getting long ahead of the breakout so that if it's a failed breakout, like I don't get destroyed. Or I would much rather see it like, I would much rather let it break out, and then I watch, then I react to how it's going to break out. So like at this point, it's like if it breaks out, look, I'm not long, I didn't take it. And if it's now kind of flirting with this area and a lot of selling comes in, like, okay, the breakout's off the table. So it's like I'm not long, I save myself some money. If I was long from before, if I said to myself, like, okay, it's making a strong push here, volume's increasing, let me get long like 32.80 area, like it's either going to slam down instantly so you like lose 10 cents or whatever, or like you're long and now you're out for a break even because it just came back there right now. So I mean, this market's kind of telling us what to do. It's just giving us this kind of feel that like, look, you don't want to be playing breakouts to the downside or the upside. It's like, look, it looks like it's going to break lower, breaks the pre-market low, goes lower, boom, reverses, makes a high, comes back down, breaks the previous low, instantly reverses. So it almost needs that steam of stops to flush everybody out to then like reverse, right? So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Again, my bias is that we could potentially see a push on this market in towards the end of the day. Like we're basically flat. But at the same time, most likely inside day, the moves are going to be a little bit muted. And so like you're probably like on a day like today, it's not as risky in my opinion to play the range. So to take a short around 133 and then, it goes towards VWAP, you cover half and maybe you cover the rest at like 132. Whereas like on days where volatility is like very, very sharp and it's about to break out and you're like, okay, like let me go short here, like you could be 50 cents out of the money right away. So on a day like today, where you're not going to be 50 cents out of the money right away, like you have that time to decide, then like these are the days that you want to be playing the range because it's like you're not going to get absolutely rinsed on a fast move. So, faster moves, maybe you're using stops because you're scared of swipes, but slower moves like today, like you're just not using stops, like you kind of see the action. I'm looking at the tape right now, it's the breakout level. The market looks like it wants to push. But again, like there's all I see on the tape right now, like you guys are seeing it, or this is FedEx, but you guys are seeing like Apple, it's like all I'm seeing is just a lot of dark pools, not really a lot of aggressive buying. There's some selling, but it's not really pushing it down. So like this sort of tells me that like this area, we could probably break out and then it just gets slammed down and it kind of like hovers around this area. And if the market decides to turn lower, like this will probably be the first to go considering it's playing off a specific level. But, if the market does want to make the move towards VWAP, then yeah, for sure this thing can can easily go 133.50 and then potentially high of day or high of pre-market. I think this range, which was 133.80. But if we do get up to 134, and this is something that you can look at together, like look at the ES, right? If the ES pushes towards VWAP and then makes the high, and then instantly slams down and goes lower, and then we somehow like all of a sudden go lower towards low of day, like Apple will probably have a move where it like moves towards 134, like makes that push, and then boom, just liquidity vacuum back down. So like for me, I don't really love the short here, but I don't love the long either. But if we push and we get that pattern, that setup, I would love to play off that 134 area. And I think because the high was 133.80, this is potentially something that I would rather scale into and take smaller size as we get to the level, and then bigger size like around the level, just because like like tighter stop. Like I really can't see this thing like running to like 135 ahead of the Fed when there's like so much negative news. But anything's possible, right? So like obviously trade the setup accordingly.
Yeah, this Coinbase is about to stop me out. Yeah, there goes Coinbase to the north side. Market's absolutely ripping right now. And NIO, man, 19 just got broken on NIO. So I'm thinking about taking a short if it get back under 19 here on the stock, but I'm looking at FXI about to take out the high of day. All stocks are about to really lift off, man. S&P 500 getting to positive, NASDAQ taking out VWAP and now going for its second leg run north over here. Market's clearly waking up. Hopefully you guys are long something because this is getting fun right now. Apple most likely doing something exciting. Yeah, there goes Apple above 133. Microsoft also above 245. So clearly we're turning around the board. Even AMD pushing right back to $88 areas here near the high of days. So let's see if AMD can do something fun for us. But more importantly, right now, NIO and BABA looks like to seem to be the play or the stock of the day right now. Clearly, I am thinking about. See how I threw that short order out on the bids and I didn't get filled? That's because we're on SSR. So that would have gotten filled easily if it wasn't on SSR. And now I'm actually going to try getting mid prints, see if I can catch a mid print over here. That's right, I can't because the stock's on SSR. There we go. Finally, I got my mid print fill. We are now short $18.995. On NIO, trying to see if we can push it to the downside with the help of with the stock itself, obviously. And get it going right back to $18.14 or so. Expecting that 1906 to be the barrier up top because the stock has had enough of a move on it today. And if we're short NIO, I think I might just want to think about shorting BABA too. But BABA didn't really break 106, so we can leave that one alone. We can just focus on NIO at the moment, let it play around, and if high at day 1906 gets taken out on NIO, then we take that loss and we move on.
Kind of funny, like I literally gave the spiel about, okay, what's going to happen to Apple, blah, blah, blah. And like, I feel like the bots are like, all right, we're listening, we're hearing you speak. Yes, okay, you're done talking. Boom, insta rip up. So yeah, we're getting that move from what looks like towards the 134 area. And guys, ES pushing like now around VWAP area. So yeah, if you are long, hold on to your longs. Like who knows like where this goes. And I wouldn't be surprised if we like make the move above. But again, this is something that we're seeing, like the constant pattern of like, it's towards low of day. There's not really a lot of things happening. And then towards the end of the day, you get that push towards VWAP. Then it just kind of blows everybody's stops off. And if the volume stops, then we trend back down. But if the rally is real, then, we're going to make a move back up. And remember, the surprise tomorrow will be if they are less aggressive. So 50 basis point hikes, not 75. And if they come out and somehow like say that, I mean, I think they lose a little bit of credibility, I would think. But at the same time, like maybe the market reaction to that is like, okay, they're not as aggressive as we thought they were going to be. So maybe some of this big sell-off that we had in the market like reverses itself. There's potential for that, right? Like not a lot of people smashing shorts today, but again, somewhat of a muted day. So just something to keep your, just something to consider, as you're trading your positions.
Yeah, just got to focus on those variables without a doubt. GME at high a day apparently. Okay, GME actually broke 125. Wow, we missed out on that move. I know we were calling that out earlier. So GME actually managed to broke that high a day and is now at 126.01 on the bids and 126.24 on the ask. So trying to get elevated a little bit more. 6.66% up on the day for GME. And if GME is moving around like that, oops, wrong box. Let me just... All right, let me just go over to AMC over here. AMC also getting pushed up with the help of GME without a doubt. So tons of fun, tons of excitement move coming into play across the board for our favorite stocks. Such as AMC and GME, baby. I hope you guys are along either one of these and taking advantage of this move that's the markets for sure playing us out with right now. And NIO did try to go back above 19, but didn't really stick up there too long. So now getting pushed back to the downside, hopefully getting pushed back to the downside with the help of NASDAQ and S&P 500, just waiting for that down move to come into play on the market and start helping us cash out on our NIO shorts. Some of the stocks that you guys are talking about camping for Apple 134. I'm guessing you're talking about Apple short near 134. I do remember that level coming into play yesterday. So 134, 135 areas, most possible for a decent short level for sure. I do like that trade. So just wait patiently, see how that level ends up playing out for you guys. But right now, when the trend is clearly in the market to the long side, I think the best thing to do is just be patient and not get burnt by trying to force shorts across the board at higher days and whatnot. You know, S&P 500 and NASDAQ have been getting rejected by VWAP all day. But now that we're finally above VWAP, the sentiment of the market's clearly changing. So you might want to be careful on your shorts.
I see somebody saying SEC investigation into DWAC. I don't know if that's recent news. But that's actually pretty interesting. I wonder what they're looking at. Just in 2 hours ago. SEC investigation into Trump's social network deal. Yeah, we'll see what comes from that. Yeah, guys, NVIDIA breaking that 160 level and just running. It had that little break, kind of classic break action. There was an iceberg offering out, and then as soon as that kind of exhausted, this thing just like instantly moved 50 cents. And like, again, this is the type of market we're in. This is the type of thing that you guys are going to see. It's like you might think a breakout's going to happen, but maybe there's somebody who was already long who's saying, okay, I'm going to take some off at this level. They're not going to show their hand because like when they do, like they're just not getting the fill. So like they just wait for the level to break and then instantly slam it down with an iceberg. So it's like these little kind of ways that these people are like trading, that people are trading nowadays. It's like, you know, like if you don't think you're going to get the fill, you iceberg it, right? So it's, you know, just because there's someone slamming, just because there's like a seller or there's an iceberg off or whatever, like it doesn't mean it's not going to go up. It could be that it's like, you know, it is going up. There's somebody who's like selling here now, taking profits, and then once they're done, it's going to continue, right? If there's like a large order. So yeah, something to keep your mind on there. I was actually considering, I was like, okay, maybe I'll take the long, but then I saw that little break and dip, and then I said to myself, okay, whatever, I'll just stay away for now. Like it's already really high, and like this is kind of the move that I expected, like maybe a 50-cent move, but. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Like, I mean, at this point, like, market's getting towards that high. Like, do I think this is going to move towards the high? Like, I don't know. I don't think so. I just thought, like, we could get a push and then move back down. But, yeah, we'll see what happens here. And I like that. Camping for Apple 134. Yep, same here. Same here. Waiting to see how it reacts around the 134 area. I think, did we break the high? We did. We just broke the pre-market high, so we ran up to 133.90 area. And still holding trend right now. But let's see if this thing can make a move back up for a potential short, assuming that the market's going to turn here.
Yeah, assuming that the market's going to turn, I am still in my shorts waiting to see what happens on that one patiently. Just going to let the market move decide for me if I'm wrong or if I'm right. I would like to be right. I mean, who does not like to be right? Is there a level to watch out for? I'm long on BABA. I guess that 106 level is what we're watching. You know, 106 did break, but it was a very weak break of 106, very similar to what NIO looked like for a second. Hence, I'm in the NIO short. I did mention that I would like to be in a BABA short too, but back then BABA didn't really break 106. But right now, breaking 106 to the upside on BABA and the market getting ready to curl to the downside. Let's see how big of a curl to the downside do we get on the market. Does it help us out with our BABA shorts, or not BABA short, NIO short, and maybe you guys if you are in an NIO short. So that level 106, that breakout itself should have been a level to take some profits, at least for myself it would have been, but it was pretty insane. It was pretty hard to get any fills, as it looks like clearly, because it only popped up to 7 cents and then immediately pushed back down below 106 for BABA. So for some levels that you might want to be interested about are these VWAP areas, this consolidation so far that we've been holding above VWAP all day, and I would watch FXI ETF alongside with that to see what FXI is doing. Right now, it looks like FXI did try to take out the high of the day, and it did so successfully, but is also getting ready to get pushed back down. And if FXI is getting pushed down, that means it's good news for my NIO short, and hopefully good news for anyone short BABA with the same thesis over here. Shorts covering on TRIP question mark. Let's go check out what Trip is doing. TripAdvisor, I believe, is Trip. Nothing really is going on. No volume really coming into this position currently. We're about 26 minutes past lunchtime. It's 1:26 Eastern Standard Time. So waiting for volume to come in. Clearly, some of the volume did come in on the market and push the S&P 500 to the north side in a beautiful fashion. So now we're expecting to see a retracement and then maybe another leg long for the market, pushing the market a little bit more further higher up there. Or does it just was this, as Lucas said, a stop hunting game by the market, pushing it to the north side? That way we hunt all the stops. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Boom, boom, boom. Just chopping off the heads of the stops over there and then bringing back the market after burning those levels. So right now, I did get burnt on my Coinbase. As I said, that would be my trade. I'm about to risk my whole P&L that I made all day on that trade. So it looks like we did risk it, and the biscuit was not there for me to bite onto. But I got right back into the trade with less size. Let's see if we can churn that back down over here. A little bit of a revenge trade. Let's call it how I see it. A little bit of a revenge trade. NIO is working for us right now, though. NIO, we had that long at 1860. You saw that working out. Now we're short at the 18,995. So basically short $19. Getting ready to see if NIO can start paying me some dividends to the downside over here.
Yeah, guys, so, it's kind of funny. Like, the market literally had a setup to what I thought was going to happen, and we pushed towards VWAP, and we instantly flushed right back down. So, like, my expectations now are that, like, we could potentially see a little bit of sideways, and, it sort of feels like we want to go lower. So I'm going to start my Apple position here, just because I think, we sort of made that high of day push, and now we broke trend, and we might go sideways. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong chart for you guys. We might go sideways here. Right? And so, like, the way that I see this is, like, look, it's going to play a bunch of games where it's going to go lower, pop higher, go lower. But at the end of the day, like, what I want to see is if this can pop a little bit and then instantly get slammed, like, we're probably going back to VWAP. And that'll be a solid trade. I mean, that's like 1 point and, like, kind of 50-cent risk for, like, 1 to 2 point reward. So, like, I like the risk on that, and I like playing off that 134 area. If 134 breaks, then, like, I'm wrong and, like, this goes higher. But at this point, the tape is just showing me, like, nothing. It's just very slow, like nothing's really happening. And it's kind of, there is a lot of selling. There's a lot of aggressive selling. There's not a lot of aggressive buying. And it does feel like the buying that is coming in is potentially like shorts that are trying to cover. So like maybe shorts were short from over here and now it comes down over here and they're covering some. So it's not really going lower. There's just a lot of dark pools going off. So I wouldn't be surprised if this just like grinds lower with the rest of the market and we make a move towards like low a day again. It's like it shows the same pattern every single time. You push to VWAP, it does a lot of volume, triggers all the stops, and then we just kind of grind lower the rest of the day. But, keep in mind it's a little bit of slower time now, so, the moves are going to be slower, so just be patient if you are in the trade.
Yeah, I'm just taking some profits over here across the board. I got into, as Luca was mentioning, that idea on Apple. I jumped over to Microsoft because Microsoft was a lot weaker than Apple, at least according to me. So I jumped into Microsoft short over there near 245. So on the way back through to 245, I built into my trade. Let's see if that can start paying us some dividends. Coinbase already paying me some money, so I want to take some profits on that one before it turns back around on me, burning me. About to make my money back that I lost on that position. Yeehaw, Cowboys. And that's all it is, looking for these opportunities. So here's Microsoft coming to the downside. Let's take some profits. Already 30 cents of the money on Microsoft. NIO not really doing anything exciting for me. NIO just hanging out, maxing, shooting on the B-ball outside of the school. But I would like for NIO to wake up and actually start pushing downside for me. But since it's not, I'm going to think about throwing some more orders to the downside over here just to capitalize some of that move that I already have. It's only a couple pennies. pennies, so it's not like it's a big move. But just to take that quick little scalp off my table, and we can get back in if we want to. S&P 500 getting right back below VWAP over there, and is now currently near 50-period EMA, ES/U22CM. It's by 50-period EMA. Hopefully, it gets pushed even more lower than that and doesn't get stopped by there, because that's going to be annoying for my shorts. And if that gets stopped there, I might just think about deleveraging some more size off the board, across the board for my stocks. And there we go. Microsoft finally giving in my profit target to the downside a little bit. 30 cents to the downside on Microsoft, 30 cents of the money on Coinbase, and no cents in the money on NIO.
Yeah, we're still seeing that selling come through on Apple, so I'm currently in the money, looking pretty good. And I think at this point, it feels like we're definitely going to test that 133 area. But guys, for any scalpers out there, just keep in mind that everybody sort of does the same thing. It's like you have the sell into the level. It's probably going to test, if I had to guess. And we're going to break the level, most likely, and that's where people cover. Like if I had to guess, that's where people cover. So like as like a scalper, it's like you take the trade, it kind of moves in your favor, it hits the 133 area, and like do what you want, like try to hold some for the dream of this going back to 132. But like, if we get to 133, easily could touch 133 and have that instant reversal, right? So it's like what I feel right now, the feeling that I'm getting is we're getting that selling. It's very aggressive going into the level, and then the people who are chasing are going to be the people who are the offset liquidity to the people that got short around the 133.50 area, around the high over here. Like the same people who are trying to catch a top off 134 that are covering after trend break because there's liquidity creation are the same, it's kind of the same pattern as we get back down here. So, it's going to move, it's going to go sideways, it's going to move, it's going to go sideways. But as long as we now stay in this kind of downtrend with the rest of the market, if the market can get below 37.40 area, then it gets interesting, and we probably have that move back towards VWAP. So yeah, I'm going to be very patient with this, and we will see where it goes.
Yeah, we will for sure see. That's what we're waiting on right now. But all of my shorts have retraced a little bit, so that's a little worrisome. But we'll just wait to see. Buy and hold. I'm not sure what stock you're talking about there for me to reference to. AXDX setup looking good. Let's go check out the setup on AXDX that's forming at the moment that the chat is calling out. AXDX is doing what? Okay, a little bit low on the volume end. Penny stock, only 241,000 shares traded. We'll see if volume can come in a little bit more rampant. It is trying to go up to the north side. We did get a breakout, volume higher than the opening day's candle, but probably a low float penny stock. You might want to be careful with this one, ladies and gentlemen. At least I would urge you to be a little careful. No volume on this stock. Where are all the AMC apes? Hey man, they're having fun watching their profits right now go to the north side, 4% up on AMC. So I'm sure the apes are having fun. Michelle was already in the chat talking about GME. So I know my boy Michelle over there from Quebec is smashing the longs on GME, buying those calls, buying those puts, whatever he's doing. And just making that percentage every day, every single day. What platform are you guys using in Canada? We are actually sponsored by Day Trade the World. So if you want to find out more, you can head over to dttw.com or click that link right there, daytradetheworld.com. That Bears versus Bull I just put in the chat for you. It'll take you right over to our website where you can learn more about our beautiful platform, direct market access platform. Real quick. Coinbase now 25 cents in the money, Microsoft 43 cents in the money, NIO 8 cents in the money, everything working for me once again. S&P 500 did not manage to hold up at the 50-period EMA. Nasdaq's trying to hold up at VWAP/50-period EMA. It is currently above VWAP, up 0.5% on Nasdaq, down down about a quarter on the S&P 500. Let's bring this market right back to the downside after we burn these shorts and start paying me some money. Start paying me some money.
Yeah, guys, so we're getting Apple here at the 133 level. Solid move. And it was actually pretty interesting. It was falling, and then we had 1,000 lots pop on the offer. And the market, when you see that, so guys, 1,000 lots, it sounds like a big deal. But again, Apple, 1,000 lots, that could get taken. There's a lot of people trading Apple, right? But the fact that the 1,000 lots pops up, and this does not even test it. It does not even go to test it. It's a small tell. It's look, the market does not want that. Nobody is confident to take that size at 133.30 area because like where's this going, right? Like it's like you take that, like you anticipate that we're going higher. Like are we going higher? Like probably not. Like the market's now at the 37.40 area. It kind of does feel like we're going back towards 37.30, so that's another 10 handles to the downside and potentially retest low of day. And look, this is the same pattern that we've always seen. You have the kind of super move up and now the grind lower. And any pop is just like shorts covering, right? Nobody is buying. So, you know, I'm holding on to my short. I covered a little bit, like I mentioned, at the 133 area just because I figured, okay, now like I'll expect sideways action, which is kind of like what we're seeing, like maybe, or maybe just keeps going and then my covers look terrible. Like I could show you the fills here for you guys. So like had the short over here and now like covered some. And again, like just covering like random amounts, but I'm really thinking that we're going to get that push towards VWAP. Like that's what it feels like what's going to happen. It's unfortunate that I couldn't reload in front of the size. I didn't get the price that I wanted, but it is what it is. I mean, like, you know, when size pops up and it's not getting tested and then you throw some size and that doesn't get tested, it's like, what can you do, right? Like you're going to chase down here, get a bad average, and then that kind of eats you up and makes it tough on yourself. So I'm just going to be patient with the rest of my position. And yeah, hopefully we get that push towards the 132.50 area. And then, you know, I'm going to definitely try to hold some for a potential move back. But at this point, like maybe cover majority of it at like 132.50 area. We'll see how VWAP works.
Yeah, mate, that's what, you know, same mentality running over here for me on my Microsoft trade and also on my Coinbase trade too. I've covered a good amount of size on both of them, but I still also have a good amount of size on. Actually, I need to take some more size out on Coinbase just to be safe, just in case. There we go. And we can hold the rest of it. Market's indeed coming to the downside. Let's go. This is what I need, man. This is what I need. I need the market to push for me to the downside. NASDAQ is holding at VWAP though. NASDAQ is not doing what S&P 500 is doing. So maybe if we can get a better push on the market, that would be great. Where's Miss V? Miss V doesn't work with us anymore, user, sadly. So yeah, it's you know, we wish her the best wherever she is right now. Come on, Spy, don't be shy. Come on down. Give me the crown. Give me my positions. Send them to the ground. We're just gonna keep on, you know, trying to make some rhymes over here. Every
Was that
2
you off the
seconds.
top of your head?
Yeah.
That was sick.
You know, just an ape smoking trees and punching keys, right? Just smoking trees and punching keys. That's about it, man. That's about it.
Yeah, guys, we're getting a nice flush, and like the best feeling is when you're short and you just see people slamming the tape. This is going lower. The market has not, like, it's like three. Like, look, this is exactly, and like, okay, like you're looking at the 1 minute, it doesn't mean much. If you watch every tick, you're gonna trade like a, and I think it's easy to pull up the 5 minute if you're more of like a, you know, like you're trying to be more patient. And look, we had the wick off top right at VWAP, and again, guys, for the record, I don't care about being right. I do not care. Prad wants to be right. As you mentioned, I don't care about being right. I just want to make money. So I'm not going to say this is what I thought was going to happen. Look, ha, 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 blah, blah, blah. Like, no, it's not about that. It's just these were the expectations that I had based on what I thought was the possibility. Like, are we really pushing towards high a day now? Like, I thought, yes, we'll get that strong move up, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. And guys, look, wick off top, right, on the 5, and now boom, rejected and just back down. And we're seeing these amazing moves in the market every single day, and like the opportunities are absolutely incredible. And the reason I say that is because like how many times are the moves so clean where it just like it moves all the way up to a defined level, like everybody knows VWAP, wick off top, does a bunch of volume, and then just like all the way back down. Like look at these 5 minute candles, boom, boom, boom. We'll probably get one more, and then we go sideways. Because at the end of the day, it's like everybody's saying to themselves, where do I cover? Like, where do I cover my short? Like, well, I think Sean was saying this today, like, you know, it approaches VWAP, like Apple, it's approaching VWAP, okay, like, I'm going to probably cover some over there or, like, covering into it as I'm doing, right? And, like, this kind of moves down, like, low a day, like, people are probably covering over there. And, guys, you know, like, in terms of, like, what I'm covering, like, percentage-wise on my position, like, I'm literally covering just so that I, like, feed the habit. Like, I'm like, I must cover. So I cover like 10 shares. Let me cover like another 10 shares, another 10 shares, like 15, 25. Like even sometimes, like, let's say. Feed the
ego a little bit.
Yeah, like even like, okay, like let's say I take like 100 shares and I'm like, okay, I have to cover. I'm going to cover 10. But sometimes I'm just saying to myself, like, I have to cover. and I have maybe like 2,000 share position, but I have to cover, I'm still covering 10 shares just to like, because it's like, how fast can I possibly hit this? It's like 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. By the time I'm done, it's like going lower faster than I can cover. So like, this is like a me thing, right? But like, find what works for you guys. Like, some people are patient, they wait for their orders. As you can see, this one just came in. I had that one out from before. I normally never do that. Like, I'm very discretionary. I'm just doing it now because I'm chatting with you guys, like kind of explaining in real time what's happening. And there's been too many times where I'm like explaining what's happening. The move is working for me, and I'm like, yes. But I'm like, oh, yeah, I didn't have my orders out. Damn it. Because usually being discretionary, right? So, yeah, right now at this point, like, it's just easy. Like, just have your orders scaled, and like they get wicked, and whatever. It doesn't feel like, I mean, maybe we get a pop back, but like these flush downs are pretty big, right? And look at this. Like, we had the whole move up. We had the whole move down. So I'm not sure who said camping for 134, but hopefully you got that. Hopefully you got that. And like speaks volumes to the fact that like, look, you cannot short 133.99 because you don't get the fill, right? So have your orders scaled, have less size over here, have more size off the level that you're going to play off if like that's kind of your strategy. And then boom, like maybe you didn't get the full fill, but at least you got some of the fill, and now like it's working for you, and like you're way in the money on that. So yeah, you can't ask for more. I mean, this thing is just filling me all the way down. Like, this is lovely. And,
This is lovely, my friend.
This is lovely. Let's go.
We'll talk about those fills, Luca. Luca catching fills today. I think the market's done for. This market's dead. Luca's actually catching size, guys. You guys hearing this? I've not heard a single complaint about fills today. All I've heard is praise the market. Praise the market, praise the Lord. No fill complaints today. But no, we're just having fun over here. Luca is an absolute market bully, so he gets bullied by the market sometimes in terms of the size. So when he's talking about catching size, it's like, whoa, market liquidity back, question mark? I don't know what's going on. But man, Microsoft is $1 per share in the money. I'm right now short 244.97, riding the stock to the ground, baby. Let's send it all the way to the ground. Coinbase also, so you saw me re-enter that short at 52.72, 42 cents in the money on Coinbase. And NIO, not really, something to be too excited about, but we are short at 18.995, and we are about 6 cents in the money on NIO. All the money that we gave back, we're about to bring it right back, man. So we risked for the biscuit over there on Coinbase, and Coinbase said, Yoinki's my biscuit. But I said, nope, I want my biscuit back. So I'm fighting Coinbase right now for my biscuit. Give me my biscuit back to me. I want to nom on that. I'm hungry already. And talking about being hungry, Ian just messaged me saying super chicken for lunch. So yeah, that's a yes for sure. That's a guaranteed yes, no brainer yes. So we're about to go check that one out. Man, let's go. 62 cents on Coinbase. Are you not having fun? You guys always talk about wanting trades. That's all we've been doing today, just handing out trades. Follow Sean's sticky note. freetradseveryday.com is what that website should be for Sean. freetradseveryday.com, and he just posts pictures of his sticky note. You're gonna get that URL, freetradseveryday.com. Man, and tons of opportunities, tons of educational content on Trader TV Live over here. Make sure you're hitting that subscribe. Make sure you're hitting that like button. Let's bring the money, baby. Let's bring these bags home.
Yeah, guys, we're now getting towards that VWAP area on Apple. So like, you kind of scale out of your position. I see somebody asking, Luca, what is covering? Could you explain? So I don't know if you're asking like, what does covering mean? Like, that just means like you're short and like you're covering. So you're not like buying, you're not initiating a buy. You're just like covering your shorts. So I don't know if that's like the question that you have. But yeah, like maybe at this point, like selling, as we break VWAP, potentially get more aggressive selling towards the downside and test that 132 area. So yeah, that was a solid trade for you guys. Like, look, it doesn't get better than this. And like, short from over here, missed the re-add, is what it is. Scaling out, and now we see if we can get towards 132 area.
Apple 132, eh? You're short 134, my guy?
133.40. I didn't take the position up there, but then when we broke trend, I said, okay, let me short
So what's
here.
that math? Like $1 per share already? Yeah, let's go, baby.
Yeah, I
Dollar
think
per
$1.
share on Microsoft short for me. Dollar per share short for Apple for Luca. And we're just handing out trades. You know, you guys asked about the NIO short not too long ago. I outlined that trade for you. I'm in that trade with you. And now we're trying to see how much of a move we can get on that. NIO 10 cents in the money and the market right back to the low of day. And then since S&P 500 is right back to the low of day, I'm just going to use that as an excuse to take some more profit across the board for some of my stocks over here, just so I don't end up bag holding these positions. So this market was insane, man. What a crazy move. S&P 500 doing these crazy nonsensical moves, moving right back to VWAP, burning the shorts and bringing it right back to the low of day and holding low of day right now. Like, is that what we're actually gonna do, market? No, we're not. We gotta break the low after that nonsensical move. And here's Nasdaq. Nasdaq going up there and getting pushed back to the downside. So Nasdaq's struggling, and Nasdaq's still on the positive side, even though we're struggling, which is why I want to make sure I take my profits on some of these positions when the S&P 500 has come down to the lower day. Take some profits while the market has come to a bounce level.
Yeah, guys, so like, you know, this is my expectations now, and sorry to talk about the same exact name. Everything is basically doing the same pattern in the large cap world, I'm assuming. I'm literally talking to Sean and Neil over here. They kind of went, I think they went for lunch, and they were like, oh yeah, I was like long like over here, like on Apple as an example, and it went all the way up, no orders out, all the way back down. So that's kind of funny. It's like, yep, have your orders out. I've been through that a million times. But, you know, at this point, now that we're at VWAP, like you see my covers, these are like random covers, but like my expectations now, and like, you know, life's all about expectations, right? Like you want to manage your expectations accordingly so that you're not surprised. At this point, now we're at VWAP. I'm expecting some sideways movement, the same way how it broke VWAP over here, and we had like that little sideways before the move. Now we had such a nice move down. Like there's probably people that are covering like crazy over here. It's like, you know, it's going to do some sideways action, but look, it's still holding that trend, right? Unless we break that trend, then you would have to worry, like, okay, like maybe now it's going to make a move back up. But like just as a day trader, as a scalper, like I'm scalping it out. But like, you know, I still think like this could easily go lower. Like it is holding trend. Like you have to start to worry if like all of a sudden something changes in the tape. And guys, keep in mind, like with the market move, like we had that big move down, right? We didn't break low of day, but like we are at low of day now, right? We are at low of day now. So like, you know, we only have 13 minutes left for our show, and then we're going into like the last couple hours. And you know, like if I say this to myself, like if we're gonna get a big, sharp, fast move, it's probably coming in power hour. And normally,
sour hour.
Yeah, maybe it's gonna be sour, maybe it's gonna have some power, maybe there's gonna be steam, maybe there won't. But you know, now we're at low of day. I mean, what more can you want from this move? Like this was a huge move to the downside, right? Like I think people are covering here. I would be surprised if we break the lows and just like continue to go into the abyss. Like I don't see this on my blotter like a lot. Like I'm over $1 in the money. Like that's insane for me. So like, you know, the moves are there. The market is amazing. The opportunities are there. You know, if you lose, don't worry. Don't get discouraged. Like just keep trying because the opportunities are there.
I'm just brain shocked as to what I'm doing, Luca. I am channeling the inner you, and we'll just leave it to that, and we'll talk about it when we go on our walks. I think I'm leveling up right now because I'm getting to Luca's levels over here. Wow! What's going on with my positions? Let me just be shocked of my positions over here. We're making money once again, baby. Let's go. Coin money. Let's ring it. Money. Let's ring that bell. Ring it. But yeah, taking some profits. I'm just in complete awe right now because I thought that I was gonna get screwed on all my shorts. The market was just gonna keep on ripping. So let's go, baby. We are not gonna be sour today. We're gonna be absolutely ecstatic right now. NIO pushing to the downside. Yeah, 26 cents on NIO, $1 on Coinbase, 1.5 on Microsoft. Market's trying to take out the low here now. Finally, please take out the low, S&P 500. You've been trying for how many times now, and you never really did it all day. Nasdaq coming to the downside over here hopefully helps S&P 500 take out those lows that I've been dying for it to take out all day for. But that just means more profits on NIO shorts. Sadly, NIO did not give me the reload that I wanted, but you know, we're holding a good chunk of our size here still, and we're gonna ride this position to the downside. Let's go. And I know Lucas said we keep saying the same 5 tickers again and again, probably because we're involved in those 5 tickers and it's hard for us to focus away from them. You know, we're not at the Neil and Sean's trading capabilities where we can just flip away from the stocks and come back to it and talk about other stocks. But right now, let me try to focus away from these ones and focus on something you're looking at. Maybe you're looking at RKLY as the Lord and Savior of millennial portfolios. Okay, what is RKLY? RKLY sounds like a Rocket Labs maybe. RKLY, nope, Rockley Photonics Holdings. Okay, what's the volume on this? Little light on the volume end, not really doing anything compared to relative volume either, I would guess. RKLY relative volume is what? 1.1, so actually not bad, but not great either. We like to see 2, up 10% today. Was on SSR yesterday, so that SSR rule gets carried over to today also. Luca?
Yeah, I was just trying to think, like, I don't want to say the same exact thing that I've just been saying. So, like, yeah, guys, let us know what else you're trading, you know, like any names. Like, I see AERC, Trader Ben, AERC is ripping. So let's have a look here, AERC. Was the high 20? No.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, my God. 20. Where am I missing? What am I missing? Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. The high was 20 at 6:30 in the morning when they liquidated everybody. Insane. Yeah, guys, like, I mean, like, okay, so like, where am I looking here? So this is what I'm looking at. Let me expand this for you guys. 6:30 in the morning, this thing just touches 20 and then boom, falls off a cliff and then actually halted, but it didn't print down, which was actually interesting. Kind of weird. Yeah, you know, you could argue now, yes, now it is ripping, but like, you know, spread on this is, and this is the thing. You have these names. I remember we were watching this from before. You have these names. They have them move up, and the spread is like, you know, 5 cents, maybe 2 cents. It's doing a lot of volume. Then it makes its way all the way to 18, and now, guys, the spread is like 20 cents on this thing. So it's like at this point, after they make such a high, I'm going to pull up the daily here just to check this out. After they make such a high, like I know RDBX had like the nice first red day, and then this is, you had a, you know, very strong move, and then gaps up, touches 20, now back down. It's like, okay, is this now dead? And look at the volume too. Like, look at the volume. Like, the volume was so high the first day, right? And then boom, you have the second leg up, and like now, like volume is very, very slow. And go figure, it is SSR, right? And this goes back to this. It's kind of funny. It's like when I, you know, I talk about like algos, like they're soaking floats, like blah blah blah, like, you know, my own conspiracy. But essentially, like, you know, if they're soaking floats over here because the volume allows them to, like assuming it's like 5 mil float, then it has the move. They play all these games, and then they have that last portion that they have to get out of. Like at SSRs, it makes it so much easier for them because nobody else can slam the short. But yeah, so I mean, you know, this, I wouldn't be surprised if this kind of continues and makes a move towards 10. Like touch 20, wouldn't be surprised if we get towards 10. But I mean, like, you know, I can't remember what the news on this was, but like, you know, I don't think we're going back to like 4 or 5. Like, they'll probably find some support towards like 10, 12 area. So, but yeah, no, today for sure favoring the short side on that one, I guess. Hopefully you guys are doing very well on it.
Barry in the chat is asking, do you think NIO will be tomorrow on SSR? I don't think, I know it will not be on SSR because SSR day 2 is today. So unless NIO somehow manages to completely give back its whole day and then go down another 10% to the negative side off of that 17% move to the downside, so a whole 27% move to the downside, that's the only way NIO will be on SSR tomorrow. So SSR only happens for 2 days. It goes for day 1 on the day that it dropped 10%, day 2 the next day, and then the day after that we're right back to normal. Coinbase right now, I know I said I won't talk about the same 5 stocks, but man, it's hard not to when these stocks are paying me. Coinbase now $1 per share in the money, and I still have about 60% of my size left on the basket. I was going to say 110%. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. I have 60% of my size left over here on Coinbase. Let's see if we can get a bigger extension move to the downside on Coinbase while S&P 500 is trying to bounce off the bottom. So don't like the way that S&P 500 wants to keep on bouncing off those lows every single time. But at the end of the day, one thing that does make me happy is the rejection of VWAP throughout the day. Yeah, NASDAQ broke VWAP and it went above VWAP for a good period of time, but looks like that was just because how much stronger Apple and Microsoft are compared to maybe the S&P 500 basket today, and then hence we saw Apple, Microsoft popping up to the north side, and off that pop you saw both of us, Luca, take each one stock short each.
Yeah,
And
guys,
that was like a perfectly timed duo short for us.
Yeah, guys. So, I took another scalp in front of this size on Apple. It followed it down 132.55, but now we are at VWAP. It is getting tested. It's not as high as it was before. I think this is the same sell. Okay, and I'm out. So, the reason I did this, the reason I added to this one, we have more size at 132.60, 1,000 lots. Like, if this is active seller, like, this is actually pretty interesting. So, I wouldn't be surprised we're at VWAP, but I'm going to try this short again. Because if this is somebody who's reloading size on Apple, like as soon as market catches wind of this, like there's a strong potential like that this just pushes lower. Like this guy was sitting over here, and remember I was saying I wanted to add to the short, I didn't get a chance to, and now boom, those 1,000 lots popped up again. So like there's a good chance that this kind of like follows through, and if people are selling in front of this, not filling him, like we're going back, right? So the market's kind of fluttering with low of day. So I'm going to be very careful, but I wouldn't be surprised if this does make another push down.
So a great question from Not G. He's asking me, Prad, why are you looking at NQU instead of NQM? So you can look at NQM right now, but you got to keep in mind that this is the old contract. So the volume on this contract is going to be much lower than, so notice the volume on this one's 217,000 contracts. NQU is the 430,000 contracts. So the contracts get poured over quarterly, and I think it's a week before the quarterly rebalance. So the quarterly rebalance is this week. Quad witching is this Friday. So the week before, which happens to be last week, is when we got ported over to the new contract. So U22 is the new contract. Very soon, M22 will not have any volume on it. So you want to make sure that you're porting yourself over. Now, I don't know how you port it or how the porting happens. I've only heard this from Arun. Arun mentioned about him having to transfer over his long-term portfolio on his own side and so on. I don't know how that works out. Maybe your broker deals with that on his own end, so you got to figure out on that on your own end. But yeah, the new contract to day trade on is not NQM. It's going to be NQU. Is COSM a pump and dump move? It's hard to see. It's hard to tell right away if it is exactly that or not. But, COSM did get pumped up and it is getting dumped down a little bit. It's still up 106%. I think, what's really going to tell us what's going on this position is waiting for it to see what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a very good indication of what exactly is going on said stock, and how it's going to move around will tell us if it's a little bit of a more pump and dump stock, or is there any substance behind it. Maybe some news catalyst will drop later on at 4 o'clock, or even tomorrow going into pre-market. And if nothing happens, no catalyst drops, and the stock was just doing random moves, then you can just forget about it. It could just very easily be a pump and dump stock.
Yeah, guys, I don't really have much to say here. I'm looking at the same name. Like, this is actually pretty interesting. It's fluttering with VWAP, but the size is not getting tested on Apple. So, like, we're getting some selling in front of that size. But, if we break, like I assume, like people are covering, people are front running this, but we'll see what happens. Like market towards low of day. I don't know if Pride, you're looking at like what everybody else is trading. I'm pretty boring over here.
Not really, mate. I mean, to be honest, I'm just clicking down the clock over here for my super chicken time. But no, I'm just looking to see what the chat's talking about. Chat's still looking at the same stocks you and I are looking at. Apple, VWAP seems strong. DWAC is a dump and dump. Yeah, DWAC is a dump and dump. Some people like DWAC, man. I love DWAC. DWAC is my #1 stock of my career. So, I got no problems with DWAC. I can't wait for DWAC to DWAC again and do some nonsensical moves and that I could take advantage of. Bring back the DWAC days, right? Bring back those GME DWAC days, and let's all have some fun in the market. Bring back the liquidity. I think the liquidity is back though because Luca's getting fills.
I'm getting fills, yeah. Things are good. Things are good, and if the market makes a move down and Apple wants to confirm this move down, making me stress just a little bit. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. It's like I said, this is within my expectations. Like we hit VWAP, we kind of flutter around, we make a little bit of a move higher, and then like it makes a decision, and then like okay, now are we like going lower here? Like we do have some bids, right? And the bids are not getting smashed. So it's like you got to be patient with your trade, especially if you're taking the short over here. But, if we do make that kind of second leg down and the market breaks lows and does want to go into the abyss, then who knows where's the support? Like, I have no idea where support is. So
that was a good movie, The Abyss. I remember watching that one. That was a good movie. That was a sick movie. I remember old school movie. I remember watching that when I was a kid back in India with my parents. Maybe I should rewatch that one. Last few seconds over here left with us. I just want to quickly wrap it up with my trades. I think, you guys have seen them all day. NIO right now, 83 cents in the money. That 19 level short on the backside was a clean entry. Should have probably taken way more size. Should have probably scalped out less and held it for the move, as the market might be trying to take out the lows. Coinbase 71 cents in the money. Average price 52.72. Hope you guys had a great time on the markets with Luca, Ian, and myself today. I for sure had a great time. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some FOMC fun. So come back for some FOMC trading and go have a great time with the closing guys on next.
good luck the rest of the day, guys. Ciao.
Hey guys, welcome to the close. Couple hours left in a pretty exciting trading session here as we await the Fed coming tomorrow. I feel like we need that dun 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 music in the background, because it is going to be the lead for the market going forward here over the next few trading sessions. 91% right now chance that we do get that